What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the 5th part of a story where Issei was betrayed and married Ophis and Gabriel. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into part 5. Chapter 12. Making up for lost time and festival part 1. Kuo Academy, Kuo, Japan. Regular classes had already ended, so most of the students had already left the premises, except for those who belonged to a club. Among these was the Occult Research Club. Its current president had already finished reviewing some documents regarding the school festival that would be held in just under 2 weeks. This is really tiring, she murmured with small tears in her green eyes. Asya had consulted with the club members what they would do at the school festival. Everyone voted for a position where the future would be divined, which was accepted by Rias since it addressed the topic of the supernatural. Rias was proud that the blonde could replace her as the club president. I think I've come at a good time, a voice suddenly said. The blonde looked up, to see a certain boy with light brown hair entering the club. Akira-san, he said the blonde's name. I thought we'd spend some time together. Rehearsals are going well so we can relax a bit, he said while lifting a grocery bag. At the boy's words, the blonde's eyes lit up, especially when he took out popsicles from inside the bag. A minute later they were both sitting on the club's couch, enjoying the ice cream dessert, which refreshed the blonde. Thanks Akira-san, I really needed it, Asya said with a cute smile. It's nothing, as your boyfriend it's normal to pamper you from time to time, the boy replied with an amused smile. Mao, don't say something so embarrassing, the girl complained with a pout and a blush. The boy widened his smile as he took her hand and the girl leaned on his shoulder. Before he couldn't do this, but over time he had grown accustomed to these small displays of affection. Are the others free too? The girl asked. Yes, Shinji is with Irena. Hibiki took Koneko-san to eat sweets on the roof. Ken was kidnapped by Zenobia while Ryuzuki watches them. Ken-kun got lost with Minami-san on campus. He rambled out loud about the location of his classmates. The blonde laughed lightly at the image of the expressionless blonde being dragged by the blue-haired girl with the black-haired boy chasing them at a distance. Plus the red-haired boy would receive a hard hit to his pocket knowing Nekish's appetite. I'm glad you have time for us, the nun commented as she squeezed the brown-haired boy's hand lightly. Then for a moment she looked up at the ceiling as the image of a certain boy came to her mind. Issei-san, do you hate us? He thought with uncertainty and sadness. She was clear that the brown-haired boy was aware of what was happening between them and the boys, which is why he avoided them at all costs. Although at first she thought that the brunette would understand why they sought other relationships as Ria said at the time, at this point she thought that perhaps it would not be so easy for him to forgive them. That thought had begun to stick in his heart, so he couldn't help but feel sad. His innocence in these things still persisted, but his heart told him that his thoughts were not so wrong. Still, he trusted that Kami wouldn't allow things to end like this with Issei. School roof. A certain red-haired man cried anime style when he put Yokan in his girlfriend's mouth, because he spent a large amount of money on sweets, and they all disappeared in less than 15 minutes. Although seeing the little white-haired lowly smile softly at him was a cure for his broken pocket. It was worth it, he thought with manly tears. Store. A certain blonde boy sat on a mat with an enviable poker face, looking at the scene before him. Zenobia had taken off her blouse, leaving her in her bra, as she approached the boy like a predator to its prey. I read in a magazine that foreplay is recommended to start, and that taking off clothes little by little helps prepare the environment for reproduction, he spoke with a narrowed gaze. For his part, the boy did not react and remained stoic. Although the fact that he was sweating profusely showed that he was not as calm as he appeared and the current situation was overwhelming him. Bam. 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 Ken, hold on, buddy. Zenobia-san, open the door. A voice was heard from outside. TSK, I thought I lost it, the blue-haired girl complained. I was always frustrated with these things. Thanks, Ryuzuki. The blonde thought without showing any emotions as he stood up, but very grateful to his friend. Then he took Zenovia's blouse and handed it to her. Don't worry, next time I won't fail and we'll practice how to make babies properly, he declared while clenching his fist decisively. No, please don't be upset. Ken thought with a flat expression and a slight shiver. Academy campus. Under a tree, there was a couple resting for a bit. The girl had the boy's head on her lap, who was dozing lightly while she stroked his hair. Irina-senpai is very energetic, the girl murmured when she saw the all-for-honor mentioned girl walking by holding hands with her boyfriend. The brunette was as happy as ever, while talking about various things with the blue-haired boy, who listened to everything with a kind smile. I'm surprised that the loud Shinji is calmer when he's with Irina-san, the boy commented without opening his eyes. Well, love makes us do things we don't usually do, the girl replied with a small smile. Nah, that's true, the boy responded this time without being able to refute what his girlfriend said. Then he opened his eyes, looking at the blue sky through the leaves of the trees, while a thought came to his mind. I wonder what Issei-san is doing right now. We need him to carry out the project that Saji-senpai suggested. The black-haired man thought with concern. It had been 2 weeks since I had attended school. He sensed that something was happening, because the members of the band seemed worried, as did the girls who arrived to take the position of vocalists. I just hoped he would attend soon. Downtown cafeteria. Rias and Akeno sat at a table in a restaurant, while enjoying a cup of tea and a slice of cake like a normal pair of girls. They had a lot of things on their minds and decided to spend some time in each other's company like when they were younger to forget about it for a few moments. Although they weren't relaxing at all, or at least, their problems were too complicated to let go. It's been almost 2 months without hearing from him, the redhead murmured absent-mindedly. Even though they used to spend time with the boys and neglect the brunette, they used to see him when they reported the number of contracts fulfilled each month, and that had already been the case, as Rias said, almost 2 months. Rosswise hasn't reported in either. I'm worried that something happened to her on her return trip, the redhead explained again. Akeno simply remained silent, weighing Rias's words and gathering her thoughts. Maybe they are spending time together when we all decided to try these relationships. She wasn't present. That was what Akeno said. Rias considered his words. That was something plausible. Which reassured her even more, because as an inexperienced woman she would understand her intentions to experiment with other relationships to give Issei the love he deserved for everything he had done for them. That's true, why didn't I think of that before? Rias scolded herself as she shook her head. This new speculation, which was more realistic than anything else, calmed his tormented heart. Yofufu, she will be our ally to talk to Issei-kun. We can even negotiate Issei-kun's virginity for her help, Akeno said with an elegant laugh. This comment alarmed and enraged Rias. Not at all. Issei's virginity is mine, he exclaimed, standing up. Instantly all the customers in the place turned their heads in his direction. Some women were blushing, while the men cursed with envy at that man called Issei when they saw the red-haired woman's body. That such a girl would claim her virginity. Realizing this, Rias sat back down with a huge blush covering her face. Yofufu. Apparently Akeno enjoyed Rias's embarrassment. Even though their fears had eased, there was a feeling in the back of their minds that still continued to bother them, but they pushed it aside. After all, Issei would always be there for them and they for him. Dimensional gap. A certain quintet of individuals floated in a dark place with diverse colors and unusual shapes. They were all surrounded by a layer of reddish energy, which protected them from the pressure of the place. This place is creepy, a certain black-haired man with a scar on his face muttered. Where are we, Spectra? A blonde girl with blue eyes asked. This is the dimensional gap. Elsha, also call me Issei. That's what my friends and family do, the one named Spectra responded. It's true, at this point it's strange to call you anything else, an elf commented with her arms crossed. I know, that's why I asked you to call me Issei, so you get used to it, the boy answered again. Hyodo Issei, huh? A white-haired yokai with lion ears and tail muttered. Without further ado, silence reigned again. Then the blonde turned his head in one direction. Was the sound he made. What's wrong, Issei? Silver corrected himself. Did you notice, partner? Drake said. Of course, but I wonder if we've caught their attention. The boy replied with some concern. He had stopped moving forward, causing the rest of the group to stop as well. Then Leo's ears twitched, while the elf squinted her eyes in the same direction the boy was looking. Issei noticed this, so he quickly spoke accordingly. There are 2 existences living in this place, both at the top of the top 10 of the strongest beings in existence, the blonde commented seriously. This comment made the elf tense, since in her village it was known about these beings. What are you talking about? Elsha asked doubtfully. You'll see, and please don't do anything rash, the boy replied seriously. There it comes, the dragon warned. Then a distortion occurred in the place, through which a huge figure slowly emerged. What the hell is that? Silver, Elsha, and Leo exclaimed at the same time. Great Red DXD, the dragon god of dreams, Aline said, paralyzed by the imposing presence of the dragon. The rest were petrified when they heard the elf's words. Of course they had heard that name in one way or another. Silver when he researched various libraries around the world to develop his magic. I read from old writings in your family. Elsha had heard it from Drake. Ignoring them in the slightest, Great Red slowly passed beneath them, slowing down until it came to a complete stop. This action had everyone on the verge of terror, thinking that they had disturbed this existence. Although Issei remained calm, knowing beforehand that Great Red would not hurt them. Oh really? Drake asked the void. What did he say? The boy asked seriously. It was clear to him that Great Red had communicated with Drake, just as he had that time they took care of the Jabberwocky. He asked me why he feels his power inside you. I explained to him everything that happened besides your rebirth thanks to him and Ophis. So he told me that he will help us reach our destination because he found it an interesting story. The dragon replied in a cheerful tone. Really? Great! The boy exclaimed. He says to board his back and that his power will protect us from the environment of the dimensional gap, because if you do that you will only exhaust yourself, and we will not reach our timeline in one jump, causing us to jump through time a couple more times before returning to our home time. The dragon explained in detail. I understand, he said, now calmer. Then he turned to the group. Let's go down now, he said with a small, carefree smile. The women and the man looked at him as if he were crazy, which made him sigh, then take the fragment of Enkita hanging on his waist and wave it towards them. Then the chain lengthened and surrounded them, holding them, so that he could then go to Great Red's back, dragging them with him. This action brought everyone out of their stupor, but it was too late to react accordingly. Wait! Elsha, Silver and Leo exclaimed as they were dragged by the blonde. For her part, Aline was still frozen and therefore did not react to the boy's action. When they landed on the scaly skin of the huge dragon, the boy retracted the chain, to fasten it around his waist again. The quartet was tense, waiting for any attack, which never came. On the other hand, Great Red roared and then changed its course and swam calmly in the great space. Thanks, Red, the blonde said before suppressing his power and sitting down. The rest looked at him in disbelief, and after a couple of minutes they did the same. Solo, who the hell are you, Spectra? Silver said, looking at him in shock. It was clear to them that the strongest existence like the true dragon was helping them. When we get to my home I will answer you everything, then you will understand, the boy replied with a smile. They looked at each other, before sighing in resignation and imitating the boy by getting comfortable, although they were still tense at any hostile action from Great Red. Issei stood firm on his left hand, watching the color combinations pass by around him. A thin layer of red formed a protective field around him. Then the blonde turned his gaze to his companions, noticing them a little calmer. Elsha looked towards where Great Red's head was with some nostalgia. I would probably be thinking of Drake. Silver and Leo looked around curiously. Aline looked closely at the dragon's scales with great interest. He muttered as he straightened up, bringing his hand to his chest. This one felt slightly bulging, due to the bandages he was wearing under his clothes. Does it hurt? The elf asked, looking away from the red scales. No, I just feel a slight tingling, the blonde replied after shaking his head slightly. I understand. Do you need me to change the bandages? The elf asked again. The rest stopped what they were doing to pay attention to the conversation. The blonde felt a little nervous at the stares, especially those of Leo and Aline. They had looked after him so carefully during his recovery that it made him uncomfortable. He even had to ask Silver for help to wash his back because the glow in the eyes of the all for honor mention gave him the creeps, and he didn't want to be alone in the bathroom with them. It was the same now, but I really just needed to tighten the bandages. Although on second thought, changing them was also necessary, since he was sweating from the effort of protecting 5 people with a power he didn't fully control. I would really appreciate it, the boy nodded. Then Aline took some bandages out of a leather bag, while Leo already had a tray with water and a cloth to wipe off the sweat. The blonde felt a drop on the back of his neck when he saw this, then sighed and extended his arm to the side. Aline walked over to him to remove his trench coat from his shoulders, then removed his sleeveless black shirt, leaving his bandaged torso exposed. The bandage only left his left arm free from the shoulder. Leo received the clothes from Aline, folding them carefully. At first he tried to refuse this care, saying that he could take off his clothes himself, but his words were not heard, so he resigned himself. Leo feels guilty after seeing me do that. Aline takes their doctor-patient relationship a bit far because of the same thing, plus they are both grateful for saving them from their fate. She thought when she paid attention to the feelings that both reflected in their eyes. That's why he didn't continue to deny help. If they behaved like that, I didn't want to even imagine how Sona and the others would react. Although another idea came to his mind at that moment. A year has passed since I was transported back in time, but finally, I'm going home, he thought as he closed his eyes. A wave of nostalgia and excitement surged through his chest as he would see the girls, his family and friends again after so long. Without further ado, he let himself be carried away as Aline began to remove the bandage. Several hours later, at least 5 hours had passed before Great Red stopped. Issei had fallen asleep to regain his energy. Leo had approached him and taking off his armor he sat on the ground and then put the boy's head on his lap. Silver and Elsha's amused looks embarrassed her, but she held her ground as she stroked the boy's hair, which had returned to brown after being unable to sustain the sleeping spell. Sitting at a distance, Aline looked at this with a certain discomfort that she did not understand, so she crossed her arms and closed her eyes in order to distract her thoughts. Silver lay down seeking comfort, while Elsha looked at them without knowing what to do to kill the boredom, so without further ado she let herself fall on her back, being a meter away from Silver, who had his back to her. That happened 4 hours ago, after changing Issei's bandages. "Partner, we have arrived," Drake announced to his host. The brunette opened his eyes, only to see Leo's chest in his field of vision, so he blinked in confusion, before noticing his current position. He had a lap pillow, which made him notice the softness of the yokai's fur. "She noticed you were a little uncomfortable when you were sleeping, you should already know what idea crossed her mind." He answered the unasked question. "I see," the boy said, smiling slightly. Then he slowly stood up, without waking the yokai. She then looked at her companions, who were relaxing as best they could in the case of Aline and Leo, since sleeping sitting up could be a little uncomfortable at times. The brunette then blinked at the sight of the remaining members of the group. Silver was asleep looking at the sky, using his arms as a pillow for comfort, however it was Elsha who caught his attention. She slept curled up on her side like a cat, while her head rested on Silver's chest where a stain of drool spread from her mouth, which had a silly smile. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he watched this scene. He reached into his pocket, pulling out his cell phone, which he had managed to recharge with the artificial, sacred gear, made by Azazel thanks to a small USB port built into it. Before the battle I had turned it off to save battery, and since there was no coverage signal I didn't usually use it. He quickly turned it on, taking a few seconds to boot up. When it was fully powered on, he saw that it still had a quarter of a battery left after sitting idle for 2 months, so he quickly went into the camera function. "I'm glad I chose the model with the best battery performance," he thought as he took several photos from different angles. This was high-quality joke material. When he was satisfied, he put the phone away. "Guys, get up," he said loudly. Then everyone stirred, with Elsha being the first to get back up, stretching her arms to get rid of the stiffness in her muscles, which made her ignore her previous position with the black-haired man. Aline was next to open her eyes and uncross her arms, followed by Leo who moved his hand searching for something in his lap. "Issei," the latter exclaimed, opening her eyes in alarm when she found nothing. When she looked up, she met the surprised gaze of the all for honor mentioned, and then noticed the gazes of Aline and Elsha, who were looking at her with doubt. "Ahem, are we there yet?" she asked, adopting a serious expression, although a slight shade of pink adorned her cheeks. "I think so," the boy answered while looking around. "Silver, get up," Elsha said, patting him on the leg. The black-haired man opened his eyes, slowly sitting up while yawning. "Wah, are we there yet?" he asked, scratching the back of his neck and covering his mouth. "That's what we're going to find out," the girl replied, standing up. "So, what's the situation?" the boy asked. "Beyond this point time and space twist, so you can't go any further or you'd be dragged with us, and that would cause problems in our timeline, so this is the farewell, partner." Drake reported the current situation. "I see, then thank him for me, Drake," the boy replied. Then he called upon his power again. The break restored much of his energy, which made him feel calmer. "We're close guys, Great Red brought us here but he can't go beyond this point," the boy said as he began to float. The rest looked at each other, then back at him and nodded. The 5 of them floated off the back of the enormous dragon, which turned around as it prepared to continue swimming in the dimensional gap. They watched him leave with mixed feelings, but then he stopped to turn to look at them. Silver, Aline, Elsha and Leo tensed upon seeing this. For his part, the brown-haired boy looked at him with doubt, especially when he opened his mouth. His eyes widened, as Great Red looked like he wanted to say something. "Zoom in," the Great Red said before continuing on his way. "What the hell?" the boy thought in shock. Issei had been left in a stupefied state of stupefaction. "It seems that when you were sleeping certain memories leaked out and he was able to see them," said an embarrassed Drake. "What the hell? Why do legendary dragons and those who get involved with me love to say that?" the boy exclaimed out of his mind. History was repeating itself. Why did Shikigami insist on reminding him of his dark past? The rest had stupefied looks at what they had just witnessed, until the boy's reaction made them look at him with doubt and surprise. Taking a few slow breaths, the boy managed to calm down. "Forget what you saw, let's continue on our way," he said in a defeated tone. The rest shrugged, then let themselves be carried away by the current of the place again. It was at that moment that they felt the pressure increasing around them. "We're close, I can feel it," the boy commented in a serious tone. The movement speed also suddenly increased as they felt like they were being oppressed by the pressure, but Issei's aura protected them, leaving them with only an uncomfortable feeling. He quickly used Enkidu to secure Silver and the girls, as the journey had become hectic and he didn't want to lose any of them. The brunette was sweating from the effort of keeping the aura on the 5 of them, gritting his teeth as he felt his reserves running out as he searched for the exit point. Then a light suddenly appeared, indicating a possible exit. "There it is," he said with a smile. He just hoped he wouldn't overstep his own timeline, as it was easier to go forward than back, since his initial journey had been involuntary. As they approached, the light became more intense, until they were completely blinded when they crossed it. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing on a plain, with a forest in the distance, as well as a city and beyond it a huge castle. Issei mentally thanked himself for appearing normally and not in free fall like the first time. "Human world, Kyoto, Japan. Shall we go back?" he thought uneasily. To be sure, he looked at his cell phone screen, searching for the date. This one could show the date for the following year due to the time that had passed in the past, before automatically updating and showing the current date when it found coverage. 2 weeks, I really feel relieved, he murmured with a palpable feeling of relief. The current date indicated that just over 2 weeks had passed since he was absorbed into that portal. The rest, meanwhile, looked around, analyzing their surroundings. "This place looks familiar," Leo said, narrowing his eyes. "Me too," Silver said as the wind blew through her hair. Then the 4 of them looked at the boy waiting for his orders. He smiled openly, indicating that they had reached their destination. "We're home," he confirmed what they already knew. The brown-haired boy took a long breath, as he prepared for the reunion. He felt his emotion on the surface of his skin. Although he was a little afraid of the girls' reaction when they saw his wounds, which made him imagine himself locked in a tower with guards everywhere to overprotect him. Then someone took her hand, so she instinctively looked at that person. Leo smiled confidently at her, matched by the others. "Come on, Nichan, they've probably been waiting for you this year," the blonde encouraged with both hands behind her neck. Leaving a lady waiting is not a gentlemanly thing to do. It was Silver's turn to cross his arms. "You've come this far, what are you waiting for?" the elf said, arms crossed and a raised eyebrow. "Don't be afraid, we are with you," Leo said this time. Apparently they thought he was afraid to return, so he couldn't help but smile gratefully at their concern. "Thanks girls, Silver," she thanked them for their support. He did not clarify the misunderstanding, as he did not want to ruin the atmosphere of camaraderie that had formed. Then he concentrated, his brown hair shrinking and turning blonde and his eyes turning scarlet. Now it was Spectra Phantom. Then he began to move towards the city. The rest looked at each other for a second before following him. Kyoto Castle. Kurumi chatted with Yukike's as they walked through the garden. During the 2-week stay, both spent their time doing activities together to distract themselves from the absence of the boy they had feelings for. Their friendship strengthened to the point that Yukike's had dropped the suffix Dano, calling Kurumi by her name more naturally. She took into account Ophis' name change, so instead of Ophis Dano she called her Kurumi Dano, but that stage had already passed. For her part, Yasaka looked at them from a distance, then looked up at the sky, thinking about the boy. "Come back soon, Issei-san," she thought with concern. It was then that he felt 5 energy signatures appear out of nowhere. His eyes widened as he looked in that direction and focused on one of them in particular. As a reflex he looked where Kurumi and Yukike's were, noticing how the former stopped abruptly and looked in the same direction where that energy signature was felt. "Issei," he heard the girl say thanks to his fine hearing. A smile slowly formed on her face as she let the feeling of relief wash over her. "Thanks to Inari," he thought, bringing his hands to his chest. For her part, Kurumi looked towards the direction where Issei's energy signature had suddenly appeared, as tears formed in her eyes. "What's wrong, Kurumi-chan?" Yuki asked doubtfully upon seeing this. He came back, the girl replied as she began to tremble. The kitsune opened her eyes, then a big smile formed, while tears flowed from her eyes. She extended her senses to confirm it, sensing the boy's familiar power, which changed from one moment to the next to that of his alter ego. Then the energy signature started moving in this direction, estimating that it would take about half an hour to arrive. He also noticed that he did not come alone. "I have to tell the others," said the black-haired girl, recovering from her lapse. She wanted to go and catch up with him, but she felt it wouldn't be fair to leave the others out of this important moment. Then a magic circle formed in his ear. "Girls, he's back. Come to Kyoto as soon as possible," he reported through the magic circle. Underworld, Dragon Castle. Crash. Ross Wise had dropped her teacup when she received the news. Most were gathered in the living room, with Sona being the only one absent due to her responsibilities in Kuo. "Issei!" they exclaimed as they stood up from where they were sitting. Most had tears in their eyes at the good news. See Ross Wise, Valerie, Le Fay and Gabriel. The others smiled happily, letting the worry go from their chests. Without further ado, they all prepared to teleport to Kyoto as soon as possible. Human World, Kuo, Japan. Sona Citri was in the student council room with her entourage. Zenobia had retired as her duties as student council president had concluded. She was receiving a report of the contracts made this month from Momo. Then a magic circle appeared in his ear. "Girls, he's back. Come to Kyoto as soon as possible." The voice of Hyodo Issei's queen was heard. The named one froze, then tears formed in her eyes as a small smile appeared on her face. When she managed to assimilate the news, she removed her glasses to wipe away her tears. "Gosh, you really make us worry like that," he murmured without erasing his smile. "Sona-sama, what we heard is," Tsubaki said with some anxiety. The All for Honor mention put her glasses back on, then looked at those present. Everyone noticed how a sparkle of joy returned to his eyes. "Knock knock." "Excuse the interruption," said a certain blonde boy entering the room. This was Kiba Yudo, accompanied by Gasper, who was nervous as always when he was not in his box. "Kiba-kun," Tsubaki said with a small blush upon seeing him. "I came to find out if you've heard anything about Issei-kun," he declared in a worried tone. Kiba and Gasper had heard what had happened from Ross Wise when they went to the castle to visit their friend. From then on they came from time to ask if anything was known about the whereabouts of their friend. "You guys are coming at a good time. We'll be heading to Kyoto right now. Issei has returned," Sona reported as her smile grew. This delighted everyone present, who sighed with relief. "Senpai, the vampire," he said with small tears of relief. "Issei-kun, I knew you would get through this," Kiba said with a wry smile that practically said it was to be expected. "Damn Hyodo, look at how worried Sona-sama is," Saji muttered under his breath with a growl, but the relief in his voice was palpable. Momo and Ruruko held his hands, both knowing that the loss of his rival and friend affected him greatly. The rest looked approvingly at those three's male camaraderie towards Issei. Sona then took out a paper printed with a magic circle, which she carried everywhere in case this happened. Made by Le Fay, the teleportation spell engraved on it would take them to Kyoto without any problems. Then he applied power to it, and everyone disappeared into a magic circle. Yokai Territory, Kyoto, Japan. Issei and his group ran quickly towards a specific direction. The now blonde man calculated that at this speed it would take him around 15 minutes to reach his destination. When the city came into view, Leo and Silver wore bewildered expressions as the place seemed all too familiar to them. "Welcome to Kyoto," the blonde said with a small smile. Leo and Silver looked at him as if he had grown a second head, thinking he was joking. Aline and Elsha looked at him with only doubt. This reaction was understandable, since the town of Kyoto they knew was smaller compared to the enormous city in front of them. Even the architecture was different from what they remembered. Without further ado, they continued on their way until they reached a temple where a torii adorned the entrance. Spectre then took out a talisman from his bag, which he held in front of him, and at that moment a glow emerged from the torii, causing a portal to form within it. "Let's go," he said as he entered the portal. He looked at her doubtfully, but with a determined expression they nodded to each other before following him. When they crossed the portal, they found themselves in a slightly smaller city, which was full of yokais, who looked at the newcomers with doubt and curiosity. "Let's continue, we must get to the castle," he said, starting to walk calmly. His companions simply followed him in silence. Along the way, Silver and Leo showed surprised expressions, since they knew the castle in front of them very well. "I know you have questions, but when we arrive I will answer everything," the boy reported upon seeing the duo's reactions when the castle was in front of them. They walked for several minutes, until they reached the main entrance. The boy tensed slightly with a knot in his stomach as he felt certain presences inside the castle. "Come on, buddy, I know you want to see them," the dragon encouraged. "Thanks, Drake. I'm actually a little nervous, but that doesn't compare to the desire to be with them," the boy replied. He then continued on his way, being blocked by a pair of guards at the entrance. "Stop, what are your intentions in this place?" one of them asked. He was young and had dog ears. The other remained silent, until he opened his eyes in recognition. "Spectre-sama?" he asked doubtfully. This was an older man with kitsune features. "Yes, I'm back," the boy confirmed. It was normal that it was difficult to recognize him, since he was not wearing the mask and his aura had changed for the same reason. The young Inugami opened his eyes when he realized that the boy in front of him was Spectre Phantom, the leader of the Downfall Dragon mercenary group that helped them a long time ago. "Excuse my rudeness, you may come in," he declared as he stepped out of the way. Then the quintet continued their way inside. Silver and the others looked at the site with doubt, because they remembered that the square suffered great damage after the invasion, but now it looked like new. Standing at the castle gates were the Hyodo and Issei entourage, as well as the male members of the Gremry group. They seemed tense, especially the girls. Then they could see 5 figures walking slowly through the castle garden. His attention was immediately drawn to the person leading the group, who was walking with dignity while his trench coat swayed in the wind. His intense vermilion-colored gaze and the small smile he had finished capturing his image in everyone's eyes. Unlike his usual appearance, he did not wear the mask, and he also wore the trench coat over his shoulders, leaving the sleeves empty in the wind. However, the Hyodo and Sona group ignored this as they looked with relief and small tears in their eyes at the boy who was calmly approaching them. Behind him came 3 unknown women and a man. Being the piece with the most connection to the boy, Kurumi was the only one who realized that they were part of her boyfriend's peerage title. The group then covered the distance in less than a minute, standing in front of the large procession. "I'm back," the boy said with a warm look. The group that came with Spectre felt the tension rise, before several girls lunged at the boy, who extended his left arm to greet them. Rosswise, Sona, Kuroka, Tsukumi, Kurumi, Yukike's, Valerie, Gabriel, LeFay and even Gasper were all over him crying their eyes out. Penemu, Neru and Griselda watched the scene with tenderness and small tears in their eyes. The same was true for the Sidri group, as their king had regained his smile and they smiled happily again. In the case of the men close to the brown-haired boy, Kiba smiled in amusement at this while Saji crossed his arms with a small smile. Even the serious and silent Rugal had a hint of a smile at seeing his king smile again. So the hug continued for a few more minutes, time that was enough for everyone to be sure that it was not an illusion and that he had really returned. When everyone was calmer they stood up, while the boy was helped up by Silver. The boy's girlfriends controlled their intentions of throwing themselves at him again, just like the others, and the first ones held back the urge to kiss the boy because there were too many spectators watching them. Then his entire entourage stood before him, drawing joyful smiles. "Welcome, Issei-sama," they said in perfect synchrony. This brought a cheerful smile to Issei's face. "I'm home," he said very happily. Aline, Elsha, and Leo stood aloof, but they had small smiles upon seeing the boy's brightened expression. Silver, on the other hand, looked in surprise at how these beautiful women had a huge affection for the boy, not to mention that the other group was made up of demons and reflected the same feeling. Well, he didn't discriminate against them and was actually more concerned with how they would take the current status of their king. A quick glance at her familiar companions revealed that despite smiling at the scene, they also had that idea in mind. Then a new voice made itself heard. "It's good to see you again, Issei-san," said a certain kitsune approaching him. A beautiful blonde woman, wearing Miko clothing that accentuated her curves, with 9 golden tails trailing behind her, arrived from an outside hallway. Silver forgot his previous thoughts, and was slightly dazzled as he watched the kitsune approach them. "Yasaka-san," Issei said when he saw her. It must be said that upon hearing the name of this beautiful woman, Silver and Leo were left with frozen expressions. Elsha and Aline also opened their eyes in surprise. Then the latter seemed to realize something, as an expression of understanding and astonishment crossed her face at that moment. For her part, Yasaka raised an eyebrow, then smiled. "Ara Yafufu, will you not call me Yasaka-chan like in the past?" The kitsune laughed while holding her cheek in an elegant manner. It must be said that the 2 former captains still remained static. She then turned to the boys' companions, her gaze visibly softening. "Silver, Leo, Alino Ni-chan, Elshine, it's good to see you again," he said when he set his gaze on those mentioned. This confirmed Aline's suspicions, as Leo and Silver came out of shock as they realized the truth while Elsha stood with her mouth open in disbelief. "It can't be," Leo stammered in disbelief. "Yasaka," Silver said doubtfully. The name smiled at her in response. An image of little Yasaka flashed before the eyes of both former captains, confirming the identity of the beautiful Miko. It must be said that their expressions of astonishment were such that they both almost collapsed right there. Even Elsha didn't know how to react to this. "It seems that you have returned safely. I am glad to see you again," said another voice in the place. For most this was an unfamiliar voice, however for a certain newly arrived quintet it was not. So they opened their eyes and instinctively Silver, Leo and Spectra knelt down, being followed by Aline and Elsha instantly. The rest of those present did not understand what was happening, until an older version of Yasaka appeared accompanied by several elders. She wore a ceremonial kimono, which fit her body and enhanced her beauty. She looked a couple of years older than Yasaka. "Tamamo-sama," those who knew her said when they saw her. She smiled at the stunned expression on their faces. To the entourages present, she was someone they had never seen before, so they showed perplexed expressions when they saw the enormous respect that everyone showed her, including the boy and his companions. Which was very strange. "Mother, you shouldn't have put in the effort to come here," Yasaka said with concern. Sona and the others widened their eyes at this piece of information, as this mature woman was the mother of the ruler of Kyoto. Simply put, she was someone very important. "Nonsense, I still have plenty of strength," Tamamo argued with a wave of her hand, dismissing her daughter's comment. Then she looked at the newly arrived group, while a warm smile took over her face, although for a moment her eyes reflected a tinge of sadness when she saw the boy. Crimson Shadow, Hyoma Kishi, Ice Demon Knight, Satu Kyukin, Combat Instructor, and Shadow Knight, as well as the last ruler of the extinct Galette Kingdom. He spoke the titles granted thanks to his actions and Leo's identity. The elders present widened their eyes as they stared in stupefaction at the 5 people kneeling in front of the former Kyoto leader. After all, those were legendary titles belonging to the heroes who defended Kyoto over 700 years ago. In addition to the legendary Beast Knight Queen, who was said to have joined the hero group at the time of her disappearance due to having become engaged to the group's leader. This sounded like a fantasy, but looking closely they could see that the descriptions about them matched these people. That meant that they were the heroes of legend. Meanwhile, the girls from both groups, Hyodo and Citri, had puzzled expressions about those names, so the heiress Citri couldn't help but ask. "What does Tamamo-sama mean?" Sona asked in a respectful tone. She did so because this person reflected a dignified presence, not to mention that she was the mother of the current ruler of the yokai faction. Then Yasaka decided to intervene. "I think it would be better to call the other leaders to explain what happened, Issei-san," the kitsune suggested seriously. The boy nodded at what Yasaka said, as he needed to talk to a certain person as soon as possible. The girls had their doubts, but since the boy was back safe and sound they could wait for the answers without arguing. "For now it would be better for you to rest. You can use one of the rooms if you want to talk to each other before they arrive," the kitsune said again. "Hi, thanks Yasaka-sama," Ross Wise responded politely. Then the current and former leaders retreated with the shocked elders. The group stayed in place, before a maid arrived and guided them to a place to catch up. The group walked guided by the maid, while Ross Wise held on to her left arm. The members of the Hyodo entourage understood that she was the most worried, as she was by his side at all times while the brunette suffered in silence, not to mention that she was the only one to see him after the ritual, leaving that image of the boy engraved in her mind. The next one to try to grab onto him was Tsukiomi. But to her confusion, her hands under the boy's trench coat found nothing. This filled her with doubts, so at that moment the boy turned to look at her fixedly, making her nervous under his gaze. Then he stopped, while the rest imitated him, looking with confusion at the boy's action. It was then that she noticed a certain melancholy air in his eyes. "You won't be able to do it, at least not yet. That's why at least let me do this," he said before approaching her and lightly touching her lips. The blonde blushed at the act, but did not reject it, feeling the enormous love and affection in the gesture. The others looked at this with envy, but quickly pushed those thoughts out of their minds. The boy then continued walking with a worried Rosswise clinging to his arm. The rest followed them without understanding what was happening, although Sona sharpened her gaze at the slightly gloomy expressions of her boyfriend's companions. It didn't take long for them to reach a huge room, which had several sewn for alls next to a fairly large coffee table. "Please take a seat. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask," said the maid before bowing and leaving. Silence reigned for a few moments after everyone settled into the room, until someone broke it with a comment. "It's good to see you safe and sound, Issei-kun," the blonde Gremory said with a kind smile. "Kiba, I'm sorry I worried you," the boy said somewhat embarrassed. "HMP. Don't give me extra work at the club, the student council work is enough." It was the blonde Citri's turn. "Saji, thanks for covering for me," he said with a slight smile. "So, who are the people accompanying you?" Sona asked, adjusting her glasses. "Yes, they complete the team. Please introduce yourselves properly," the boy asked kindly. Then they stood up. "My name is Silver Fullbuster, I am a pawn," the black-haired man introduced himself, bowing with one hand on his chest. "I'm Elsha, a pleasure." It was the blonde's turn with one hand on her waist. "My name is Leon Michelli Galette de Royce, call me Leo." It was the turn of the yokai with a high-class bearing and a certain authority. "My name is Aline." It was the elf's turn in a serious tone. The rest of those present nodded. "Now I will explain to you what really happens," before the others introduced themselves, Issei said seriously, addressing the four. "We have traveled in time, specifically to the future, haven't we?" Aline said it, looking at him with great seriousness. The boy was extremely surprised by the elf's deduction, while Leo, Silver and Elsha turned to look at her in disbelief at the nonsense she said. Although seeing Issei's reaction, they really doubted that it was nonsense. You really are amazing, it is exactly as you say," the boy confirmed with a pleased smile. Then he took on an extremely serious expression. "As Aline says, the Terran space-time sent me back in time. A lot of things happened, and it took me a while to get back," the boy explained briefly. Everyone present without exception had expressions of shock at such an unprecedented revelation. This was something beyond their imagination, but seeing the seriousness of the boy and the elf, they knew they were not lying at all. "How much?" Kurumi said seriously after coming out of shock. This confused those present, as they did not know what he meant by that question. Instead, the blonde looked at her seriously for a few moments, before letting out a sigh as his body glowed slightly. At that moment, Spectre's transformation fell apart, revealing her natural appearance, including the obvious changes to it. Now his features were a little more mature, giving the appearance of a young adult, also having longer hair falling down his back past his waist, with several strands scattered over his shoulders. At first glance, his height had also increased by several centimeters, while his presence was a little more dominant. His physique was more robust as a result of his exhaustive training. 1 year, the boy replied in a slightly deeper tone of voice than they remembered. Everyone was shocked by the changes in the boy's appearance. Now they understood Kurumi's question. It had taken Issei a whole year to find a way to return home. "Also, there is something else," he said with slight uncertainty as he stood up. The gaze of those present upon him frightened him for a moment, but he shook that feeling from his mind, for there was no point in giving the matter further thought. Then with his left hand he grabbed the collar of his trench coat so that with one movement, he could remove it from his shoulders. The image under that garment froze everyone present without exception, since the place where his right limb should be was completely empty. In a nutshell, Hyodo Issei had lost his right arm. At such a sight, the girls in the Citri entourage had their mouths open and turned pale with shock. Kiba and Saji tensed with a shocked expression, while their fists clenched, cursing themselves for not being with their friend at that moment. Even Rugal opened his eyes slightly upon seeing this. The girls in the Hyodo entourage looked extremely affected. While some already had tears in their eyes, others lowered their gazes with shocked expressions. Some of them were more affected than others, like Neru, who looked down, gloomy for not having been there for her master. However, the most affected were the girls who loved Issei. Rosswise opened her mouth, but no words came out. Kuroka had stood up, tears beginning to form in her eyes as she covered her mouth, stifling a sob. Issei, Kurumi muttered in a low, affected voice. She felt a surge of feelings in her chest, feeling and understanding for the first time what it was like to experience sadness and pain. Anata, Tsukumi exclaimed as she stood up violently while looking at him in shock. Issei, why your arm where? A pale Sona stammered, unable to believe what she saw. Yukike's, who remembered a fragment of the legend told by her mother, also turned pale, as it said that the leader of the heroes received serious injuries when he defended the rulers of the kingdom from a deadly attack. His heart had taken a huge emotional hit from that. Then the brown-haired boy sighed, then smiled resignedly. Let's say it was the price for saving someone important to me, he said as he closed his eyes solemnly. But then he opened them, showing no regrets as he smiled even warmer. This was enough to wake everyone from their daze. At this, the girls in his entourage stood up and then approached him, with his girlfriends in front. Sona, Rosswise, Kuroka, Tsukumi, Kurumi and also Yukike's clung to him with tears in their eyes while the boy surrounded those he could with his only arm. The others wanted to get closer to him, but there was no room for anyone else. Seeing this, the brown-haired boy summoned one of his wings, to attract them all to him. The next to shed tears were Valerie, Neru, Griselda, Penemu, Gabriel and Lefay. They understood that their girlfriends had priority, but they still wanted to show the boy that they were also affected by what happened. Then they felt the warmth of the limb as it surrounded them, covering them with its aura and scent, showing that he understood how they felt and appreciated their concern. It was at that moment that the image of the boy being sucked into that portal came to their minds, just after taking them out of danger and being trapped in their place. Obviously, the most affected were those who were taken out of danger by him at that moment. Brielle, Griselda, Musa, Neru and Valerie specifically. The rest looked at this with affected expressions. The Citri girls looked on sadly. Leo bit his lip at this, while Aline had her eyes closed, but a gloomy aura surrounded her. Silver looked a little calmer, while Elsha looked away regretfully. The sobbing sound lasted for a while longer, before everyone managed to control themselves. Then the boy looked at them, smiling calmly and lovingly. This eased his sadness and pain a little. Don't worry, the important thing is that I'm with you again, he said warmly. They all felt the boy's affection in his words, which ended up reassuring them. Then he looked at the others present. Kiba and Saji looked affected, but they still nodded to him in understanding that he accepted the repercussions of his actions with his head held high, and they respected that. Rugal nodded with a look full of respect. Tsubaki looked at him approvingly, agreeing that being back was the most important thing right now. The girls in the Citri entourage recovered from their shock, then looked at him in admiration. Then the boy turned his gaze towards the new members of his team. Leo, Silver, Aline, Elsha, I still have a lot to tell you, so listen carefully, he declared seriously. The named ones nodded as they put all their attention on him. I already told you about the opportunity piece, but only at a basic level, so now I will tell you about its origin. As I once said, I was originally a human, so I had no knowledge about the supernatural world, the boy began to explain. The girls in his entourage made themselves comfortable on the zone for all he was occupying, with no intention of getting away from the boy. The others just watched as the boy handled the situation with his new pieces. Most could see how in his absence, the brunette had changed not only physically, but mentally, acquiring some character as a leader. Well, that was logical, since he spent a whole year in an unknown place, so he had to think carefully about his actions and grow as a person. The new members watched him attentively, listening to every word to fully understand the situation. It all started when I was killed by a fallen angel for being the bearer of a sacred gear. Then I was reincarnated by a demon of the Gremry clan, becoming a reincarnated demon, the boy spoke. This made Silver and the girls widen their eyes in shock. Long ago the demons fought a civil war, where the descendants of the Mao were expelled due to wanting to resume the war with the other factions, being named new rulers to occupy these positions. Thus Surzix Gremry, Seraph al-Sitri, Ajuka Astaroth and Falbium Galagiolabilas ascended as Surzix Lucifer, Seraph al-Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub and Falbium Asmodeus. The boy continued the explanation. Once again the quartet was surprised by this information, but they did not understand where he was going with this. Because of this war, of the 72 demonic pillars only 34 survived. Because of this the demons felt in danger, so Ajuka Beelzebub created the evil peace system to convert humans and other beings into demons and thus increase their numbers, he added again seriously. This made everything clear to them. If what he said was true, the opportunity piece was derived from this system. Several things happened, until in a fight against the descendant of the original Beelzebub I died again. But my soul was saved and I recovered my body thanks to the power of 2 powerful dragons. You already met one. As for the other, you will meet him later. He continued speaking seriously, smiling at the last part. This caused the quartet to widen their eyes in complete shock, as the elf stood up, dropping her hands onto the coffee table violently. "Dum mean?" Aline stammered as the image of a certain dragon came to his mind. Moreover, he had just realized that the aura his, king, used to protect them in the dimensional gap was the same as Great Red's. She cursed herself for not paying enough attention to it. For his part, the brown-haired boy nodded with an amused smile. The others looked at him doubtfully as if asking for an explanation, but he smiled as if to say I'll explain later, which was instantly accepted. There were many difficulties, but with several achievements I rose in demonic society to a high-class devil and obtained the right to have my own noble title, although my set of pieces is totally different as you know, he continued with the explanation. So that's why I retain my essence completely, said the elf who had sat down again after assimilating the above. That's right, my set of pieces retains the original functions of the evil piece, such as increasing life to an average of 10,000 years, increasing statistics depending on the piece used, in addition to the pawn promotion system, the boy said, remembering. Then Silver quickly stood up. Wait, did you say 10,000 years? He asked with an incredulous look. That's right, demons live an average of 10,000 years, that was integrated into the evil piece system and therefore into the opportunity piece that were given to me, he explained in confirmation. The black-haired man was quite surprised. As a human, his lifespan would not exceed 100 years. Knowing that a long life lay ahead of him affected him greatly. Elsa shared his impression on this, for she was also human. Still, they both smiled as they imagined a life where peaceful yet interesting days would be fully enjoyed. Elsa became accustomed to the idea of possibly dying young due to being the Securute, which affected her quality of life. He always had in mind that the white man would appear and they would engage in a fight to the death, so he never sought his happiness and dedicated himself to training to survive the battle. At the appointed time he defeated his destined rival, but his wounds had repercussions and cost him his life. Now he had the opportunity to live without worries and enjoy his life properly. Silver had a similar train of thought, as his research took up much of his life. At the age of 20, he left his homeland in search of knowledge and adventure, arriving in Japan 5 years later where he met Tamamo, deciding to stay after feeling the warmth of a home there. Now he had the opportunity to enjoy life and, if possible, start a family like he always wanted. The brown-haired boy noticed the feelings that both of them transmitted in their gaze, so he smiled for them. Well, since I've reached this point, we can move on. Girls, introduce yourselves to your new classmates, the boy asked. Then they stood up. My name is Tokisaki Kurumi. I am the queen, and Issei's girlfriend, a pleasure, she said in an elegant tone and with a small smile. She felt the power of the 4 limbs and was satisfied, for they were powerful. I am Rosswise, bishop, and Issei's girlfriend, the Valkyrie introduced herself. I am Valerie Teeps, Issei-san's bishop, the Dampire introduced herself. I'm Kuroka Naya, Rook, and Issei's girlfriend. It was the Nekishu's turn. It must be said that Silver's eyes widened every time one of them named herself as the boy's girlfriend. Leo smiled tensely, because she knew that Issei had someone special waiting for him, but she didn't expect it to be more than one girl. Elsa had both eyebrows raised in shock at the boy's multiple partners. Aline kept his expression serious, although a slight twitch in his eye could be noticed if you looked closely. I am Brielle, Tower of Issei. It was the undercover seraph's turn. My name is Griselda Corda. I am your horse, the exorcist introduced herself. I am Neru, Master's other horse, the former emperor said proudly. I am Hyodo Tsukyomi, pawn, and wife of Anada, Tsukyomi declared with her chest held high. This made the quartet blink, but the blonde gestured to them that he would explain later, to which they nodded doubtfully. My name is Musa, I am pawn, the group's cadre introduced himself. I am Lefei Pendragon, I am a pawn, nice to meet you. It was a respectful Lefei's turn. I am Yukike's, I am a pawn, and I will also be Issei's girlfriend, the kitsune said happily. This generated another wave of doubts among those present, but they let it pass for the moment. Then Sona stood up followed by her entourage. My name is Sona Citri, heiress of the Citri clan and Issei's girlfriend, the girl said while adjusting her glasses. This surprised Silver and the girls, as they did not expect him to have that kind of relationship with a demon. Elsha was also distrustful, as her past experiences with demons were not good. Shinra Tsubaki, queen of Sona-sama, the black-haired girl introduced herself. Hanakai Momo, Sona-sama's bishop, it was the white-haired girl's turn. My name is Kasaka Rhea, I am also bishop, the brunette with braids introduced herself in a friendly tone. I am Tsubasa Yura, I am Tower of Sona-sama, the blue-haired girl introduced herself. Lugaru, you can call me Rugal, I am a rook, the Leakin introduced himself stoically. I am Meguri Tomo, Sona-sama's horse, the reddish-brown introduced herself. My name is Benia, the second horse, a pleasure, it was the little Shinigami's turn. I am Nimura Ruruko, pawn of Sona-sama, it was the pigtailed brunette's turn. Genshuru Saji, pawn of Sona Citri-sama, it was the blonde Citri's turn. With this, the Citri clan was introduced to the newly integrated Hyodo group. Then it was the turn of the two blonde Gremri. My name is Kiba Yudo, I am horse of Rias Gremri, friend of Issei-kun, Kiba introduced himself respectfully. My no name is Gasper, Rias-sama's bishop, it was the little Dampyre's turn. That's how everyone's introductions ended. Well, I think with that everyone already knows each other, and as you have noticed, I have a relationship with Rosswise, Kurumi, Sona, Kuroka and Tsukimi, said the boy looking at Silver and the girls. They nodded, still a little surprised. Then he turned to his predecessor. Elsha, I know you are uncomfortable with the presence of demons here, but you have nothing to worry about, they are not like the demons of the past, she said in a soft tone to the blonde. She looked at him doubtfully, then looked at Sona's group with some distrust, but taking into account the words of her king. What do you mean, Issei? Sona asked with a raised eyebrow. Eris Citri had noticed that there was an underlying theme to the blonde girl's situation. She was hunted by the fallen and demons because of her power. When I found her, she was fighting a demon, but due to her injuries from successive battles without rest, she was defeated and left on the verge of death, the brown-haired man explained with deadly seriousness. This surprised those present, so they looked at her with some pity. That guy was planning to torture her before killing her, so I finished him off without thinking, he said somewhat embarrassed while scratching his cheek. This gesture made them look at him with doubt, except for a certain black-haired man who had sharpened his gaze upon hearing what he said about that demon's intentions. For the brown-haired boy it was a bit embarrassing because when he realized that he had acted, Ascalon was already centimeters away from piercing his target. Just seeing Elsha in that situation made him intervene out of inertia. So you saved her from dying, didn't you? Kiba asked seriously. The brunette left his embarrassment behind, as a somber expression took over his face. No, he only saved me from dying by torture, because due to my injuries I could not survive and I only managed to thank him for his help before he left this world, Elsha said with darkened eyes. Aline already knew this as Elsha had shared it with her, but it was still hard to imagine such a situation with her student. For his part, Silver opened his eyes at this piece of information, only for his gaze to turn icy as the temperature of the place dropped a couple of degrees. However, he quickly took a deep breath to calm himself down and not cause a scene. To him, Issei, Aline, Elsha, and especially Leo were valuable comrades, so hearing that one of them was going to be tortured made him extremely angry. That someone as energetic and cheerful as the blonde had gone through moments like that made him lose his composure for a second. Of course, this reaction did not go unnoticed by some. Issei, Aline, Leo, Rosswise, Brielle, Musa, Kuroka, Sona, Kurumi and finally Elsha were the ones who felt the almost imperceptible change in the atmosphere, Silver's aura being the source. They could all tell from her experience and skill, although in Sona's case, it was from always dealing with her older sister. The others only felt a small cold wind coming out of nowhere, which they quickly dismissed. Although Rugal and Yukike's raised their eyebrows as they felt a slight warning of danger from their animal instincts. On the other hand, Elsha couldn't help but loosen her expression to a calmer one after this little episode on the part of the black-haired man. The fact that he reacted that way brought a warm feeling to her chest. "I see, so he brought you back to life," Sona said seriously, resuming the conversation. The blonde nodded with a calmer expression. "I really appreciate this second chance. I'm glad I met you," she declared enthusiastically this time. The black-haired girl nodded with a small smile, the same one that some of those present had, and that forged a certain level of trust in the blonde as she did not notice any ulterior motives in them. "I understand you, in my case it was the same," Nera said, nodding to herself. The two blondes looked at each other, and then smiled with some amusement. Something told them that they would get along very well. Then someone knocked on the door. "Knock knock. Everything is ready, Spectra-sama," was heard from the other side of the door. "I understand, we'll go right away," he replied in Spectra Phantom's voice. He then reactivated the appearance-changing spell, then took his trench coat and placed it over his shoulders. He then looked at the rest, who stood up when they understood his intentions. "Let's go," he said as he started to head for the door. The rest followed suit. When he opened the door, a Nikomata maid was standing outside the room. She bowed to the group. "If you would be so kind as to follow me," he asked humbly. "Please guide us," the blonde replied in a kind tone. The poor girl blushed at the boy's soft expression. She and several servants saw him when he first arrived at the castle, but since he was wearing the mask, his appearance intimidated them, especially since his smile was disturbing. But now that he could see her face, he realized that she was someone extremely kind. Also handsome. Shaking off her blush, the girl began to lead them through the castle's corridors, until they came to some wooden doors that looked somewhat heavy. "This is the meeting room, where everyone is waiting for you," he said respectfully as he turned to them. "Thanks for your help," the boy thanked. The maid denied. "It's my job," he replied politely, then bowed and walked away from the group. Without further ado, the blonde opened the doors and entered. Inside the large room, there was a round table where several people were sitting around. Silver, Leo, Aline, and Elsha tensed as they felt the powerful auras of those people, but seeing their king's calm demeanor, they decided to trust him and calm down. Issei then looked at those present, who were the same ones who came to his castle at the time he agreed to be an independent support for the factions. The Mao Serzex Lucifer accompanied by his queen, Graphia Lucifuge. The Mao Seraphal Leviathan. The Mao Ajuka Beelzebub. The Mao Falbium Asmodeus. Archangel Michael accompanied by Metatron. Grigori Governor Shemhazai, accompanied by Barakwil and former Governor Azazel. The God of the North, Odin with a Valkyrie escort. The ruler of Kyoto, Yasaka, with Tamamo sitting beside her. Everyone looking at him with relieved expressions. He then walked over to an unoccupied chair between Michael and Shemhazai, so he sat down when the blonde kitsune motioned for him to do so. For his part, his title of peerage was placed behind him. Silver was slightly tense, as there were 4 demons with a level of power he had never felt before, even making Renard look ridiculous. Elsha tensed at the presence of the demons and fallen present, as their power level was extraordinary. Only if he had the boosted gear, would he have a chance to get out of this place if things got tough. Leo felt like his instincts were telling him to be careful with the red-haired man, the green-haired man and the old man, because they had powers beyond imagination. Aline looked at those present analytically, noting that they were beings of great power, possibly some high command among the factions. Sona and her entourage stood behind Seraphal, who quickly hugged her younger sister. "Sotan. Oni-chan missed you so much," the Mao exclaimed. Sona didn't refuse the hug, as she was somewhat sensitive about Issei's return and the familiar warmth calmed her. "Oni-sama," he said while returning the hug. This made Seraphal happy, but at the same time she felt something was out of place with her usual behavior. Ahem, the Crimson Satan coughed falsely. This caused Sona to separate herself from her older sister, who smiling shamelessly sat back down. "Ofufu, I'm sorry, I got carried away, the Mao apologized while lightly hitting her head and sticking out her tongue. The rest of those present smiled tensely at the Mao Leviathan's antics. Then the seriousness of the place returned again when the Crimson Mao addressed the boy. "It's good to see that you're okay, Issei-kun." Serzex was the first to speak while drawing a kind smile. At this the blonde nodded, returning the smile. It wasn't easy, but I was able to come back, he said in a calm and familiar manner. There were so many times that he found himself in front of the leaders that it was difficult to feel overwhelmed by their presence like the first times. Where did that dimensional opening send you? Mao Beelzebub asked seriously. This one had gotten straight to the point. All the leaders looked at him seriously, and somewhat anxiously waiting for the answer, so he acquired a very serious expression. Behind him, Rosswise quietly informed the new members of the group of the identities of those present at the meeting, leaving Silver, Leo, Aline and Elsha petrified. Now they understood what Chisaka meant when she mentioned the leaders, because before them were the Yandai Mao, the governor of the fallen angels, the representatives of heaven, as well as the most important Nordic god. Not to mention the leader of Kyoto, as well as the former ruler. Their respect for their king increased as they saw him sitting at the same table as them and speaking at the same level. Back to the conversation, the boy looked at each of those present, before opening his mouth. It was a space-time tear that sent me 700 years into the past, he said without hesitation. This came as a shock to the leaders present. What? They reacted by standing up. You could see the absolute shock in their expressions. Even Seraphal showed a shocked expression on her normally childish face. Is it really true, Ikuin? The Mao asked, controlling her surprised state a little. The boy nodded very seriously. That tear in space sent me to a part of the dimensional gap where time and space were deformed. When it expelled me, I arrived near a town in England called Wolfheim, the boy began to say with great seriousness. Disbelief and shock could be seen on the faces of everyone present. Although Ajuka and Azazel had a glow of excitement upon hearing this, as scientists this was something worth investigating. Knowing this, my intention was to go to the place where it all began to find a way to return. But at that moment I met Elsha and then Aline. That's why I stayed in a forest to perfect my skills for a while. The boy continued with his story. The All for Honor mention nodded at what their king said. Then the leaders sat down after having assimilated such information. Serzex looked serious. Seraphal looked at him analytically. Ajuka was paying full attention to his story with great interest. Falbium showed no signs of sleep for the first time in a long time. Michael and Metatron had solemn expressions. Azazel looked at him in admiration, while Shemhazai had both eyebrows raised and Barakwil frowned. Odin stroked his long beard thoughtfully, but listened attentively nonetheless. When I felt that I reached my goal, I resumed my journey to Kyoto. There I met Silver, Leo and little Yasaka, he said with a nostalgic smile. This part made everyone look at the All for Honor mentioned. She looked a little nervous, but nodded in confirmation. I saved her from a group that was after her life, and then I met the then ruler of Kyoto, Tamamo-sama. The boy continued speaking. The All for Honor mentioned raised her hand in confirmation of what the boy had said. I see, I guess what you're telling us is just a brief summary, right? Azazel said with a carefree smile. The blonde nodded. That's right. In fact, I was very concerned about my intervention in certain events due to the possible consequences on the original timeline, he explained with concern. This made everyone serious, as it was something that no one had taken into account until that moment. In fact, it is just as you feared, but not in a bad way, Yasaka suddenly said. This gained the attention of those present. What do you mean, Yasaka-chan? Mao Leviathan asked curiously. Issei-san's actions have changed the history of Kyoto, the kitsune said seriously. The boy showed an alarmed expression at the yokai's words. In the original line, Silver dies while saving me when you appeared, while Leo and my mother fall in battle with Adele, the blonde kitsune said seriously. Issei opened his eyes at the changes in history. The boy stammered in shock. Because of his recklessness, history had changed and now that would affect the present. Faced with this, he couldn't help but feel guilty. He then felt a pair of hands on his shoulders, so he turned around to see Silver and Leo looking at him with a small smile. A brief glance into each other's eyes was enough to erase his doubts. After all, if he hadn't intervened, they wouldn't be with him right now. So he turned back to the kitsune while smiling softly. I see, so that happened, he said more calmly. Yes, that's why I thanks Issei-san, since I can still enjoy moments with my mother, said the ruler of Kyoto bowing to him. This surprised the boy greatly. I see, however we didn't notice any change. In fact, I wonder, how is Yasaka-dano sure about that? Shemhazai asked. The named one nodded seriously. My original memories still remain, But a little before the problem with the magicians, I began to have flashes in my memory of events that never happened. But when I saw Issei-san with the new appearance he has, I knew that they were not hallucinations of mine by relating it to my memories, and the moment he disappeared I immediately knew what had happened, the kitsune explained. The rest meditated on what the ruler of Kyoto had said. I can deduce that his connection to the ley lines allowed him to notice this alteration of the original events. That is why he knew that Spectre was Issei, Sona explained with an expression of understanding. The kitsune nodded. He always maintained his identity as Spectre Phantom, but at the time when he was recovering from his wounds, I managed to sneak into the room without Leo or Aline noticing. There I was able to see him with his true appearance. Also, Ka-san revealed his true name to me when I reached a certain age, Yasaka said calmly. She asked a lot of questions about it. Although I can't blame her, the legend of the Senshin is very popular among young people, Tamamo explained this time. The other leaders silently meditated on everything they had heard. Then Azazel looked up, to look him in the eyes. How did you manage to come back? The fallen one asked. This made everyone open their eyes, because they had not noticed that detail either. The wizards used the power of the ley lines along with a magic tool in order to go back in time. We thwarted their plans, but the phenomenon occurred and I was dragged into the dimensional gap. Only a unique feature in my body saved me from dying there, the boy explained carefully. Everyone listened attentively to what he said, while Azazel and Ajuka narrowed their eyes, pondering what that unique characteristic the boy spoke of could be. Then he surrounded himself with a reddish aura, which was instantly recognized by everyone, revealing to them how he survived in that place. If it weren't for the fact that my body was made with Great Red's flesh and Ophis power would have died in a matter of minutes. To return I only had to recreate the event with the help of Tamamo-sama. I must admit that I didn't expect to meet him in that place. But it seems that he felt his power in me. Even so, he lent us his help by protecting us with his power, the blonde explained while smiling amused. This made those present open their eyes in stupefaction, because if they understood correctly, he had met a past version of Great Red in the dimensional gap, and not only that, but he had helped him return. This was something that no one would have imagined. However, the next moment they could only shrug and accept it, as it was to be expected from the most abnormal, Sekurute, in history. So everyone nodded, satisfied with the explanation. On the other hand, behind him a certain newly integrated quartet was stunned after hearing some information said by their king. And this was that his body had been made by the two dragon gods. The only one in the world you are, Issei. They thought in sync, overwhelmed by this information. Well, I guess that's all, Shimhazai said, leaving the subject closed. A more detailed report will be sent to you later, do you agree? Surzex reported. There is no problem for us, Miguel replied with a friendly smile. Issei Dano must be exhausted after the trip, it would be better to let him rest. Digozaru. It was Metatron's turn. The others agreed with these words. Then everyone showed more relaxed auras while talking to each other, as well as including the blonde in their conversations. However, a certain god did not take his eyes off the boy. By the way, brat, why do you still look like that? Odin asked, looking at him in a scrutinizing manner. This obviously attracted the attention of those present. Come on, old man, you know you have to keep up appearances, Azazel intervened in a relaxed manner. But the old man kept looking at the boy, noticing some irregularity in him that he could not decipher. That's true, I guess there's no need to stay like this, the boy said after blinking in confusion. A faint glow surrounded his body, and then it cracked, falling into pieces like a shell, leaving the boy in his real appearance. But what? Some exclaimed when they saw him without his disguise. Issei-san? Grafia said with doubt and some shock. Everyone looked at him in astonishment, because the aura he projected was no longer that of a young teenager, and his physical features had become more pronounced. Tell me, Issei, exactly how long did it take you to return? A serious Azazel asked. The brown-haired boy hesitated for a second, then looked away uncomfortably, bringing his hand to the back of his neck. 1 year. He replied in a more serious tone than they remembered. This answer caused a deep silence to reign in the room. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Then the fallen one sighed. I see, if we take into account that you got involved in our world when you were 16, which has been a year now, with this new information it is clear to me, you are a man now, Azazel declared with a small smile, which had a touch of remorse. Azazel's attempt to lighten the mood was unsuccessful, and this made the silence become somewhat suffocating for the boy. I guess so, I hadn't really thought about it, he replied, a little more uncomfortable. It was true, He had not taken her age into account during his stay in the past. Then I suggest throwing a party for Ikuin, Sarah Fall declared quite excitedly. Her bubbly attitude was enough to break the heavy silence that enveloped those present, who briefly looked at each other in silent agreement. I think it's a good idea. After all, a lot of things have happened because of us. It was Michael's turn with a kind smile and an apologetic tone. I say we go to a cabaret to celebrate. What do you say, Azazel boy? It was Odin's turn. And maybe another time, the fallen one replied while smiling nervously. This was due to the narrowed gaze of the girls of the Hyodo group, which conveyed enormous pressure at the old man's suggestion. So the comments about a celebration were increasing, but the boy had other plans. Excuse me, but I think I'll have to decline for now, he said loudly so they could hear him. This made everyone fall silent. Is there a reason, boy? Barakweel asked with slight suspicion. The brown-haired boy nodded seriously. I've been away from home for a long time, so I'm planning a dinner with my parents, if possible tonight, he declared with a trace of longing in his honey orbs. This answer was enough for them to understand his reasons and accept them. By the way, Sensei, I need your help with something, he said, this time addressing the fallen. He raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms at the request, especially given the boy's seriousness. It would definitely take her some time to get used to the feeling he conveyed when he spoke and expressed himself, as his maturity was obvious just by seeing or hearing him. You tell me, Azazel replied, showing interest as he stroked his chin. The brunette then held his right shoulder on his trench coat, causing his group, the Citri entourage as well as Yasaka and Tamamo, to have different expressions. Some looked away, others lowered their gaze, and the last one showed a certain guilt. This intrigued the fallen, who looked carefully at the boy. Something about his attitude was familiar, but he didn't know what. It was as if I had lost something, or rather, I had given something up for an important reason. That feeling was the same as the one he felt when he fought Kateria Leviathan. A feeling of loss that was worth it. I'll just say that you are a bad influence, Issei said with a slightly biting tone. The comment and his smile of acceptance only confirmed it. Azazel held his left forearm, remembering an action from the past when the peace between the biblical factions was signed. His gaze turned dark for a moment, before he relaxed and crossed his arms with an expression more typical of him. Like you, I have no regrets, the boy declared calmly. I see, Azazel muttered as he looked up at the ceiling. For their part, the rest felt lost by the exchange of words between the two, but they still remained silent, waiting for something that would tell them what they were talking about. Then Azazel walked to the table, where he placed his palm and a magic circle was formed. Several colored orbs emerged from it, creating great curiosity among those present since they did not know what they were. The creation of these was completed last week. I suppose I can modify one for you to use today, the fallen one explained while showing him the orbs. Really? The boy asked, surprised. The former governor nodded with a confident smile. Given the direction of the conversation, everyone present showed expressions of confusion, except for a few people. These became the Hyodo group, with the exception of Silver, Leo, Elsha and Aline. Also Sona Citri and her entourage as well as Kiba and Gasper knew what the conversation was about. Those are artificial, sacred gear, aren't they, Azazel? Surzex asked as he approached the pair. That's right, Issei asked me for some for the members of his peerage, although I admit that I added one more, he said while looking proud. Then he took one and showed it to the boy. Since you can't use Ascalon when you're Spectre Phantom, I thought I'd give you something similar, he said as the orb in his hand glowed. At that moment, a huge black sword with blue details on the blade appeared in his hand, as well as something that appeared to be a revolver barrel near the hilt, where a trigger could be seen. This sword is lighter than it looks, and it is also a weapon that can be used as an energy cannon, he explained briefly. That's something you don't see every day, Saji muttered to himself. The energy buildup is adjustable with the barrel, in addition to having a great level of precision at long distance, and its edge is respectable at a good level and is in fact its strong point. I thought of several names, but I decided to leave the task to you, the fallen one finished saying. Most smiled tensely as they recalled how terrible Azazel was at naming sacred gear. I see, I appreciate that you bothered, but as for carrying a weapon, that has already been solved, the brown-haired man responded, confusing those present. Then a flash on his back caught everyone's attention, as a sheathed sword had materialized within it. Issei then brought his hand to the hilt, and the moment he held it, the sword guard unfolded, revealing a semicircle and a silver wing, while the red jewel glowed faintly. Everyone felt a slight draft of wind as Issei pulled the blade from its sheath. This is Arifil, a Mahukan, magic sword, with Dragon Slayer properties, he explained while showing them the blade of the sword after unsheathing it. His entourage and the Citri group were surprised to see the brown-haired boy's new weapon. I see, I guess I can discard this sword and configure it from scratch, Azazel commented with a slightly affected tone. The brown-haired boy smiled a little uncomfortably as he put Arifil back into his sheath. That will be a pity, I can see that it is a formidable weapon, Issei commented as he directed his gaze to the sword in Azazel's hands. Yes, it was originally an abandoned project that I recently took up again, adding new ideas, the fallen man replied as he closed his eyes and shrugged. In a flash, the sword disappeared, leaving a transparent orb in Azazel's hands. Its original form was a sword created from a fragment of Excalibur, which lost its power sometime after I obtained it, Azazel declared as he opened his eyes. He then stared at the orb, as a holographic keyboard-like interface appeared from it. A fragment of Excalibur? Kiba asked, interested as he approached Issei and Azazel. That's right, Kiba. It was an original fragment but with less power than the other 7, that's why I focused on giving it more cutting power to compensate for its low sacred energy. But it was extinguished before completing the project, Azazel explained while typing on the holographic keyboard. The rest were shocked by this revelation. That means we didn't recover all the fragments, Michael said to himself, surprised. My contacts were able to recover it. My goal was to create something to combat Excalibur itself. But I did not achieve my goal, even so its cutting power is powerful anyway. That does not matter now, he declared before stopping typing. Then a beam of light emerged from the orb and ran along Azazel's left arm, as if it were some kind of scanner. When the phenomenon ended, Azazel typed again and then stopped completely. The holographic keyboard disappeared and the fallen turned to Issei. It's done, for now this will be enough so you don't have any problems, he said while handing her the article. Thanks sensei, I knew you could do it, the boy thanked with a relieved smile. Then he took off his trench coat, revealing his current condition. Azazel maintained a calm expression at the boy's appearance. For their part, the other leaders had their eyes wide open as they saw the serious wound the brown-haired boy had received in their absence. Issei-kun. I-kun. Issei-kun. Brat. The leaders exclaimed when they managed to assimilate what their eyes were showing them. The brown-haired boy looked at them with a small, embarrassed smile, before returning his gaze to the orb in the fallen's hand, then taking it in his own hand. Close your eyes and try to make a connection to activate it, were Azazel's instructions. Issei did as the fallen one said until a glow emerged from it, then disappeared from the boy's hand. Flush. Then a light emerged from his missing limb, where a formation of energy began to emerge, stretching out as it twisted and slowly took shape. In seconds the phenomenon ended, showing how the brown-haired man had his right arm back. Issei. Nichan. Silver, Leo, Aline and Elsha exclaimed as they watched their leader recover his lost limb. This reaction woke Surzex and the other leaders from their surprise. How do you feel? Azazel asked seriously. The boy stared at his new limb, clenching and unclenching his fingers as he got used to the sensation. Then he clenched his fist tightly and smiled. It's perfect, he replied in a lighter tone. His entourage and the Citri breathed a sigh of relief for their friend and king. That's good to hear. Now I'd like to know how it happened, the fallen one explained after smiling, then acquiring a serious expression. We want to know too, Shemhazai said seriously as he approached the boy. The other leaders did too. The brown-haired boy let out a light sigh with a guilty air, then became serious and faced them. Well, I received this wound when the enemy immobilized us all with chains that sealed our power, so he attacked a defenseless Tamamo-sama and Yasaka-san, so I had to make a decision since I had a better chance of breaking free. But I had to pay a price, the boy briefly explained. The short story created a deep silence among everyone present, which filled the room with tension. If I understand correctly, you gave up your arm of your own free will to save Tamamo-sama and Yasaka Dano, right? Ajuka said seriously. That's right, I used Arifil at that time for that. Unfortunately my arm was lost due to certain circumstances and that's why they couldn't put it back on me, the brown-haired boy finished saying. The leaders looked at each other, while serious expressions could be seen on their faces. Everyone showed enormous respect and admiration for the boy's decision, with Surzex and Grafia, as well as Sona and Tsubaki being the most affected by it, as he had made a similar sacrifice in the rematch against Riser in order to free Rias from the commitment. Tamamo and Yasaka's gazes conveyed enormous gratitude with a hint of guilty responsibility. But now that doesn't matter. Thanks to Azazel-sensei, I can have a normal life, he said in a more relaxed tone as he looked at his new arm. He brought his fist in front of his face to slowly undo it. However, when his palm was open, the boy raised an eyebrow. He muttered in confusion. Is something wrong, Issei-kun? Surzex asked upon seeing the boy's gesture. It's strange, I feel like part of my energy is flowing towards this arm without me wanting it, the boy commented seriously. Then his hand spasmed slightly, as a flash of light shot through it. This caused several reactions. The nearby leaders quickly crouched down. Sarah Fall took down her sister's entourage members immediately. Brielle, Musa and Kurumi grabbed their companions, forcing them to crouch down. Silver pulled a surprised Elsha, who was slow to react. Aline did the same with Leo. Kiba knocked down Gasper. Issei leaned back, arching his back to the limit. Slash. The sound of being cut was heard in the room. Several of those present had sweat on their faces, as did the brown-haired boy, who had a blue face from fear. The silence grew heavy as everyone watched the boy's right arm become surrounded by holy aura. I think you'll need this, Azazel said as he approached with a nervous smile when he got over the shock. The fallen one then placed a bracelet on the boy's right arm, causing the energy buildup to disappear. What the hell was that? Sona exclaimed as she stood up. This brought everyone present out of their daze, and they looked at the fallen one for an explanation. It seems that by resetting the sacred gear to its blank state, it retained the specifications of the unfinished project. In short, despite looking like a normal arm, it has the ability to cut through anything it touches from the Excalibur fragment, Azazel explained while scratching the back of his neck with a nervous smile. Gee. Everyone looked at him blankly. Your looks hurt, guys, said an uncomfortable Azazel. The comment only caused the stares to become more intense. Coming out of his stupor, the brunette looked closely at his right hand, testing its mobility again. That's enough for me. For now I just want to go home, he said tiredly while looking at those present. He had recognized the bracelet as the same one used that time with Gasper, and which helped him temporarily enter Balance Breaker against Valley. Those present, for their part, sighed at Issei's words, then nodded. We understand, then we will visit you in a week so you can give us more details about your trip. Is that okay with you, Issei-kun? Michael said in his usual friendly tone. For his part, the brown-haired boy nodded, then looked at his group and the Citri, as well as Kiba and Gasper. It's time to go, he said as he stood in the middle of his group. He then summoned a teleportation circle, which shone brightly before everyone disappeared. The only ones there were the leaders. I must say that this time it exceeded my expectations, was Azazel's comment while massaging his neck. That's true, the current Securite is an abnormality in itself. It was Ajuka Beelzebub's turn. Any way to put it into words? Sarah Fall asked curiously. The rest thought about it for a moment, before Odin smiled. He has proven to be a great anomaly, or rather a unique singularity. In fact, we could consider him a first-class singularity, commented the old man from the north. First-class singularity, Surzex said with a small wry smile. The Alpine Dragon is already behind us, now the Domination Dragon has resurfaced. It was the comment of a sleepy Falbium. The rest nodded, ignoring the Mao's yawn. Dragon of Domination. No, it's more like the Dragon of Blazing Hope, Sarah Fall declared enthusiastically. The first-class singularity, the Dragon of Brilliant Dreams, Hyodo Issei sounds better, Shemhazai said with a small smile. Sarah Fall pouted since that way it sounded more impressive than the title she chose. The rest smiled at what those two were doing. Flush. Then the sound of something sliding caught their attention. Don't you think you just gave Issei-kun something too dangerous? Surzex inquired as he saw how the top of the room had slid off, revealing a clean cut. If he was not mistaken, Yasaka Castle had probably been divided into two. Coincidence or not, they were the only ones within range of the attack, which was the third floor, so there were no casualties, although this would surely cause a stir among the castle's inhabitants. This was outside of my plans, but I still think it will be interesting to see how Issei handles it. After all, he has always exceeded our expectations, Azazel replied with an enigmatic smile. The rest simply sighed in resignation at those words. After all, what the Fallen One said was true. Well, I guess we'll meet again in a week at Issei-kun Castle, Surzex said as he summoned a teleportation circle. The other leaders imitated him. Thus, with a wave of goodbye, all the leaders returned to their duties, leaving only Tamamo and Yasaka in place. They both remained silent for a few moments, until one of them broke it. Azazel escaped. I'll have to pass on the bill for property damage repairs for his carelessness next time, Yasaka said, pinching the bridge of her nose. To think that the great hero of antiquity would return to save Kyoto. In addition to falling in love with the next leader of the yokai faction, I feel like he is owed more and more, Tamamo commented out of nowhere, changing the topic of conversation. That's true, however I feel calm that he will be the one taking care of Kunu from now on, Yasaka said, acquiring a serious and solemn expression. By the way, Silver looks just as handsome as I remember him, and I always considered him like a son, Tamamo said with a foxy smile. Yes, he is very handsome, Kasan, exclaimed an embarrassed Yasaka when she realized what she was going to say. I'm glad you're still acting that way. Daughter, find your happiness. I know Silver will take good care of you, so go get him, Tamamo said with seriousness in her voice. Yasaka had been left with a strong impression of the black-haired man when he cornered Adele during that battle, and the memories of the timeline where he gave his life for hers still persisted. Seeing him again stirred her heart, provoking confusing feelings that she was able to hide in all this time of having him in front of her. Tamamo obviously noticed this, so she encouraged her to give Silver a chance. The Kyoto leader lowered her gaze slightly at those words. But Kasan, what if he doesn't find me attractive? She muttered with her ears drooping. Tamamo smiled at her daughter's shy and depressed side. I'm sure you can do it. You're blonde and you have good weapons to fight the competition. That said, if the battle for her heart goes on too long, they could call a truce, Tamamo commented with a hand on her chin thoughtfully. This comment made the kitsune blink in doubt. What do you mean, Ka-san? She asked, confused. Tamamo looked at her with a raised eyebrow at the question. Didn't you notice? Elsha-chan is interested in Silver, he replied as if it were obvious. She had noticed the subtle glances the blonde gave her partner in the past. For her part, Yasaka was left with a blank expression, before blinking a few times as she came out of her stupor. So Elshine set her sights on Silver, huh? She said in a neutral tone. She then stood up with her fist raised to her chest, a flame of determination burning in her eyes. I won't lose, Silver-kun will be mine, Yufufu, she declared with elegant and slightly evil laughs. Tamamo just smiled tightly. Perhaps I had forced the issue too much. Well, it's not my problem anymore, he thought while shrugging. Underworld, Dragon Castle. Issei's group, Sidri's group, and the two Gremry servants were at the entrance of Issei house. It must be said that those who did not know the castle were amazed by the building. Is this your house? A surprised Saji asked. Yes, it was built by Surzek-sama, Sarah-sama, Venelana-sama and Zyataka-sama as a gift for my promotion, the boy replied, scratching the back of his neck with some discomfort. Just, who the hell are you, Issei? Silver said in an irritated tone. The boy just smiled at her tightly. Without further ado, he entered the gardens followed by the others. The rest admired their surroundings, then Silver stopped as he looked around with a panicked expression on his face. Is something wrong, Silver? Leo asked when he saw him react that way. No, it's nothing, I just felt like something was unleashed somewhere and I'm its target, he said with a slight chill. Leo looked at him with a raised eyebrow before shaking his head and following the rest. Unnoticed by everyone, Elsha had looked up with half-closed eyes. Why do I feel like they want to take something from me? She asked herself mentally. After all, she had no possessions beyond her current clothes. When the group reached the door, the brown-haired boy rang the doorbell of his home. Grr. Several of those present were startled by the roar. I apologize, my sister was responsible for that bell, Sona said as she bowed in embarrassment. This made almost everyone outside of the Hyodo group have a cold shoulder. Then the doors opened, revealing a certain red-haired maid, who opened her eyes upon seeing her master safe and sound. Issei-sama, she exclaimed as she rushed over and hugged him. Issei was taken by surprise, but quickly got over it and reciprocated the gesture. I'm back, Maya, I'm sorry for worrying you, he said softly while rubbing the maid's back. When he had assimilated the return of his master, he realized his position and quickly separated from him. I'm sorry for my outburst, but I'm glad you're back, she said as she separated from him with an embarrassed expression. Then she bowed to the others, regaining her serious expression. My name is Maya, I am Hyodo Issei-sama's maid, she introduced herself respectfully. A pleasure, they responded, returning the gesture. Come on, there are things to do for dinner tonight, Issei said as he entered the castle. The rest followed. It didn't take long for them to reach the main room, where the brown-haired boy met a certain acquaintance. I knew you would come back, the person said with a confident smile. The brunette smiled at the sight, while Elsha tensed in place. Human World, Kuo Academy, Occult Club. Rias and Akeno had gathered with the other members of the Occult Club to catch up on the number of contracts they had made this month. Yuto and Gasper are missing, was Rias' observation upon noticing the absence of the two males. Hey, I haven't seen them since the end of classes, was Irina's comment. This created some uncertainty in them. The red-haired girl closed her eyes trying to locate them with the evil piece, but she couldn't do it. It's strange, I can't locate them, the heiress said with concern. I can't feel Sona nearby either, Akeno said this time. This made the others realize this fact. That's right, I don't feel the student council members, Revel said seriously. They are carrying out a mission entrusted by Serafal, Kiba and Gasper joined them at Surzek's request, was what Azazel said as he entered through the door. This reassured those present. Azazel, Rias said upon seeing him. I just came to inform you, it's a favor Surzek's asked of me, the fallen one said as he sat at the desk. This annoyed Rias. What was so important that you required the help of my servants? The redhead asked, slightly annoyed. This made the former governor smile with amusement. Sona must have told you about the incident with Spectra Phantom. Well, he was located and a group was sent to receive him, Azazel replied without erasing his smile. In reality he only came out of curiosity, but seeing the situation of the Gremry men he intervened promptly. I see, I guess I'll interrogate Hyodo and Gasper later, Rias said a little more relaxed. That was all, so my mission accomplished, I'm leaving, he said, standing up and heading for the exit. Wait, I want to ask you a question, Rias said suddenly. This stopped the fallen, who already had an idea of what the redhead would ask him. What do you want to know, Rias? Azazel asked with a raised eyebrow. The redhead hesitated for a second, before acquiring a determined expression. Have you heard from Issei? Rias asked, looking seriously at the fallen. Azazel smiled enigmatically before continuing on his way. He raised a hand in farewell as he walked toward the exit of the room. No more than you and I were supposed to live with him, she answered as she crossed the door. The hall fell into a deep silence after Azazel's response, while an atmosphere of pessimism became evident in the place. Asia already had slight tears in her eyes, while the others looked at the ground with dejected expressions. Calm down, I know that once we talk to him everything will be solved, Rias said trying to lift spirits. It's true, Issei-kun is incapable of hating someone, it was Irina's turn. These comments lifted the girl's morale. Rias felt calmer seeing this, but still couldn't get rid of a bad feeling from the back of her mind, and that sooner than she thought they would meet the boy. But such a meeting would be beyond his expectations. Underworld, Dragon Castle. Issei faced the young man who spoke to him, this one being a silver-haired boy. Valley, I see you're still here, he commented with a small smile. If I wanted to find out when you were coming back, what better source of information than this site? Valley replied with a smug smile. He scanned his destined rival with his gaze, instantly noticing the changes and looking pleased with them. Especially because of the change in Issei's aura. For his part, he looked at him for a few moments, then looked at Maya. He, the brown-haired boy, said with a pretentious and mischievous smile. This obviously upset the silver-haired boy. Why that face? Valley asked sullenly. Nothing, now if you'll excuse me, there are things I have to do, he said as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Valley said, standing up and leaving his teacup on the coffee table. He had been sitting on one of the Sohn for alls drinking some tea, accompanied by Arthur and Biko. The members of Team Valley remained silent, already knowing what their leader wanted. Although it could be seen that both were slightly surprised by the changes in the brunette's appearance. Show me how much you've improved, said the silver-haired man with great seriousness. The brown-haired boy looked at him neutrally for a few seconds, then let out a big sigh. It was at that moment that the atmosphere became heavy, making the new members of the Hyodo group nervous. They could feel the aura of both of them clashing slightly. Okay, if that's what you want I don't see any problem, the brunette replied with a small smile. This surprised the Hyodo and Citri groups, as they were not expecting that response. Or at least not accompanied by that smile, because they could clearly feel the hunger for battle contained in that gesture. To his dismay, Valley reciprocated the gesture. Without further ado, both bearers of the celestial dragons disappeared down one of the corridors. The rest looked at each other for a few seconds and then followed the duo. It was within minutes that everyone arrived at a room built exclusively for extreme training by Ajuka and Azazel. Here they could unleash their full power without alerting the underworld. This was designed so that the brown-haired boy could train using his DXD mode. The room was extremely huge and had a device that recreated scenarios, which was why they were currently in a desert plain, while both rivals were standing in front of each other. "What's wrong, Elsha?" Silver asked, noticing the blonde's worried expression. "I have a bad feeling," was his quick response. The black-haired man showed no change in his serious expression as he looked back at his king and the silver-haired subject. But he still took the blonde's words into account and remained alert for anything. The wind blew, raising dust and increasing tension. "This will be interesting," Biko commented while enjoying a bag of chips. Arthur just sighed at his partner's behavior. "I wonder how strong Issei has become," Rosswise muttered with a hand on her chin. "I'm sure he'll surprise us as always," Sona commented while cleaning her glasses. The others agreed and commented among themselves how the meeting could develop. This behavior surprised Elsha, Aline, Leo and Silver, as they did not seem worried at all. Even the men showed interest in the duel. "It's time to begin," Valley said as he summoned his sacred gear. Elsha gasped and froze as she watched the silver-haired man rise into the air thanks to the wings of the divine dividing. "Hakuryuko," he muttered with his body trembling. At this moment he wished he could count on Drake to be able to defend his king from the dangerous opponent he would face. For her part, Aline opened her eyes upon hearing what her student had said and became worried. Leo and Silver were surprised to meet the Hakuryuko of this generation. They were thankful that Red was somewhere else, or else a fight to the death would break out. For his part, the brown-haired boy summoned his gauntlet, while a pair of black wings came out and lifted him into the air alongside Valley. "Interesting, it seems you managed to create a subspecies," the silver-haired man commented upon seeing the new form of the boosted gear. "I had to develop new skills for my alter ego. I'll show them to you right now," he declared while raising his left arm. "Then come," Valley replied instantly. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. In a flash, Valley was covered by the armor of his Balance Breaker. Balance Breaker Divine Dividing Scale Male. The brown-haired boy simply exhaled as he looked at his opponent. Downfall Dragon Balance Breaker. A violet flash emerged from the jewel on his gauntlet. Seconds later, a black armor covered him completely. Shadow Knight of Downfall Dragon. Valley was shocked at what he was witnessing, and he was not the only one. With the spectators, they admired the new form of Issei's armor. "It seems our efforts were worth it," Sona said, satisfied upon seeing her boyfriend's new power. "Yes, now we will see how he has progressed with the other skills," Rosswise said this time. These comments caught the attention of the Citri entourage, as well as the Gremry males. "What do you mean, Sona-san?" Kiba asked doubtfully. The black-haired girl smiled at the blonde's question. "Issei can't use his power when he is Spectra Phantom or his identity would be revealed. That's why he developed an alternate form of his sacred gear," Kurumi answered with a calm look. "I see," a surprised Kiba muttered. Saji was impressed and wondered if he could do the same in the future. "The sacred gear evolved thanks to the wishes and will of its bearer. With proper training you will be able to do it, my other half," he heard Vitra say. "I understand. It certainly sounds interesting," the blonde Citri replied, feeling a great excitement to test himself. It was then that a loud noise and a draft alerted them that the meeting had already begun. They could see how the black armor separated from the white armor as he fired reddish lasers from his index fingers at his opponent. "Wow, I don't feel that different from when I still had my right arm," he thought as he saw how he could use his attack without difficulty with his new limb. For his part, Valley remained calm as defensive circles intercepted the attacks, although cracks began to form in them due to the impacts. "That looks interesting," he murmured as he extended his palm forward. A magic circle was formed instantly. A torrent of golden magic erupted from it, sweeping away the scarlet lasers. Seeing this, and how his attack was easily erased, the black armor crossed his arms defensively as he had no time to get out of the way of Valley's attack. Boom! An explosion shook the place as Issei was covered in a cloud of smoke. But then, from within the cloud of smoke that formed, a huge blue fireball could be seen that, as fast as a meteor, hit a surprised Valley who was slow to react and imitated the brown-haired boy's action by crossing his arms defensively. Boom! A new cloud of smoke rose into the air as Valley was hit by the fiery attack. The spectators kept watching the development of the fight in silence, while a certain quartet seemed nervous in various aspects, especially a blonde girl. "Nichan," he murmured with concern. A gust of wind cleared the smoke, revealing both opponents unharmed. "I was hoping to at least make you nervous, but you haven't even used your ability on me," the brunette commented under his helmet. The silver-haired man simply shrugged his shoulders and crossed his arms. "If you don't use your true power, then I have no obligation to either," he replied indifferently. This comment confused the newly formed quartet, for despite everything they could feel the power of their king. And it wasn't something to be ignored. On the other hand, Elsha was a little more nervous when taking into account what Hakuryuko had said, because as she said, she had not yet used her special ability. Everyone watched as the black armor inhaled, then exhaled deeply. "I guess you have the right," Issei commented in an amused tone. Then his armor disappeared, leaving him suspended in the air thanks to his dragon wings. This opened silver in the girls' eyes, and they thought it was suicide to give up the armor's defensive power and ability enhancement. "Looks like they're going to get serious," Kiba said seriously. The rest nodded in agreement, though the girls from the group Hyodo and Sona felt disappointed that they couldn't see the abilities they helped him create for his alter ego. However, they knew that an enemy like Valley would not be affected by these, so they understood the brown-haired man's course of action. On the other hand, this action confused the new members of the Hyodo group, so they looked at their king, waiting to see what he was planning. "I was going to show you my new tricks, but I think the classic one goes better with us, don't you think?" said the brown-haired boy with a sly smile. Beneath his helmet, Valley smiled with excitement. Then Issei's expression changed to a more serious one, while his gaze became sharp. "Well, it's time," he said calmly as he raised his left arm to the sky. The jewel glowed brightly, changing color from violet to emerald green as cracks appeared on his gauntlet as his aura grew. Crack! Then the pieces flew off, revealing red metallic scales. This vision provoked various reactions among the newly integrated members. Silver had an expression of total disbelief. Aline had his mouth open looking at the brown-haired man's gauntlet, recognizing the sacred gear. Leo's eyes widened as he went into shock. But the one who reacted in the most extreme way was Elsha, who gasped as she lost color in her face and swayed a little in her place, unable to believe what she was seeing. "Boosted gear," he muttered, feeling his mouth go dry instantly. It took only a few seconds for her to process the image in front of her, arriving at another realization. The red and white dragon were going to fight. She immediately turned to the boys' girlfriends. "What the hell are they doing? We have to stop them," he exclaimed, his heart beating 1,000 times. They looked at her curiously at her outburst, managing to infuriate her further. "If they fight, they won't stop until one of them dies," he exclaimed, preparing to intervene. This was enough to bring the other three out of their daze, who upon noticing the blonde's intentions prepared to support her. But it was at that moment that neither of them could move thanks to an enormous pressure of energy that suddenly arose and paralyzed them instantly. "What?" they said, stunned. Their heads turned with difficulty, unable to focus on the source of such power. "Keep quiet and just watch what the current Sekiryute can do," was the order of Kurumi, who was surrounded by some aura. The words spoken in a serious manner, along with that crushing aura, made them tremble in their spots. "And that's why she's the queen of the group," Naya, Kuroka said with amusement upon seeing this scene. "Relax, Issei is not in danger," Rosswise said kindly. "You should believe in Issei a little more, although I don't blame you for doubting. You don't know the true extent of his power, nor his relationship with the current Hakuryuko," Sona said while cleaning her glasses with a handkerchief. The wind currents raised a lot of dust. "They are both the most abnormal celestial dragons in history," was Biko's comment as he opened a new bag of chips. The quartet was surprised that none of those present were affected by the aura of the queen of the Hyodo group, so they deduced that only they were the target of such pressure. Kurumi relaxed her aura little by little, while her serious face took on a kinder expression. "I understand your concern. After all, you don't know Issei's great achievements. I can only tell you to trust him. After all, he is the most powerful Sekiryute in history," was Kurumi's comment. This surprised the quartet, wondering if what the queen said was true, so they resigned themselves to watching and hoping that those words were true. Back at the heights, Issei had sensed some commotion among his group. He couldn't help but smile as he knew what it was due to, although he would have to apologize to Elsha as she was possibly the most affected. "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker." A flash emerged from the jewel on his gauntlet, and then red armor covered his body. Balance breaker boosted gear scale male. I guess it's time to get serious, he declared as he rushed towards his opponent. Valley smiled again under his helmet, as several magic circles appeared in front of him. From these arose several simultaneous attacks against the Sekiryute. The brunette dodged them with fluid movements without deviating his direction, causing Valley to uncross his arms. Pram. When both opponents collided their fists, a great impact was generated that caused a powerful current of wind. Both heavenly dragons were surrounded by a powerful aura. Green for Issei and blue for Valley. Then they both turned into rays of light as they began to collide again and again at an enormous speed. Boost, 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 boost. Divide, 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 divide. Issei doubled his power while Valley divided it, taking half for himself. A new clash of powers arose when both attacked with blasts of pure energy, which created a shockwave that shook the place. Then the breastplate of the red armor opened, revealing a hidden cannon. Among the spectators, Elsha writhed as she watched the clash between the two heavenly dragons, but the Sekiryute's final move made her open her eyes in shock. How? The girl gasped when she saw the cannon. What's wrong, Elsha? Is something wrong? Aline asked seriously and with concern. I shouldn't be able to use that power unless I enter Juggernaut Drive, the blonde said to herself. Although he did it loudly and therefore everyone could hear it. Indeed it is like that, but now you can use it without entering that mode, Kurumi clarified without stopping watching the match. The new members nodded at her words, but only Elsha and Aline understood what the Queen meant as they knew the Sekiryute's abilities perfectly. Back to the fight. Issei charged all the energy he could, even knowing that Valley would not be affected. In response, a silver glow surrounded Valley. Then Issei fired. Longinus Smasher. A powerful beam of energy erupted from the cannon on his chest towards his opponent. Valley just stood there motionless as the powerful attack came closer and closer to him. Then his wings lit up briefly. Divide. Albion's voice echoed through the place. In response, the attack was significantly reduced, no longer looking as threatening as it had at first. Divide, 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 divide. Albion's voice echoed again several times, while the powerful beam lost power, until it reached Valley and bounced off his armor without causing any damage. It's useless, Hakuryuko said in a relaxed tone. The Sekiryute shrugged at his rival's comment. Maybe, but I doubt you'll stay still if I charge a new attack again, the boy replied as the cannon on his chest hit again. The spectators just watched silently, with the older group remaining calm as they watched the previous attack prove to be ineffective. This is bad, Elsha muttered. She knew how powerful the Longinus Smasher was. That the Hakuryuko managed to divide it to that extent showed that he was someone with extraordinary mastery of his sacred gear. Aline and Leo agreed with his comment. For his part, Silver narrowed his eyes at the white dragon, noticing something. Valley may sound calm, but absorbing that much energy, Musa said with an analytical look. That was exactly what the black-haired man had noticed. That attack contained a huge amount of energy. Absorbing it more than once was too risky. Back in the fight, Valley had hidden his surprise, as he didn't expect that attack to have that enormous amount of power. We are at 75% of our capacity. They certainly didn't waste any time, although so much improvement in just 2 weeks intrigues me. Albion said with a trace of doubt and uncertainty in his voice. I agree, that level of mastery is far superior to what he had the last time I saw him, Valley commented, nodding. Without further ado, their wings understood each other, alarming Issei, who recognized the attack. Half dimension. The atmosphere suddenly changed, as invisible waves emerged from Valley's wings. Even the spectators felt it, as Musa and Brielle had created barriers to protect themselves from the wind currents and plane dust that the clashes of both dragons caused. Damn, I didn't expect him to use it so soon, the brown-haired boy thought, creating an energy barrier. Unfortunately, this was constantly being reduced, and so I needed to constantly supply energy while I thought about a good counterattack. In the midst of his thoughts, an idea began to take shape. Drake, do you think I can do the same as Valley? He asked the dragon. You're crazy, partner, that's a bad idea. However, in theory you should achieve the effect you want, taking into account that I'm the opposite of Albion. I still think it's a bad idea. A worried Drake replied after reading his bearer's thoughts. Well, we've always achieved the impossible, so I'll take the risk and pray to the Mao that it works. was the boy's comment as he concentrated. Drage shook his head at his wielder's resolve, but couldn't help but agree with him, so he also prepared himself in case things didn't go according to plan. Then he raised his left arm forward while holding his wrist with his right hand. With this move, the jewel of the boosted gear was exposed. Boost, 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 boost. Come on, I know I can do it, he thought with all the optimism he could muster. The jewel then shone, as a ripple emerged from it in a manner similar to Valley's. Before the astonished gaze of everyone present, the space between Issei and Valley deformed when both waves collided. Crack. Then the space cracked as if it were glass, increasing everyone's surprised state. But the most surprised was undoubtedly Valley. What? He managed to say. That's when it happened. Zoom. Boom. The affected area was compressed, before exploding violently. Valley and Issei were sent flying when the explosion hit them squarely. Even the spectators crouched reflexively before the powerful explosion, as their protective barriers suffered several fractures despite the fact that it happened in midair. When they managed to recover, they looked up in time to see the space reform again. Both armors regained control after being thrown off dramatically, spreading their wings to stop in the air. As a result, they were now a huge distance from each other. Albion, that was, Valley said in his mind. He somehow reproduced the half dimension, but with the opposite effect to counter our attack. The white dragon replied. Valley smiled ecstatically beneath his helmet at Albion's confirmation. Hyodo Issei, you really are the rival I was waiting for, he thought while being surrounded by his aura. On the other hand, Issei shook his head as he recovered, then looked towards where his rival was, but not before making sure that the spectators were okay. Luckily, they only looked a little dazed. That was dangerous. I didn't think the reaction to the clash of skills would be so violent, the brown-haired boy thought. True, but look on the bright side, you now have another move in your arsenal, partner, though it's strange that no other wielder has thought of doing the same thing as you in the past. A pleased Drake declared. The brown-haired boy sharpened his gaze when he saw the Hakuryuko surrounded by aura. You're right, it still seems like Valley got over his surprise. I'll think of a suitable name for this new attack later. Now let's go, Drake, he exclaimed as he expelled his own aura and charged towards his opponent. Spectators watched as two blue and green beams collided once more, before flying through the air side by side in a close fight. The brown-haired girl's girlfriends, the Citri group, the Gremory boys, and Team Valley remained calm, analyzing the fight and watching the progress in mastering their sacred gear. That was strange, something like that had never happened before, Kiba commented with a hand on his chin. It seems that Issei-sama replicated Valley-sama's half-dimension, but with the opposite effect. It was Luffei's deduction. Everyone's eyes widened as they realized that what the blonde had said made sense. That explains why space was deformed in that way. The increase against the decrease created an unstable space that imploded. Incredible, Naya, Kuroka explained in admiration. Still, having thought of such a move, Issei certainly achieves impossible things when he sets his mind to it, Sona declared, adjusting her glasses, while a small smile was visible to everyone. Meh, I'm already used to the fact that anything can happen when one of them is nearby, Biko said this time as he skillfully spun his staff, then placed it on his shoulder. Arthur let out a small snort as he suppressed a smile, for his companion's comment was true. Travels with Valley took them to strange places with strange occurrences. But that made it interesting. On the other hand, others present who knew the duo couldn't help but agree with that statement. For Leo, Silver, Aline, and Elsha, the casual comments about what was supposed to be a situation that could spiral out of control were disconcerting and caused them to stare at the group in disbelief. It was evident how they had faith in the boy, in addition to not considering the one who would be their mortal enemy to be dangerous. Elsha was about to comment on the absurdity of this, but a change in the atmosphere made her turn her gaze back to both celestial dragons. Both dragons faced each other again in the air, just a dozen meters away. No. They wouldn't do it. Or yes. A heavy pressure gave him the answer. Shit. He thought, clenching his fists. Leo, Silver, and Aline also noticed it and tensed. Wow, it seems that both of them unleashed all their power, Kurumi suddenly commented. Casual conversations left aside. Although an aura of seriousness surrounded the people present, it was not noticeable that they were even going to intervene. This obviously annoyed the newly arrived quartet. Aren't you worried about Issei's life? Elsha commented out loud. The girls looked at her seriously but questioningly, only to be struck full force by understanding. Don't worry, Issei is not in danger, just trust him and when the fight is over you will be able to have the answers to your questions, Rosswise said in a kind tone. But the juggernaut drive, Elsha insisted, biting her lip in concern. Just watch, I'm sure you'll be surprised. It was the Gremry Knight's turn. The blonde was about to insist, but a hand on her shoulder stopped her. She turned around, only to be met with a solemn gaze from Silver. Just listen to them, if they say that it's for a reason, they've known him longer than us, he said reassuringly. Elsha looked at Leo and Aline, who nodded with the same expression. She thought about it, and had to agree with her partner. You're right, they probably know something we don't, the blonde conceded after letting out a sigh. Her teacher noticed how she calmed down with those simple words and looked at the black-haired man with a raised eyebrow. Elsha was analytical and calm-minded, but being in such a mental state she didn't usually listen easily, so she was surprised by the ease with which the demon's slayer handled the situation. However, he pushed those thoughts aside as he returned his gaze to the two dragons in the air. What are you planning to do? She asked herself mentally, somewhat worried. Elsha took a couple of breaths, then looked at the black-haired man and smiled lightly. You really made me see reason with your words, thanks, Silver, the former Secretary thanked. Silver stood enthralled by that image for a few seconds, recording every detail in his memory. The blonde felt strangely embarrassed when she noticed the black-haired man's gaze, as well as noticing a certain admiration in his eyes. But a surge of aura brought them back to reality. Silver blinked before looking up and feeling his throat go dry. Elsha's eyes were wide open and she looked extremely pale. Aline had a look of shock on his face. Leo clenched his fists and trembled slightly. This was because the jewels on the white armor were shining, as it began to undergo changes as its power grew to astronomical levels. In the air, both dragons stared at each other, their bodies tense as they waited to resume the battle. Valley then relaxed his posture slightly, causing the brunette to raise an eyebrow under his helmet. We could continue fighting like this, we could even use all our cards, but I noticed that your mind is not completely on this battle, Valley spoke suddenly. Issei wasn't sure what Valley was planning, but he was surprised at how perceptive he was as he noticed Valley's slight hesitation to dive into the frenzy of battle. This was because there were still a couple of people he wanted to see as quickly as possible. Those people were his parents. Still, he did not deny Valley the battle, as he too wanted to test the extent of his current power. Then the Hakuryuko spoke again. It was probably something that happened on that mission, so I don't plan on prolonging this encounter any longer. From now on I will fight seriously, he declared while a black aura emerged from his body. Issei opened his eyes under his helmet as he understood what his rival was referring to. It was then that he began to sing. The one who lives in me is the white dragon. I am the silver white dragon of supremacy. Issei saw how a black color was covering Valley's armor. Come to my power that the silver white star has granted me and let us dominate the throne of dawn. The wings of light changed to a black color, while a light emerged from his back. Glossy black, the color of the god of infinity. Xian will awaken the demon father. Then wings sprouted from his back, so that there were 12 wings in total on the armor. We leave supremacy and accept the truth. 18 magic circles with the symbols of Lucifer appeared, beginning to shine brightly around him. Our brilliance will dissolve your kingdom, and your kingdom will bow before us. Lucifer. At this point, all the jewels on the armor were shining brightly, as well as resonating with a sound resembling some system malfunction. Dragon Lucifer Drive. The armor shone with an incredible aura. A silver sheen covered part of the 12 black wings on Valley's back, and his form now looked a little more elegant. The black and silver aura fluttered around him, making him look even more striking to the eye. Come on, my rival, show me your power, provoked the strongest Hakuryuko in history. At her words, Issei smiled defiantly beneath his helmet. With the spectators, everyone admired Valley's final form. Those who knew him were still shocked at the level of power displayed by the descendant of the Mao Lucifer. However, there were several who had never seen such a level of power. Valerie, Neru, Tsukiyomi, Maya, Silver, Leo, Aline, and especially Elsha. Everyone looked shocked by the raw power they were feeling right now. What the hell? Are we not supposed to worry about Issei? Elsha exclaimed out of her mind. Leo growled as he prepared to step in and help his king. His body was shaking and he doubted he could do anything against that monster, but at least he could give the boy time to get out of there. Aline's brow furrowed, his mind racing as to how to deal with this new situation. Silver expelled some aura, causing the temperature to drop. Neru was sweating profusely, his fingers twitching in anticipation of summoning his sword. Tsukumi bit her lip helplessly, cursing that they were out of her range. Valerie was shaking slightly, but she was in a more composed state of mind than the others. Maya looked at Valley's new form with some admiration. After all, these last two had already heard about the great power that both celestial dragons possessed. "Since none of you will do anything, I will," he declared while summoning his gauntlet. This earned surprised glances at how similar that sacred gear was to the boosted gear. It was then that a second aura appeared, causing everyone to turn their eyes back to the sky. "Now you'll see why we remained calm all this time," Kurumi said solemnly. "No way. Him too." Leo, Silver, Aline, Elsha, Neru and Tsukumi thought in sync. Back with Issei and Valley, the brown-haired boy looked at his rival in shock for a moment, until he was able to react. I guess there's no other option. What do you say, Drake?" He spoke loudly and certainly amused. "Time to flap your wings a little, partner," he responded excitedly. Then he started his own song. "I am the red dragon that will rise in supremacy." All the jewels on the armor glowed red. "The one who possesses me is the crimson heavenly dragon, who will become the king of darkness." From the jewel on his left arm, a dark aura began to emerge. Infinite God's glossy black. The brilliant god of dreams and illusions. That black aura began to cover the armor. He transcends the limits that one believes to be a forbidden existence. The red color was combined with the shiny black color. This is the call of the infinite dragon and its power. D infinity, 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 D. All the jewels on the armor displayed the D infinity D symbol. Dragon Infinity Drive. The new armor exuded a crimson and black aura. Two powerful existences stood face to face, expelling insane amounts of power that made some of those present nervous. "No matter how many times I see it, those two are definitely in a league of their own," Biko commented with a slight shudder. The rest didn't respond, as they were more interested in how the fight between the two of them would end. It was then that they both disappeared into thin air. This made everyone's eyes widen in surprise, so they set out to find where both dragon bearers were. Boom! 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 3 shockwaves surged through the air, causing everyone to sharpen their gaze in an attempt to increase their vision. It was that they could see the blurs flying violently while exchanging blows and some energy blasts. "FUA. They're so fast," Yukike said with amazement on her face. The rest nodded absent-mindedly as they tried to avoid missing any details. "What is that?" Leo asked when the Hakuryuko's wings detached from his armor. Then these turned into little flying dragons. "Oi, he really will use the wyverns," Biko muttered loudly. "Well, Issei-kun is not far behind," Kiba said as he saw the same miniature dragons coming out of the jewels. Divide, 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 divide. Boost, 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 boost. The small white and red dragons used their abilities to support the Longinus users as they exchanged attacks. Dragon shoot. Reflect. Divide. A red wyvern had managed to get past Valley's guard, but in response a white one stepped in, reflecting the incoming attack back at the brown-haired boy, but another red wyvern switched to white and split the attack. This little exchange lasted only a couple of seconds, but it was then that it began to repeat itself around Issei and Valley's fight. Half dimension. Boom. The attack was countered by the red wyverns with the nameless skill created by the brown-haired boy, causing powerful implosions around the celestial dragons. For their part, the brown-haired man and the silver-haired man exchanged blows while rays of red and white energy passed centimeters away from them without touching them, the dangerous attacks being completely nullified by some wyvern dividing them. Everyone saw the chaos in the air, with Silver and company being the most affected. Especially Elsha. Her mind was racing with endless questions, as she didn't remember having those kinds of abilities when she was Drake's wielder. Those little flying dragons used the skills of the boosted gear and the divine dividing freely, not to mention that some red ones changed to white and used the skill of the Hakuryuko. There was also the reflect ability of the Hakuryuko dragons. Penetrate. Also the Sekiryute displayed a new ability that ignored the barrier put up by the Hakuryuko and struck the All for Honor mentioned with devastating force. All of this was overwhelming for her. The rest watched with bated breath, awed by their king's abilities. Nerev felt a little unworthy of serving such a powerful warrior, not to mention someone honorable by using all that power for the benefit of the world. She felt small next to him. However, the desire to walk by his side did not diminish in the slightest, and he vowed to become stronger. Tsukuyomi looked at the boy with admiration and a warm feeling in her chest. Someone so powerful and who maintained a noble heart, his bond with his Ashikabi only grew stronger every time he learned another side of the brunette. Leo and Silver wondered why he hadn't used this power against Adele, but remembering that it wasn't his time, it was logical not to want to draw unnecessary attention. In addition, the situation was brought under control with minor losses. Aline remained serious as she watched the clash of the two celestial dragons. It was one thing to hear it from Elsha's mouth, the battle to the death between the bearers of the celestial dragons, but these boys took it to another level. Valerie looked at the red and black armor with her hands on her chest and a warm gaze. Despite having all this power, the brown-haired boy was a kind person who cared about the people close to him, as well as lending his strength to whoever needed it, as in his own case some time ago. The Citri peerage was amazed at the power of the two of them. Kiba, Saji, Biko and Arthur thought about being able to measure themselves against them at some point, when they raised their own levels. The boys' girlfriends could only show their admiration for both of them, because they had managed to break the curse of the carriers of the celestial dragons, and that spoke well of them. Issei and Valley continued to exchange attacks, until after colliding once more they both separated a great distance. It was then that their cannons aligned and aimed at their rival. D infinity 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 D. The aura gathered in the canyons as the wyverns disappeared, giving up the boosts they had, increasing Issei's power. At this, Valley reacted. Infinity divide. Come on, Drake. The brown-haired boy exclaimed. Infinity blaster. And then he shot. The white wyverns could not contain all that energy and were eradicated, while the attack continued to advance towards Valley. Albion. He exclaimed. Satan compression divide. His body generated a wave of silver light, which collided with the brown-haired man's attack. Everyone was expecting a huge explosion, but to their surprise, the attack simply disappeared into thin air. The amount of energy that the brown-haired boy gathered had alarmed them, since they did not believe that the barrier that protected them could withstand all that power, but fortunately nothing happened. On the other hand, Issei and Valley stared at each other for a few seconds, before they relaxed their postures. I knew you had something up your sleeve, but I didn't think it was something of this level, the brunette said with clear surprise. Same here, that attack was totally different from the last time I saw him, the silver-haired man responded with amusement in his voice. Another period of silence ensued, at least until a sound broke it. This was the sound of Valley's breastplate opening, revealing a cannon. Issei opened his eyes, before focusing and repeating his rival's action. Let's end this with our best attack, Hakuryuko offered. I accepted the offer, the Sekiryute replied. The jewels on the black and white armor shone brightly, generating the sound of error but increasing his aura. D infinity 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 D. The same did the jewels of the red and black armor, while Drake's voice along with a female one could be heard with each increase. Satan Lucifer Smasher. Longinus Smasher. This action alarmed the spectators, as the amount of energy was greater than the previous time. The explosion that would be caused by the collision of both attacks would undoubtedly reach them. It was then that two small red and white wyverns stood in front of them, surprising them because that meant they were being protected by Valley and Issei. Then a flash emerged as both attacks collided, depriving the world of any sound, although everyone managed to see how the red wyvern turned white. Reflect, 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 reflect. Reflect, 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 reflect. And everyone closed their eyes. A few seconds passed, when Elsha opened her eyes, intrigued about what had happened. His vision was blurry, but when it cleared he could see the landscape around him. Her eyes widened and her throat went dry. Everything had disappeared except for a patch of grass beneath them, indicating that their barrier had held. Everything looked arid and even the rock formations that were there before had disappeared. The others opened their eyes, seeing the same desolation that Elsha witnessed around her. Some gasped, and others gulped loudly at the sight. Then they remembered a certain pair. In sync, everyone looked up, to see both fighters staring at each other. The cannons on his chest were smoking from the energy discharge, but when the attack ended they went back into hiding. The armor also began to change, returning to normal, while the aura emitted by them decreased. You've become stronger, and I noticed that the burden of using this power doesn't affect you as much as before, Veli commented in a casual tone. I guess I managed to close the gap that separated us in terms of skills, the brown-haired boy responded in the same way. They fell silent, before both of them relaxed their postures. Then the armors disappeared, Issei floating with his dragon wings and Valley with his sacred gear. Let's leave it here. I've seen enough and I must say that I'm satisfied, for now, the silver-haired man declared. HMP, that's what I was afraid of, the brown-haired boy said with a resigned smile. With nothing else to say, they both descended towards where the others were. When they landed, they were greeted by those present. Biko and Arthur to Valley, while the others to Issei. Then the brown-haired boy turned his gaze towards his new servants, noticing how they were petrified with faces of total shock. I guess I have a lot of explaining to do, don't I? He uttered awkwardly to the amusement of his girlfriends while the others smiled nervously. Another way home. A certain quintet was floating adrift in the dimensional gap, while a reddish aura surrounded them protectively, this being the work of the group's leader. This was a boy with blonde hair, vermilion eyes, with a red trench coat over his shoulders and black pants, as well as black boots with silver spurs. His name was Spectra Phantom. Although this was not his true appearance or real name, but an alter ego created to avoid being exposed to certain circumstances. Right now his gaze remained alert, as if he were searching for something. So what are we looking for, Spectra? Asked a member of the group accompanying him. This was a man with black hair, a few days' beard and a scar on his left side of the face. He was wearing leather armor protecting his chest, a long-sleeved white shirt, and sand-colored pants. Leather boots and a white cloak over his shoulders surrounding his neck. It was Silver Fullbuster. You could say it's a current, the named one replied. Are you sure he's here? Another member of the group asked. This was a female elf with platinum blonde hair, wearing green clothing consisting of long boots and a top, as well as gloves. She had a white cloth sarong, a brown belt, a red cape and a matching hat. She was Aline. This current took me near where I found Elsha, Spectra spoke again. The named Elsha was a girl with long blonde hair, as well as blue eyes. She was wearing blue leather pants, as well as a corset-like blouse of the same color that showed off her cleavage and boots of a darker color. He had a red belt with a strap that connected it to an ammunition belt strapped to his right leg. A firearm holstered at his waist on his left side, as well as a dark blue jacket with metal shoulder pads on his shoulders. I see, the elf murmured, satisfied with the answer. I guess we just have to wait, added a frustrated Silver. Being in this place really made him nervous. You should be a little more patient, Silver. Remember that Spectra has been away from home for a long time and yet he doesn't let it affect him, said the last member of the group. This was a girl with snow-white hair, with 2 feline ears on her head. She was wearing a white blouse that left her cleavage and stomach exposed, along with very short denim shorts, a cape covering her shoulders and a skirt at her waist. He also wore black metal boots and gloves, as well as plates covering his hips. I guess you're right, sorry about that, Spectra, he said after blinking as he processed what his partner had said. Don't worry, you can also call me Issei like my friends do, the blonde replied. No offense, but in that appearance it's more comfortable to call you Spectra, Silver said with his arms crossed. The blonde looked a little surprised, but then shrugged, since the purpose of creating that appearance was to hide his true identity. It's okay, after all that's why I created this personality, he said, downplaying it. The women present simply looked at the duo with some amusement. Without further ado, the group continued floating in an uncertain direction in comfortable silence. Several hours later, Issei was sweating visibly, as it had been several hours since they entered the dimensional gap and they still had not reached that time stream that could take him home. Are you okay, partner? Drake asked in a worried tone. The blonde just smiled tiredly. Calm down, Drake, it's just the fatigue of using the power of Great Red for a long time. I still don't have enough control to use it for long periods of time, although I only use it to create this safety zone, he replied in his mind. Due to using the power of Great Red in his body, he was visibly exhausted and breathing with some difficulty. The group noticed this and became concerned for their leader. Leo was going to talk about it, but that's when it happened. A jerk shook the group as they were pulled in a particular direction. Spectra gritted his teeth as he struggled to maintain the protective aura over all of them. Spectra. What's happening? The white-haired yokai exclaimed. We entered the time stream deep into the dimensional gap, the All for Honor mention responded with clenched teeth. This caused the group to blink in confusion, but they didn't have time to process what the blonde had said, as at that moment a trickle of blood fell from the corner of his mouth. Spectra. They shouted in alarm. He now looked pale and had pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Sigh, it seems this is my limit, it can't be helped. You better hold on, I'll open a rip to get out of here, he said as he took Enkidu by his waist. Without giving them time to protest, the blonde maneuvered the fragment of the chain and secured the group, then fixed the end in his possession to his waist. With this action, his left hand was free for his next move. What the? They exclaimed, taken by surprise, but clinging to the chain out of mere reflex. The blonde invoked Ascalon, then sharpened his gaze. I just hope I'm moving forward and not backwards in time, he thought with some anxiety. He still wasn't sure how he had gotten back into that time stream, but he hoped that Great Red's power over dreams would lead him in the right direction and return the way he came. Clearing his mind, he focused power on the blade of Ascalon and in a single movement reality was cut, managing to create a tear in front of him, the same one through which the group disappeared. As a result, a flash left them momentarily blind. When the glow faded, they found themselves in the middle of what appeared to be a park if the fountain and benches were any indication, plus it was almost dusk. The group looked around cautiously. However, the most affected was Issei, as he perfectly recognized this park, which meant that he had returned to Kuo. With that realization in mind, he allowed himself to relax. Looks like everything turned out okay, I'm back home, he said, letting out a sigh of relief. This caught the attention of the others, noticing how their king relaxed his posture. But then his body wobbled. The first to react was Silver, who quickly put his left arm over his shoulder. Ah, thanks Silver, he thanked her with a tired smile. Don't even mention it, the named one replied. Being so close, he could see the tiredness in the boy's eyes, as well as the sweat covering his face. Now lower your aura as much as you can, we don't want to attract the attention of any supernatural beings nearby, he ordered in a calm voice. Silver and the girls nodded, erasing their presence with ease, as their auras were reduced in case they appeared somewhere hostile since they didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. Even if this was their leader's home. However, the moment of relaxation was brief as they felt two presences nearby. The first was weak, which was classified as human. The second one was stronger, which was identified as that of a fallen angel by Elsha and Issei. They quickly headed towards where the trees could hide them perfectly. From this position they could perfectly observe the center of the park, the point where the fountain was. Then they could see it. A young man with brown hair and a girl with black hair. Issei felt his insides freeze as he processed what was happening. Spectra, tell me if my eyes are deceiving me, but doesn't that boy look a lot like you? Silver asked with utmost seriousness. The girls looked at their leader, surprised to see a gloomy expression displayed by the blonde. Is something wrong, Issei? Leo asked tactfully, using the boy's name. They watched as he didn't even blink at the question, before relaxing his expression a little, as an expression of acceptance appeared on his face. Whatever happens and whatever you see, do not interfere, that is an order, he said while closing his eyes and speaking in a solemn tone. What's wrong, Issei? Elsha asked with some uncertainty. At the question, the blonde opened his eyes, looking at the couple with a certain bittersweet nostalgia in his voice. This is the beginning of my story, he replied in a soft tone. The girls and Silver looked at each other in confusion, before turning their gaze back to the couple standing near the fountain. Would you die for me? Was the question they heard the girls say. Instantly everyone tensed as a part of their minds urged them to intervene, but remembering what their king had said, they merely watched, clenching their fists in helplessness. They could see the confusion on the boy's face as he stammered something, not fully understanding what the girl had said. That confusion turned to stupefaction when she changed her appearance to a more adult one, not to mention that she now wore more daring clothes, in addition to possessing a pair of black wings. The brown-haired boy was between surprised and euphoric when he briefly saw the girl's bare breasts when she transformed. but that led to him being unable to react when it manifested a pink spear of light. Onlookers watched helplessly as the boy was mercilessly stabbed and fell to his knees with a stupefied expression. "Blame God for giving you a sacred gear. I'll still take a good memory of our date with me, thanks," he said as he took flight. The boy couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground on his back. A deep silence filled the place as the boy slowly bled to death, his life slipping away without him being able to do anything. "Spectra," Silver said in a steely tone, waiting for his king's order. However, he remained stoic watching the scene before him. The girls bit their lips, wanting to go and save that innocent boy, but they knew that their king had his reasons even if they didn't fully understand them. Still, that didn't stop them from feeling the enormous urge to go even against their orders. It was at that moment that the blonde began to speak. "We are currently in Diablo territory, so this is not being overlooked, so don't worry about it," he said in a relaxed manner. This confused his servants. But before they could ask what he meant, a flash of crimson made them turn their gaze back to where the dying boy was. There they could see that from a magic circle emerged a girl with crimson hair. "It seems like your life is in danger, but don't worry, I will help you. From now on your life belongs to me," she declared while leaning over him. They heard her say a couple more things, as well as being visibly surprised and mentioning that the boy needed all of his pawns to reincarnate. As the pieces entered his body, they could see his wounds slowly closing, not to mention his life force recovering. The girl then made him sit down, before disappearing with him in a magic circle. All that was left was a puddle of reddish liquid on the ground of the park. "I will explain to you what just happened as well as any questions you may have, but first we must find a place to stay while I recover," he said as soon as his companions looked at him seriously. They wanted the answers right then and there, but seeing the extremely exhausted state of their king, they chose to nod silently. Without further ado, everyone left the place. 30 minutes later. It didn't take them long to find a small hotel, so with Silver's magic he hypnotized the receptionist to ignore his clothes and Leo and Aline's appearance, obtaining 2 rooms for the group. Obviously Issei paid for the stay. They would be divided into 2 groups, boys and girls. Now we find ourselves in the room belonging to Silver and Issei. A heavy silence reigned in the place after Issei dropped the bomb. "Are you telling me we've traveled 700 years into the future?" an incredulous Silver asked. The girls had their eyes wide open after hearing what their king said. "That's right, I went back in time when I fell into the dimensional gap," the brown-haired man confirmed. He had shed his trench coat and undone his change in appearance so he could rest and regain his strength. According to Drake, it would take a couple of weeks for the boy to recover from the burden of using the dragon god's power, and that was why he was already resting in his bed. "We're still not completely back, though," he added in a serious tone as he looked at the ceiling of the room. "What do you mean? Does it have anything to do with that boy who looks like you?" Leo asked after getting over his initial impression. The brown-haired boy was silent for a moment, increasing the tension in the atmosphere. "That boy was me when I was turned into a devil by Rias Gremory and got involved in the supernatural world," he finally said in a resolute voice. This caused a great impact on Leo, Elsha, Aline and Silver. Had they heard correctly? Had his king been a demon? Demons use the evil peace system, with which they can reincarnate beings into demons although they retain part of their previous nature before being reincarnated. "In my case I was half demon half human," he explained briefly. Still, this was information that left them completely speechless. The silence lasted for several minutes, while Elsha and the rest processed all the information said by the brunette. Then it was Aline who broke the silence. "Tell us everything, Issei," she asked seriously, calling him by his name. The boy turned his neck without lifting his head from his pillow, while he sighed with slight nostalgia and looked at them. "I guess it's only fair now, where to begin," he said as he closed his eyes. This made everyone pay attention to him. I'll start with the invitation a girl made me to go on a date," the brown-haired boy began to tell. 1 hour later. Silence reigned in the room after Issei finished recounting his experiences as a devil under Rias's servitude. Unlike the previous time, this silence was neither tense nor heavy, but it had a certain sepulchral atmosphere. He had told them what happened at the date, his encounters with the fallen angels, the Asya incident, Riser Phoenix, Kokabeel, the peace treaty between the 3 factions, his first visit to the underworld. So also what happened with the Norse god Loki, Kyoto, the hero faction, the ancestral Mao faction, the loss of his body and the help of the 2 dragon gods. RageRevan, the evil dragons, and finally Trihixa. He also mentioned his relationship with the girls of the Gremry group, Ravel and Irina, as well as his distancing when he found other boys, taking care not to mention precise details about that. Specifically the consequences of this. Finally, his ascension to high-class devil, at least in the title, in addition to his subsequent incident when he fell into the space-time tear. That was a lot to take in, especially considering it had all happened in the span of a year. That's why the room was silent, as Issei's servants slowly assimilated the long journey that the brown-haired boy had experienced. "Wow, you've certainly been through a lot in such a short time, Nichan," Elsa said as she came out of her daze. She spoke in a somewhat awkward tone, not knowing exactly what she should say. In response, the brown-haired boy smiled with some nostalgia. "Maybe, but I must admit that I feel lucky for this life, since I have gotten to know people who are important to me," was what the boy said. This was enough to lighten the somewhat awkward atmosphere that had formed. Silver crossed his arms and smiled in agreement. Leo looked at Ex Machina on Issei's finger and smiled somewhat shyly. Aline closed her eyes as she gave a small smile. Elsa nodded, smiling with her hands on her waist. This made the brown-haired boy feel a weight less on his back, as the new members of his team had reacted well to all this information. "For now we will remain in this place until I fully recover. Although I can still move, I am not able to use the power of Great Red, therefore we cannot enter the dimensional gap without the risk of dying or getting lost in its infinite space," he declared in a serious tone. The quartet nodded in understanding. "You can still go out and explore, just try to hide your power and your notable features, not to mention your clothes, that way you won't get bored, and you can also learn about the current way of life while I rest, but that will be tomorrow," he told them with a small smile. This made them filled with expectation, insecurity, and some excitement about the modern world. However, now it was time to rest, as it had been a rather long day. "Then we'll let you rest, good night," Leo said as he got up from the chair where he was. Aline and Elsa also stood up, but they were occupying a small zone for all that could fit 2 people. "Rest, Nichan, Silver," Elsa said goodbye. "Have a good night," was what Aline said. Without further ado, the trio of girls left the room. Silver, who had been leaning against the door, stood up and walked over to the empty bed, sitting down and removing his boots. He had removed his leather breastplate and cape, leaving him in his shirt and trousers, as well as the boots he had just taken off. Without further ado, he proceeded to lie down. The room fell silent as the black-haired man stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep. So 15 minutes passed without me being able to fall asleep. Until a voice brought him out of his thoughts. "Can't sleep?" Issei asked without opening his eyes. The black-haired man remained silent for a few seconds, before answering the question. "I still can't believe we've traveled to the future," Silver said. "I understand, believe me, it was a surprise when I found out that I traveled to the past, only to almost have a heart attack when I saw Yasaka-san as a little girl," the brunette explained with an amused tone at the part where he mentioned the leader of the yokai faction. Silver was lost for a moment, trying to imagine what Yasaka looked like currently, only to shake his head furiously. "I'm not a lolicon," he screamed in his mind. Damn the hour when he played along with little Yasaka about getting married when she grew up, and even more so letting everyone know about it. Although now that I think about it, she's already older, he thought while bringing a hand to his chin. Realizing his thoughts, he shook his head again vigorously. Yes, who would have thought that that adorable little girl would become a beautiful woman? The man who wins her heart will undoubtedly be very happy, because she is very kind and loving, the brown-haired boy rambled with amusement. Unbeknownst to Silver, Issei already knew that the black-haired man was imagining what the adult Yasaka would be like, so he made that comment as a little prank. He could clearly see Silver writhing in his bed trying to get those thoughts out of his mind. However, his mocking smile soon faded as he returned to the events that happened in front of him. Seeing his death at the hands of Rainier stirred up old memories. "Don't let it affect you, partner, remember that that's in the past," he heard his companion say. The brown-haired boy smiled languidly at Drake's words. "I know, it's still not the best memory, not to mention the long-term effects it had on me," he replied, sighing tiredly. Of all the times in his life, it had to be during his problems with Rainier where he fell. Although that made him think about something, and that was that he did not meet Great Red when entering the dimensional gap. On the other hand, he didn't know how the Dream Dragon God might react to someone possessing his power. That was something I wouldn't even want to imagine. He shook his head, there was no point in thinking about it any longer. Anyway, I better rest. I spent a lot of my energy today and we can't stay in this place any longer," he added while closing his eyes. "That's right, I guess I'll get some sleep too." That was what Drake said before everything fell silent. For his part, Silver continued to writhe at his thoughts about Tamamo's daughter, but after a while he gave in to sleep. Girls' room. The trio of girls were lying on their bed, going over everything that had happened that day. It had certainly been an eye-opening and shocking thing at the same time, not to mention that the sight of seeing the younger version of their king being killed by that fallen angel left a bitter impression on them. Seeing the boy's livid expression at the sight of his own death was still etched deep in their minds. That was without telling the story about his experiences, to which they assumed he had not told them everything. "This bothers me," Leo said. The other two knew what the yokai was referring to. The situation regarding young Issei and his introduction to the supernatural world. For them, Rias Gremry manipulated everything as she pleased in order to acquire the brunette under her service, choosing the easy route. Let him die and then claim him by presenting herself as his savior. Although she was desperate to break her engagement with the demon Phoenix, she did not justify that decision that did not let the boy decide for himself, even if in the end she ended up falling in love with him. This showed that Gremry was someone used to getting everything on a silver platter, the idea being reinforced by having sought out another young man with whom to experience romance. When their king told them about this, they couldn't help but feel exasperated at the girl's idiocy. But the brunette just shrugged while arguing something about the immaturity and naivety of a child. This only made them more upset, but they didn't show it. "I understand you, but we can't do anything, all this is over," Elsha said, using her arms as a pillow. Aline remained silent, for there was nothing more to say on the subject. "I know, and that's what bothers me the most," the yokai replied with a heavy sigh. "It's better to rest. Tomorrow we can clear our minds by walking around the city and see how much humanity has advanced in these 700 years, the elf finally spoke. Without further ado, they all closed their eyes, falling asleep shortly after, although with a frown due to the previous conversation. The next day, the new members of the Downfall Dragon group had breakfast with their king, and then went out to explore the town, with the brown-haired boy warning them not to interfere in any way with any incident they witnessed. This put a tense atmosphere in the room, however the quartet nodded to their king's orders. "I will stay in my room. Even as Spectre Phantom, I will not risk attracting the attention of the demons and changing history. So far I do not regret my interventions, but I hope to stay out of any trouble," he told them as they left the room. None of them could help but smile when they heard him say that he did not regret saving them even though his intervention could have been dangerous. They were grateful for what he had done for them, and that was why they followed him. Right now Silver and the girls were walking through the streets of Kuo. They could not help but admire the infrastructure of the buildings, as well as the advancement of technology as demonstrated by some screens that transmitted programming or a video. Silver was wearing a white shirt with a brown sleeveless wool sweater over it, as well as black pants and brown shoes. Elsha wore a white strapless dress, showing some cleavage, with a red scarf and simple sandals, and wore her hair in a low ponytail. Aline opted for a black business suit, with tights and high-top sneakers, as well as glasses. Leo was wearing high-waisted jeans, sneakers, and a white lion print t-shirt that showed off his flat stomach because it was so short. The latter two had used magic to hide their supernatural features, such as long ears and animal parts respectively. Issei had asked the hotel reception for some clothes, which he duly paid for, so that they could blend in better with the normal people. It must be said that the girls attracted the attention of the male population, while Silver stole the glances of some young housewives, because he looked like a homely man, but at the same time somewhat mysterious and reckless because of his scar. Without further ado, they continued on their way, this time towards the shopping center. Kuo Hotel, Issei and Silver's room. The brown-haired boy had taken off his clothes and was currently taking a bath, as he had not been able to do so the day before due to how exhausted he was. He had made sure that the rooms had private bathrooms, as it was more comfortable for him that way. With some difficulty he washed his body with his only useful limb, then got into the tub, beginning to relax because of the perfect temperature of the water. The water reached his chest, which had a scar from his left shoulder to his hip on his right side. That wound was made by Adele's sword, which had a powerful curse. Same as the reason why despite Tamamo's powerful healing spell using Senjutsu, it had only been able to close and scar, not heal completely. His gaze turned to where his right arm should be, unable to help but smile with a certain irony, as it was not the first time he had sacrificed a part of his body to save someone. Of course, there was not a shred of regret about either decision. In fact, he could have recovered his arm, but Enkidu's fragment absorbed it to remain in this world. Now that I think about it, I'll have to look into that chain, he thought seriously. The restraining effect it possessed was very powerful, but something told him that there was more to that chain than met the eye. Feeling better, the brunette got out of the bathtub and, taking a towel, dried his body. She then put on a yukata and sat on the sofa for all while turning on the TV. The next few days would be a bit overwhelming due to his self-confinement, so he hoped they would pass quickly enough so that he wouldn't die of boredom or turn into a hikikomori. I hope to regain my power soon, he thought as he picked up the remote control. Dusk. Silver, Leo, Aline and Elsha entered the boys' room, finding the brunette asleep sitting on the couch in front of the TV. He woke up at that moment with a small start as the door closed. "Oh guys, you're back," he said in a sleepy voice and then yawned. The quartet nodded with a serious and somewhat annoyed expression. This made the boy raise an eyebrow in confusion. "Did something happen?" the brown-haired boy asked. At the question, Elsha snorted. Naturally, this action made the boy more curious. "We just saw your younger version attacked by a fallen," he replied with clear irritation. "Well, you already knew that would happen," he said simply, without knowing where the problem was. This was noticed by the quartet, so Aline decided to enlighten his king on the reason for his annoyance. "Issei, that boy practically knew nothing about his situation and that's why he was almost killed, all because the Gremry demon didn't let him know that he was no longer human, nor did he send someone to protect him in case of another attack," the elf said with utmost seriousness. As the person in charge of this city, he must have known that the fallen would try to finish the job that Rainier couldn't complete. It was Leo's turn, narrowing his eyes. "They practically left you to your own devices. If they had delayed any longer, you would have died," Silver finished saying. The brown-haired boy remained silent, processing what they had said, knowing that they were right. "So we came to a conclusion, Gremry is an idiot," Elsha declared, crossing her arms as her gaze sharpened. The rest nodded at the blonde's insult. At this, the brown-haired boy gave a slightly tense but at the same time understanding smile. "I understand what you mean. Her naivety is undoubtedly one of her weak points to the point of being worrying. But that is something that makes her Rias, although that is no longer something that concerns me," she said, shrugging her shoulders. This really surprised the quartet, as they didn't expect the boy to say something profound and then dismiss it so easily. The brown-haired boy proceeded to search for programming on the TV, changing channels with the remote control. "I owe a lot to the Gremry clan and so I will take care of her as long as I can, but I no longer have any kind of emotional attachment to Rias or any member of her noble title, with the exception of Kiba and Gasper, so there is no point in giving it further thought," he added absent-mindedly. Silver and Leo understood this, because as knights in Tamamo's service they experienced having a debt of honor towards someone who helped them in difficult times. Elsha and Aline understood to a certain extent, since they owed Issei for having saved them. "I paid my debt to Rias by saving and protecting her countless times, not to mention the services to the demonic society, so when you return home try not to antagonize her too much. After all, she still doesn't know that I no longer belong to her in any sense," he said, this time seriously, and in a lapidary tone. This made the quartet open their eyes, because analyzing the description of the brown-haired boy's relationship with the girls of the Gremry clan, they knew that finding out about this fact could shake the perfect world they thought they had. This calmed their anger to a certain extent. "I guess you have a point," Elsha conceded with a sigh. "Rias, Asya and Akeno will be the most affected, since they are the ones who are most attached to me emotionally, although Akeno is the most vulnerable if I think about it," he muttered to himself. The girls looked at each other with a raised eyebrow at their king's ramblings. "Anyway, I ordered pizza for dinner 15 minutes ago. Make yourselves comfortable while the order arrives," he said in a relaxed tone. Silver and the girls simply shrugged and sat on Issei's bed in the girls' case, while Silver took the chair since the brunette occupied the sofa for all. Since it was a simple room for two people, it didn't have much furniture. This was because the brown-haired boy did not have much cash and did not want to abuse hypnotism and get a discount. "Let's go to our room, there's a table and several sofa for alls there," Elsha suggested after looking around the limited space. Men and their simple tastes. They requested their room with certain specifications. The brown-haired and black-haired boy looked at them for a second, before shrugging and getting up from their seats. Then the girls led the way. Several days later. Issei remained in the hotel room all this time, resting and recovering satisfactorily. It had been 9 days since they had arrived at this timeline. According to Drake, it would take another 3 days to fully recover. During this period of time, his new servants witnessed his encounter with the fallen angel Caliwarner, where he activated his twice critical, and his subsequent encounter with Asya. It must be said that they were impressed by the innocence of the blonde nun. Knowing that in the future she would trade the brown-haired boy for another boy was something they wouldn't believe right now, but they knew that their king would never lie to them about something like that. They also sensed a barrier that they couldn't help but investigate, managing to see how their young king faced a stray exorcist being defended by Asya. It must be said that they were affected by the helplessness that the boy's face reflected when his mistress forced him to leave, leaving the nun in the hands of the fallen. The difference from his current self was noticeable, as he could wipe the floor with that group of fallen without much effort. That made them remember how much had happened in just 1 year. Right now they saw how the brown-haired boy met the blonde nun again, taking her to eat at a restaurant. They had just heard his story, understanding why the brown-haired boy declared that he used to be quite protective of her. Her innocence encouraged him to want to protect her from any danger. The group followed them discreetly, until they encountered Rainer again. At the scene before her, Aline began to hatch an idea. She thought about it for several minutes, oblivious to what was happening in front of her, and soon made her decision, curiously when everything was over and a dejected Issei was leaving the place. Poor Issei, I can't imagine how he must feel right now, Leo said, slightly affected by the boy's expression. It's true, this fallen Rainer is starting to bother me, Elsha added seriously. Well, she and her group will pass away tonight, so it's not something that concerns us, was what Silver said. After those comments, a somewhat awkward silence formed, as they were waiting for the comment of a certain elf, who seemed lost in her thoughts. His posture with his eyes downcast and arms crossed caught their attention. Edo, Kyukin, is something wrong? Elsha asked doubtfully. The elf remained silent for several seconds, before finally raising her face and looking at them. It's not enough, that was what the platinum blonde said. This comment confused Silver, Elsha and Leo. What do you mean, Aline-san? Leo asked, raising an eyebrow. As for your punishment, I feel that death does not compensate for everything you have done, the elf explained. This made them blink, processing what their partner said. This fallen, Rainer, shows that he has too much pride, which hides a feeling of inferiority, the elf explained calmly. It's true, that way of addressing Issei, belittling and mocking him, Leo mentioned, narrowing his eyes in disgust. Silver stood with his arms crossed, silently listening to the conversation as he tried to figure out where Aline was going with all this. It is likely that all this can cause long-term damage to your psyche, the elf added while hardening her gaze. This made Leo and Elsha open their eyes slightly, as that was a big possibility. The hurtful comments and words had shaken the boy, which combined with his inability to protect the nun would surely leave him with a powerful bad memory. I understand that you don't like what's going to happen, that's why I ask you, what do you suggest? Silver asked finally. At the question, Aline looked at him as a small smile made its way onto her lips. Nothing out of the ordinary, just taking advantage of that pride to apply his punishment, that was what the elf said. This left the quartet silent, with 3 people in the group blinking in confusion. Silver had raised an eyebrow in doubt. And how do you plan to do that? The black-haired man asked carefully. Somehow, the smile on the elf's face made him shiver, feeling a little pity for Rainer, because that smile did not bode well. Half an hour later. Servitude? Issei asked skeptically. He had gotten bored of the TV programming, so he was preparing to take another nap, as he had been doing for the past few days. It was then that he was approached by his recent servants, with Aline conveying to him his desire to properly punish those fallen who had caused him trouble in the past. It must be said that the proposition surprised him, because he was sure that for Rainer, being a simple servant was surely a more than adequate punishment for all the evil she had caused. However, Aline, I'm sure you know that we can't interfere with the timeline. Saving Rainer and her group means making ourselves known, which could change history, the brown-haired boy debated with a serious expression. For her part, the elf nodded at what her king had said, then raised a finger. That's why we'll use our skills to go unnoticed, Aline said. Huh. The boy stammered in confusion. It's actually simpler than it seems. Silver can use illusion magic, Leo can erase our trail with Senjutsu, and you will destroy the spell that integrates the sacred gear. In Rainier, we just have to synchronize and we will have our victims safe. The elf explained her plan without changing her serious expression. I'm sure. We'll keep our victims safe. Doesn't sound ethical, Aline, the brown-haired boy said with a drop on the back of his neck. I know what I said. Remember that sparing their lives will be their punishment, he pointed out while crossing his arms. Issei fell silent, weighing his pawn's crazy idea, not knowing what decision to make. He glanced briefly at the remaining group, interested in what they might think about it. Leo was excited, if the movement of her ears and tail said anything about her mood. Elsha was exuding some excitement about it, probably interested in how it would all end. Silver was the only one who didn't seem very interested, but I could see a certain glint of curiosity in his eyes. He seemed to enjoy any form of entertainment, a trait he shared with the former Sekyute. Turning his gaze back to the elf, he stared at her for a few seconds. You're not going to change your mind, I can see that, he said in a neutral tone. That's right, she said with a nod. At this, he could only sigh in defeat. I guess we can do it, the brown-haired boy conceded. This caused the eyes of the trio of women to briefly flash with some evil, sending a chill through Silver and Issei. Well, since we've decided, we must move quickly, there are still preparations to make, he said as he turned to his companions. They nodded decisively. The brown-haired boy just smiled, not very convinced. So he decided to put on his clothes. Tonight was going to be quite busy. 20 minutes later, Issei watched his other self enter the church with Koneko and Kiba. He, along with Silver, Leo, Aline and Elsha, were protected by the yokai Senjutsu. Although it is not my strong point, I can use Senjutsu to erase our presence and infiltrate enemy territory, the white-haired girl reported. As a sign of this, a blue aura surrounded them all. I can feel 3 presences in the back. It was Silver's turn. The brown-haired boy nodded. Elsha, Aline, go and get those 3 back. Be careful, Akeno and Rias are the ones who will appear there, the boy ordered. Good, the elf nodded. As per your orders, Nichan, the former Sekyute, responded. Then he turned to the black-haired man. Silver, you will cast an illusion on them when Rias tries to kill Rainier. Leo, I need you to keep your ability on us. I will get Rainier out of the line of fire while I undo her link with the Twilight Healing. He gave orders again. The All for Honor mentioned nodded. So, let's go, he said, and then separated into 2 groups. With Aline and Elsha, the duo moved in the shadows, managing to locate one of their targets. This was a blonde loli in a gothic dress sitting on a tree branch. There it is, now we just need the demons to arrive, Aline said. Speaking of the devil, the blonde said with amusement. A magic circle shone and from it appeared Rias and Akeno. The fallen quickly faced them, while speaking confidently. We just don't want them to interfere with the ritual, said the blonde loli. Both members of the Spectre group managed to hear that part of the conversation when they managed to get close enough, although they showed little interest in what they were talking about. They are just looking for the right moment to act. Ara, go Manasai, but one of our boys has entered from the front, Akeno said it while holding her cheek. Huh. Seriously. Damn. I thought you could sneak in through the back, he complained, stomping the ground childishly. The demon duo remained stoic in the face of that tantrum. Well, okay, no matter how many of you there are, it won't make a difference. In fact, you should be worried about the danger you two are facing, he said, recovering from his episode, while looking at them as if they were nothing. Rias and Akeno remained calm, even as the other 2 fallen appeared in a flash. Elsha, keep your eyes open, Aline ordered. Hi, Kyoken, she replied. It seemed that the meeting was about to begin. At that moment the fallen spread their wings and took flight. Akeno, the redhead said in a serious tone. Hi Bucho, she answered. A flash of light covered her, and she was later revealed in the garb of a Shinto priestess. Ha! He exclaimed, raising his hands and invoking his magic. Both blondes moved quickly when they felt a barrier rise, enclosing the 5 supernatural beings. They were so focused on their opponents that they didn't notice the duo entering with them, not to mention that the effects of Leo's Senjutsu continued to work. A barrier, Kalawarner commented. She and Dinashika looked around at their surroundings. Isn't this bad enough? An alarmed Mitlet commented. They won't escape from this cage, Akeno said. She had rays running down her hand as she blushed, then licked her finger. After that followed a cliché talk by the fallen angels, about how their efforts were useless and how they wouldn't get out of here alive, not to mention how they mocked Issei and his attempt to save the nun. Then the three of them attacked with their spears of light, only for Rias to deflect them as she flared up her aura. "Did you laugh at my servant?" he asked with a dark look. This made Elsha and Aline raise an eyebrow, but they remained silent. Ara, I see you were wrong to make her angry," Akeno murmured with a small smile. Meanwhile, the fallen angels were paralyzed in the air due to the enormous pressure of Rias's power. It was at that moment that dark energy emerged from his hands, which he then unleashed upon the fallen trio. "Now!" Elsha and Aline exclaimed mentally. Moving at tremendous speed, just as the power of destruction was less than a meter away, the two blondes grabbed one of the fallen, respectively the one closest to them, and then got out of the line of fire. The sudden movement, in addition to seeing death so close, put them out of action instantly. Now Elsha and Aline were a good distance away from the clearing, standing on a tree branch with their respective loads safe. But then they realized one thing. There were only two fallen. "Elsha, where is the guy with the hat?" asked the elf, who was holding Calawarner over her shoulder. "I thought you would take it out on me, Kukin," the All for Honor mentioned answered doubtfully, carrying Mitlet under her arm. They both looked at each other and blinked, processing what the other had said, then slapped each other on the forehead. "Next time we must agree and discuss all the details about any plan," was what Aline said. "Received and noted," Elsha replied. "Well, it was 2 out of 3, so it wasn't a total loss. Besides, he didn't like the guy in the hat." From that place, they saw how Rias disappeared, leaving Akeno in place. Without further ado, they withdrew, since they had already fulfilled their mission. With Issei, Silver, and Leo, they had entered through the front, going unnoticed by the exorcists and demons thanks to Silver's illusions and Leo's senjutsu. They watched the fight with Fred, then followed the group down the stairs. Their Rainier finished the ritual, extracting Asia's sacred gear. "Issei, are you okay?" Silver asked upon seeing the boy's expression. He looked slightly affected at the scene in front of him. In response, the brown-haired boy smiled tensely. "Yes, don't worry, even though I no longer have romantic feelings for Asia, I still think she shouldn't have gone through all this," Issei replied, composing himself. Leo looked at him for a few seconds, then looked at the younger version of his king. She didn't want to see that kind of expression on his face, she would make sure of that. For his part, the brown-haired boy watched as Rainier inserted the stolen, sacred gear, into his chest. He narrowed his gaze as he thought about that. "Drake, do you think Gram Demolition will be enough?" he asked his partner. "The spell mounted by the mage and the Valkyrie is the most suitable in this case. None of your other skills will be able to detach it from the nun's sacred gear, not unless you want to make yourself known, or it ends with the death of that fallen angel." That's what Drake said. The brown-haired boy calmed down a little at that piece of information, confirming that his hunch about how to proceed was correct. "Thanks for your support, Drake," he thanked mentally. He then saw his young and inexperienced version take Asia and leave that basement, being covered by Kiba and Koneko. "Let's go," he said to his companions, who followed him immediately. They climbed the stairs, to find Issei listening to the nun's last words. "We're done," Aline said as she joined them, followed by Elsha. The brown-haired boy nodded without turning to look at them, as he was absorbed in the scene in front of him. The elf and the former, Sekiryute, noticed the slight melancholy in his gaze, then turned their eyes to the scene. "Hey, Kami-sama. You're there, right? Don't take this girl," he exclaimed with Asia's body in his arms. The desperation in his voice could be heard, to the point of affecting Elsha, Leo, and Aline. Even Silver showed a grim expression. I'm begging you. This girl didn't do anything wrong. She just wanted some friends," he exclaimed once again. The boy continued to wail with tears in his eyes, clinging to Asia. Then Rainier appeared. "Look at this. When I was coming here that night did this to me," he said, showing a slight cut on his arm. "What happened to Kiba and Koneko-chan?" Issei asked uneasily. But Rainier ignored him and healed his wound with a green flash. "Isn't it nice? I can heal from any wound," he said in a boastful tone. For their part, Issei and his group watched the scene with stoic expressions, but as the conversation progressed, Elsha and Leo clenched their fists, feeling their anger grow. Aline and Silver were better at suppressing their annoyance, but it was evident in their sharp gaze that they weren't too happy with what they were seeing and hearing. Instead, Issei merely closed his eyes solemnly, letting his slight unease be eradicated from within him. He was no longer the weakling he had been before. Right now, he had the power to ensure that this scene would never happen again in his life. There was no point in letting the scene in front of him sink into his heart again. When he felt his heart lighter, he opened his eyes, looking once again at the scene in front of him, but this time, a small smile made its way onto his lips. He watched as his other self attempted to strike Rainier, only for her to dodge and then throw two spears of light at him that stuck in his legs. It was at that moment that Elsha blinked, realizing something. "Hey, Nichan," he spoke with doubt in his voice, his furious aura beginning to diminish. Even the other members of the group looked at the girl. "What's wrong, Elsha?" the brunette asked, looking at her with a raised eyebrow. "That boy has a, twice critical, but you showed that you have another, sacred gear," the blonde pointed out that detail. Aline widened his eyes at the thought. Even Silver and Leo looked somewhat stunned at the memory of the black gauntlet. In response, the boy smiled. "Keep watching and you will have your answer," he said cryptically, increasing the curiosity of his servants. Then they saw how he took out the spears of light, and then fell sitting on the ground, with his back resting on a church bench. He said something in a low voice, before proceeding to slowly stand up. "I ask you and then I don't need anything else," he said before standing up with difficulty. He even staggered as if he would collapse at any moment. However, this action greatly surprised the fallen angel. "It can't be. It's impossible," Rainier stammered in shock. "Let me hit this chick," the brown-haired boy exclaimed, spreading his wings. Rainier took a step back in slight panic. He shouldn't be able to stand up. He was burned by the spears of light. "There is no demon with the power to withstand the light," he said with disbelief and some fear seeping into his voice. "Yes, it hurts a lot. I feel like I'm going to collapse at any moment," the brunette replied as he slowly walked towards Rainier. She stepped back slightly upon seeing this. "But you drive me crazy and that's why I don't care," he exclaimed furiously. A flash then emerged from the jewel of his, twice critical, as it lengthened to cover up to his elbow, while his jewel grew larger and his bare fingers were covered by claws. "Burst!" Issei looked surprised by the change. "A power increase," Rainier said in disbelief. On the other hand, the expressions of the group of observers were priceless. Elsha was pale. Aline's eyes were wide. Leo was petrified with a shocked expression. Silver's jaw dropped to the floor. Issei stifled a chuckle at the expressions on those four's faces. "Ha ha ha, they really didn't expect it." Rio dragged fun. "It's true, those faces are priceless. I think I will remember this moment for a long time," he replied in his mind. Then the sound of breaking glass brought him back to reality. He looked at the scene again, only to see Rainier disappearing after going through one of the windows of the place after being hit by her younger version. He was breathing with difficulty. He then lost strength in his legs and almost fell, but was caught by the blonde knight. "You're late, Prince Charming," she commented with some amusement in her voice. "Bucho asked me not to intervene," he replied apologetically. "Bucho?" the brown-haired boy said doubtfully. Then this one appeared from the side. "I knew you could take care of the fallen angel," the redhead said with a small smile. At that moment the main doors opened, revealing Koneko with her clothes torn, while dragging an unconscious Rainier by one of her wings. Needless to say, the sound was enough to snap Silver and the girls out of their trance. "Surprised?" the brown-haired boy asked, looking at them with an amused smile. They just nodded, still unable to believe it, and then looked again at what was happening. "Bucho, I brought her," the white-haired girl said in her neutral tone. Ria summoned a small magic circle in her palm, from which a stream of water shot out straight into Rainier's face. "Buh! What?" he exclaimed, waking up suddenly. It was at that moment that she understood her situation when she saw herself surrounded by demons. "Good evening, fallen angel Rainier. My name is Rias Gremory, leader of the Gremory clan," the red-haired girl introduced herself. "The daughter of the Gremory family," Rainier said cautiously. "It was a pleasure meeting you, even if briefly. By the way, your companions will not be coming. I personally took care of it," he revealed, dropping 3 black feathers in front of her. This obviously shocked Rainier. On the other hand, the young brown-haired boy looked confused about that. Bucho is known as Benigami Ruin Princess, Crimson Hair Ruin Princess. She is also known as Mazatsuheim, Princess of Destruction, Kiba clarified to his partner. "Destruction? I didn't know I was related to such a person," Issei said in admiration. On the other hand, the older brown-haired boy looked at Elsha and Aline with a raised eyebrow, having barely noticed that each of them was carrying a fallen. "Yeah, I think we didn't agree and we lost the guy with the hat," said an embarrassed Elsha. She kept squinting at the red gauntlet on the boy's left hand with obvious persistence, as if it might disappear at any moment. Then his gaze fell on the elf, who shrugged. "We did what we could," he said in a resolute tone. Issei just shook his head with a small smile, then looked back at what was happening in front of him. "I knew that you fallen angels were plotting something against Issei since my first encounter with the Nashiku. If you hadn't attacked him I would have ignored you, but," the red-haired girl declared with a hand on her waist. This comment made the quintet frown, as clearly this group of fallen was killing sacred gear wielders, and Rias declared that she was going to ignore such a situation. "Bucho, then for me." Issei spoke surprised. The older brown-haired boy simply sighed at the reaction of his version who didn't know what he was getting into. However, the comment gained Rias' attention, who took note of his left arm. "Issei, what about that sacred gear?" she asked in surprise. I changed shape without realizing it," the boy replied while looking at his new arm. "A red dragon, I see, that's what it was about, wasn't it?" he muttered under his breath. Then he turned to Rainier. "Fallen angel Rainier, Hyodo Issei-kun's sacred gear is not a simple, twice critical," Rias began to say seriously. "What?" Raina said, opening her eyes slightly. "It is said that it doubles the power of its user every 10 seconds, and then surpasses the limits, even equaling the gods," Rias explained with a sharp look. Rainier's eyes were wide as a drop of sweat ran down her cheek, and she felt her pulse quicken at every word of the sacred gear description. One of the 13 Longinus, containing the Red Emperor Dragon, the boosted gear, Rias finally revealed. The sacred gear that can kill even the gods, in the hands of this child. She thought frustratedly, clenching her fists tightly. Seeing the fallen angel's state, Rias smiled lightly. "It doesn't matter that she's a Longinus, she's not invincible. He only beat you because you let your guard down," the redhead pointed out. Elsha, Silver, Leo, and Aline nodded in agreement, as the brunette had defeated her when she lost her composure, not to mention that seeing him get up after being stabbed by spears of light terrified her at that moment. Then his smile slowly faded. "Disappear now, fallen angel," he declared with a serious look. "Issei-kun," a tender voice was heard. Leo and Aline's eyes widened, while Elsha raised an eyebrow and Silver could only open his eyes in complete stupefaction, not expecting such a bizarre attempt to save his life from Rainier. Back at the scene, Rainier had turned into Yuma, begging Issei to help her defeat the demons. However, it didn't work and only hurt the boy more. "Bucho, please," he said, turning around with a pained expression. "Now," thought the older brown-haired boy. His servants noticed how his hair turned blonde, as well as shrinking to below his shoulders, while his eyes turned scarlet. So Spectra Phantom walked calmly until he was behind Rainier. Rias and the others didn't see him pass in front of them thanks to Silver and Leo's power. Then his gaze dropped to Rainier's back, who was sitting on the ground with a panicked expression on her face. Issei placed his palm on his back, as a flash of reddish light illuminated the dark place, courtesy of the mass of power of destruction in Rias's hands, who was aiming at the fallen one. Crash. The blonde noticed how a link was destroyed, watching in admiration as an orb emerged from Rainier's chest. At that moment Rias unleashed her power on the fallen one and of course on Issei, who became slightly worried that Rias would destroy the twilight healing, now that it was out of Rainier's body. This one, for its part, had her eyes in the back of her head as a result of being stripped of the sacred gear, leaving her unconscious. Issei saw the massive power approaching him, so he decided to support Rainier on his leg, while he raised his only hand in front of him defensively. Rias's attack was easily contained by Issei. Then the back of his hand glowed blue, as the power of destruction reduced in volume. This process was repeated 3 more times, until only a small portion of the original attack remained, which Issei crushed with his hand easily. It was then that he saw Rias approaching, so he held Rainier by her waist, lifting her up and moving away so that the redhead could take the twilight healing, which was floating in front of him. Everything indicated that in the eyes of Rias and her group, Rainier had been erased from existence and therefore, she had achieved her goal without being noticed at all. Seeing this, Issei walked away in the direction of his group, who looked at him with wide eyes. "Nichan, that power," a stupefied Elsha stammered. "The answer will have to wait, it's time to go," was what Issei said. This brought the others out of their daze, who nodded along with Elsha, proceeding to leave the place. As the blonde walked through the doors, he could see Koneko looking in his direction with slight confusion. He had certainly sensed them faintly thanks to his Nekushu's side. Seeing the lowly shrug, the boy left the church carrying an unconscious but alive Rainier. Far from the church, the group walked in silence. For Issei's servants, it was difficult to digest that they had traveled back in time, but that was the case. They got to see the beginning of their king's path in the supernatural world, not to mention his first battles under the leadership of a king who couldn't keep his servants safe. There was also the fact that this was the wielder of the boosted gear. This was something that had left a great impression on Elsha and Aline, as the former was a bearer of the Welsh dragon and the latter was the one who trained her in the use of its power. However, it was the last skill that left Elsha speechless. That of dividing power. She noticed how Rias's attack was reduced exactly by half, although she did not know if this had been taken by Issei as the effect she knew. Maybe he could be wrong, but the blue flash was unmistakable. That was the Hakuryuko's splitting ability. There was too much mystery surrounding his king, so he looked forward to the answers. The group continued on their way towards the docks, where they would search for an abandoned warehouse to confront the fallen they rescued. It was at that moment that Silver stopped dead. This was noticed by others. "Is something wrong, Silver?" Leo asked, preparing for battle. Although it was unlikely that they would have been detected, as there was no one strong enough to see through their cover. "It's nothing serious, I just felt the presence of a demon," was the black-haired man's response. The blonde thought about it for a moment, before realizing what was happening. "I see, I guess I should have seen that coming," he muttered to himself. However, this murmur was heard perfectly by his companions. "Do you know something, Issei?" Aline asked in a serious tone. The blonde looked at her and nodded. "I'll tell you later, Silver, take Rainier, I won't be long," he said as he handed over the unconscious girl. Silver took it, so that the blonde could then spread his black dragon wings and fly towards where the demonic presence was felt. The rest were left not knowing what to do, as they did not expect this reaction from their king in front of a simple demon. Which meant there was something else connecting them. "I guess we'll have to wait," Silver said with resignation as he lifted the girl over his shoulder. The rest simply nodded. With Spectra thought about how she would approach this guy. His first impulse was to kill him in the most brutal way, but that would cause too many changes to the story and he didn't want to risk it. "I'll just hit him a little and make him feel true despair," he thought darkly. "Normally I tell you not to do anything stupid, but this time you have my support, buddy," Drake said in a serious tone. Even he had a slight weakness for the blonde nun, not to mention that he disliked that guy's habits. "Thanks, Drake," the boy replied. He continued flying for a couple of minutes, before spotting his target in the middle of a clearing. Diodora Astaroth was cursing his luck at this moment. He had invested heavily in having the Holy Maiden excommunicated and sent away, only to fall into the hands of those fallen angels. Sure, she could have easily taken care of them, but she didn't wait for Rias to get involved and claim her for herself right under her nose. He could not make himself known because that would arouse unnecessary suspicions that could put him in the crosshairs and restrict his movements. And that's what frustrated him the most. Damn it. Damn it. He cursed as he punched a tree furiously. When she had vented a little, she arranged her clothes and hair. He had managed to calm down and think things through better. Now he just had to wait, and in the future he would negotiate an exchange with Rias. After all, she was a used piece in order to have Assia Argento in his hands. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice the barrier rising and a figure approaching him calmly. "What do we have here?" he heard a voice say. Diodora turned around, noticing a blonde-haired man walking towards him from the shadow of the trees. He wore a red trench coat over his shoulders, black trousers and black boots with straps securing a silver spur. It must be said that he looked at him with a serene smile. "Who are you?" the Astaroth heir asked, narrowing his eyes. The blonde closed his eyes, then placed his hand on his chest and made a small bow. "My name is Spectra, little demon," she introduced herself elegantly. "Ho, you dare to speak to me like that? To me who is a superior being, trash?" he asked as his gaze sharpened. He could feel his power, and although he was above Rainier and her companions, he was nothing compared to him, a high-class devil. At Diodora's words, the blonde raised an eyebrow in amusement, to the exasperation of the Astaroth heir. "You, a superior being?" he asked without repressing the mockery in his voice. Diodora felt his previous fury over the recent events grow further at this man's comment, so he raised his hand as a magic circle appeared on his palm, which pointed at Spectra. "Disappear, worm," he sentenced, unleashing his power on his opponent. A beam of green energy erupted from the magic circle, advancing rapidly towards Spectra, who only swatted at the air when the attack was within reach. The power was easily deflected, lost among the trees and exploding in the distance. A heavy silence fell on the place after that action. Diodora remained silent, digesting what had just happened. Then his brow furrowed as he repeated the action, only now several magic circles appeared in front of him. "It seems I underestimated you, but you have only managed to extend your life a little longer now. Die and relieve some of my annoyance with your death," he declared sadistically as he unleashed his attack. This time multiple energy beams with much more power than the previous one were unleashed on Spectra, who, putting his hand in his pocket, shrugged slightly while his eyes flashed blue a couple of times. Diodora watched in disbelief as his attack stopped in midair, before shrinking and then disappearing completely. What?" he stammered when he finally registered what had happened. Diodora Astaroth, "I expected a little more resistance from you, but I believe this will make my job easier. Dead or alive, you will come with me for your various crimes towards the maidens of the church," Spectra declared as his mocking smile disappeared and he became serious. This made the devil alert. "How the hell do you know my name? Are you an envoy of the church?" Diodora asked, hiding his nervousness behind an intimidating mask. In response, the blonde shook his head. "I'm just a simple bounty hunter who heard about a demon with a nun fetish. It wasn't hard to find the pattern and identity of said demon, so here we are," Spectra replied, extending his hand pointing at the current situation. At this, the demon relaxed, as it would have been problematic to deal with an exorcist and his holy elements. However, that left another question, and that was whether this guy would be a nuisance in his way. If he wanted to defeat him, he would have to stop repressing his power. But that might alert Gremory or Citri, and he didn't want to draw attention to himself. It was then that he noticed the barrier. "That's so we don't get interrupted. A convenient measure if you're in demon territory," Spectra said suddenly. Diodora cursed himself for being too obvious, but at the same time found it convenient. "Well, I appreciate you taking precautions with those two, although it seems that they will contribute to your death instead of benefiting you," said a confident Diodora. After that comment, her power soared to high levels, almost comparable to Sona's some time ago. Spectra smiled. No doubt, despite being a high-class devil like Rias, Riser or Serorg, Diodora's power was not comparable to theirs. She couldn't lightly compare him to Sona either, because she combined her skills with her intellect, and that was what was dangerous about the Citri heiress. Seeing his display of power as if it were nothing, the blonde raised his hand and pointed at him with his index finger. At this, Diodora summoned a defensive circle in front of him. Spectra surrounded himself with a reddish aura, which he directed towards his index finger, from where a ray of light emerged that collided with the barrier. Crash! Spectra's attack easily passed through him, grazing his cheek and knocking down a tree behind Diodora. "Huh!" he stammered in confusion as his defensive circle shattered into pieces. The demon could not understand what had happened, but the warm sensation running down his cheek brought him out of his shock, bringing his hand to said cheek. She felt the tips of her fingers grow moist. Against the alarm in his instincts, Diodora tore his gaze away from his opponent, so that he could look at his fingers. These were covered in blood. His blood. Diodora felt his insides turn cold, a presage that death was stalking him tonight. His wide eyes returned to the blonde, who was still pointing at him with his finger, which glowed red again. "Hi!" I squealed as I took a step back. Spectra's eyes looked at him as if he were dirt, which made him angry. You look down on me. Damn scum!" he exclaimed, emboldened by his blind fury, regaining the pace that had given way to momentary fear. Then his aura exploded once again, as several magic circles appeared in front of him. He was sure that with this firepower there would be nothing left of the commoner who dared to challenge him and touch him. "Die!" he screamed madly as the bombardment began. Several rays of energy emerged from the magic circles, heading towards Spectra, who slowly lowered his hand. At that moment, two black dragon wings emerged from his back. "Annihilation flap," the blonde said, gathering a bit of power. Thus, by giving a powerful flap, he created a powerful air current that collided with the energy rays. Diodora watched in disbelief as his attack was deflected off its target with relative ease. Boom! The sound of attacks exploding behind Spectra made him shiver. For a moment his eyes flashed unnaturally in the chaos. Diodora was stunned for a few moments, as he tried to figure out what was happening. Then the blonde's voice brought him out of his trance. "I guess it's my turn, since I doubt you have anything better than that up your sleeve," he said, taking a step towards his target. This action brought Diodora out of his daze, and he took on an expression of absolute fury. "Damn commoner, how dare you!" he hissed venomously while clenching his teeth. This guy was humiliating him. Him. A demon related to the current Mao. However, he forced himself to remain calm, as the situation was not very favorable and making a mistake could cost him dearly. Unfortunately, he was too slow to realize this fact, as a sharp pain ran through his body at that moment. Spectra had covered the distance between them in less than a blink and attacked. "Gah!" he moaned, bringing his hands to his stomach. Issei calmly watched as Diodora winced in pain, after hitting him in the stomach with some moderate force. "Damn you will pay for it," said the heir Astaroth with pain. With difficulty, he jumped back and raised his hand to aim at him, creating several attacks like last time. The blonde could only sigh at this. His power level was far above Diodora's, and despite feeling a certain satisfaction at seeing him cornered, he decided to end this and return to Silver and the girls quickly. Without further ado, he inhaled air into his lungs, while gathering some power. Diodora felt it, as the temperature suddenly rose several degrees, in addition to the spike of energy in front of him. "Receive this mega flare," he said as his cheeks puffed out. It was at that moment that a hell of blue fire covered his vision completely. Diodora's eyes widened and he froze on the spot, but luckily the attack passed by him and hit the barrier behind him. Boom! Diodora stood frozen as the air currents hit him, blowing his hair and filling his clothes with dust. The high-class devil was sweating from the heat wave that hit him, not to mention that beside him was a huge groove that was red-hot, a sign of the high temperature of that flame. "Phew, that was close. I almost incinerated you by mistake," Spectra said with a whistle when he saw where his attack hit. Diodora shuddered at how casual that comment had sounded and realized that this guy was going to kill him if he didn't get out right now. He gritted his teeth at the thought of fleeing, but he had to ensure his survival. There would be a mark on his pride, but what good was pride if he died? Without further ado, he summoned a teleportation circle. Crash! But the next second it was destroyed. "What?" exclaimed a frightened Diodora. "It's useless, this barrier denies any transportation circle, so keep me company a little longer," Spectra said as his wings hit again. Diodora began to sweat profusely, as he felt his limbs go numb with terror. Spectra could only sigh as he saw the expression on his opponent's face. "I guess it was obvious, but I can't feel full satisfaction in this situation. However, I will still take a small retribution before returning home," he said as his eyes turned icy. Diodora anticipated the danger as a chill ran down his spine upon hearing her comment, so he quickly summoned a large defensive wall made of multiple magic circles, not to mention several layers overlapping each other. Issei managed to count at least 7 layers before another 3 were added. "Ha! Just try it. I won't let a filthy mongrel talk to me like that, to me, a member of the Mao house," he declared with a crazed grin. Diodora was sweating at the expenditure of power that such a barrier cost, but something told him that if he resisted the next attack he would have the opportunity to get out of here unharmed. Poor fool. The blonde smiled coldly as a reddish aura enveloped him. "Nice try, Scarlet Nettle," he said in a lapidary tone while pointing at her with his index finger. All the aura gathered on his finger, which glowed menacingly. "Penetrate." An alien voice was heard. A feeling of unease crept into Diodora's chest, but it was too late. 7 lines of light emerged from Spectra's finger, impacting Diodora's barrier, but instead of creating a collision, they passed without any resistance, finding the defenseless body of their victim. "Gah!" Diodora exclaimed in a voice full of pain. The rays of light hit him full on. 1 on his right side chest. 1 in the center of his abdomen. 1 on his left waist near his crotch. 2 on his left thigh. 1 on his right knee. The last 1 on his right shin. Spectra had reduced the power behind the attack, but applying the skill, Penetrate, to cause some damage to his opponent. "It hurts. It hurts. What is this? I don't want it," Diodora complained as he fell backwards onto the ground. His defense crumbled now as his senses were overwhelmed by pain and he lost focus. Be grateful, I could have used its original power, but that would have gone through you as well as your defense, Spectre said calmly. That was true. 2 or 3 hits would break his defense, and the rest would pass through him like a laser. But this way, he wouldn't waste any of his attacks and would also cause enormous pain, as he was seeing right now. For a moment he wanted to punch his fist into the air, as this was close to the original attack he had copied from that manga, but he instantly suppressed it. Letting out a sigh, the blonde turned around with more satisfaction than he expected. The barrier fell at that moment. Then he looked over his shoulder at Diodora. Enjoy it while you can, your sins will catch up with you one day, and you will meet your end irremediably Ja-eni, he said goodbye with those last words. Diodora stood up holding his chest and abdomen, with tears in his eyes and snot in his nose, giving a pathetic image to anyone who saw him. He looked at the exposed back of the guy who dared to humiliate him, so he raised his hand in a last attempt to get revenge. Die, damn it! He exclaimed, firing a blast of energy. This caused Spectre to stop, causing him to turn slightly as a golden aura enveloped him and lightning crackled around him. He raised his fist to shoulder height, where a flash emerged. Lightning plasma, he whispered in a neutral voice. Arg! Diodora exclaimed as his world exploded in pain. Spectre lowered his hand, his aura fading and turning around he continued on his way. Bam! Diodora fell to the ground after being lifted up by the force of the incoming attack. Blood was pouring out of his body, but he was still breathing. The demon of House Astaroth spat blood a couple of times, as his blurred vision overwhelmed him and the pain in his body almost made him scream. Without further ado, he summoned the little power he had left and teleported from that place, with great humiliation in his heart. After all, that guy had left him alive when he could have killed him with that last move. It was as if his life was not worth expending any more of his power. Yes, he had noticed. Spectre Phantom interrupted his own attack so as not to kill him. That was the greatest humiliation. She even caught a glimpse of him, the look in his eyes apathetic and condescending. Someday I will get my revenge, you will regret leaving me alive, I swear, he declared in his mind before disappearing from the place. However, he didn't know that Spectre's last words were a reality in the near future. 5 minutes after Diodora disappeared, Sona Citri and her noble title appeared on the scene. Everyone instantly went on guard, their gazes scanning the place carefully as they kept their guard up. However, all they saw was the destruction of the place and the heavy atmosphere of a powerful presence that was present. Looks like we're late, Eris Citri commented as she adjusted her glasses. It seems so, but I wonder what happened here, Tsubaki said as she looked at the still red-hot groove at the spot. The others looked at the end of this, where a still smoking crater could be seen, although the shape indicated that it had hit a defense of some kind if the shape of the crater said anything. I can feel faint traces of demonic power. It was Momo's turn. Fire, lightning, light and demonic magic, Rhea added, identifying the traces of magic. Sona nodded seriously, but internally felt pride at her servant's deductions. It doesn't seem like it's a stray demon, the power is purer and of a different level. It was Tsubaki's turn. That's right, and whoever his opponent was, he was virtually more powerful than him, Sona added, sharpening her gaze on a pool of blood. The demon that was here had a very high power level, perhaps at the level of a high-class demon. The traces of battle indicated that he had no chance, if the destruction of only one side was any indication. In addition to the absence of blood on the other side. Closing his eyes, he focused his senses trying to find some trace of his mysterious visitors. But he found nothing. Whatever it is, they have left this place, the king of the Citri group finally declared. This made everyone relax a little, but they didn't let their guard down. What are we going to do now, Kaicho? Yura asked with some concern. The other servants looked at her waiting for orders. Sona was silent for a few minutes, before letting out a sigh. For now, we should find out the level of threat posed by the person who was here before making a decision, Sona declared with utmost seriousness. If this was out of his hands he would have to inform the Mao, something he tried to avoid at all costs. The rest nodded. Okay, Tsubaki, Momo, Rhea, lend me some of your power to use that spell. Yura, Tomo, Ruruko, be alert to anything while we complete the spell, he ordered in a serious and calm tone. The girls quickly nodded as they took position. Tsubaki, Momo, Rhea and Sona took up a square formation, being surrounded by Tomo, Yura and Ruruko in a defensive manner against any incoming attacks. Okay, now I'll gather the energy traces to find out what happened in this place, Sona said as the others began the power transfer. The spell he was going to use was of a high rank, so it required a certain amount of energy that he unfortunately did not possess. However, he could use it if he relied on his bishops and his queen. When the preparations were complete, he cast the spell. Shara Rakisa. Water doll true's stage, he exclaimed as the magic power exploded. In the midst of her formation, 2 spheres of water were formed with the energy signatures she collected from the place. More water was summoned, taking the shape of the clearing they were in, adjusting the hues and creating a setting. The 2 spheres of water shook slightly before taking the form of 2 dolls on the stage. Sona sighed at the sight, while the guards also watched out of the corner of their eyes at what was happening. This was one of the great spells in the Citri clan library and dated back almost 500 years since it was acquired in the Middle East by his grandmother. She learned it when she turned 15, but it required a certain level of power that she did not yet possess. Unlike her parents and older sister who could do it without any support. However, she was not focused on that, but on the results, as the satisfied expression on her face suggested. Then they saw one of the dolls making movements like hitting a tree, as if throwing a tantrum over something that had gone wrong. Then he composed himself by fixing his image, then the other doll entered the scene. They looked at each other for a few moments, possibly exchanging words, until the doll that was there first attacked. They saw the liquid form representing the attack heading towards the second doll, so that it could swipe and easily deflect it. A moment passed that indicated a moment of shock, before various attacks went towards the second doll again. However, they stopped and disappeared before reaching him. The Citri group watched this with a raised eyebrow. Then the second doll raised its left hand, while the first doll raised a defensive circle. It didn't work. A bolt of lightning shot out from his hand and pierced the circle, brushing against the first doll. Kaicho, that guy is dominating the fight easily, Momo said with slight astonishment in her voice. She nodded. The traces indicated this after all, the Citri heiress replied. That demon didn't stand a chance, Tsubaki said this time, looking seriously at the fight. They then saw how the demon summoned a large number of attacks, so that in response the other doll summoned wings, flapping and easily deflecting all the attacks. This created some uncertainty in the Citri group. The unknown subject's dummy then closed the distance, and hit his opponent in the stomach. Fast, they thought when they saw the scene. The events were represented in real time, and that movement said that the unknown subject was very fast. The demon writhed in pain for a few moments, then jumped back and raised his hand, forming multiple attacks. They watched the other doll slightly inflate its chest, unleashing a large attack that passed by the demon. Focusing their gaze, everyone saw the red-hot groove that was just beginning to cool and solidify into solid rock. This proved that it was a fire attack at a high temperature, which meant it wasn't a common magic attack. Kaicho, if I'm not mistaken, that was a fire breath attack, said a serious Tomo from her defensive position. The all for honor mention nodded. That means it's a high-ranking dragon if the human form says anything, Tsubaki deduced this time. Indeed, Sona confirmed, narrowing her eyes. His gaze fixed on the doll with the trench coat over its shoulders and wings on its back. They watched as the demon panicked due to their body language, then a circle of water formed beneath him, before unexpectedly dispersing. That was, Tsubasa said in surprise. It didn't allow him to teleport. I guess they were under a barrier that not only isolated them from the outside world, but prevented any escape, Sona determined with a hand on her chin. Then they saw him put away his wings. The demon doll summoned several circles in front of him. The Citri group looked on in surprise as 10 layers of water represented the defensive magic circles summoned by the demon in an attempt to protect itself. The second doll pointed its hand, from which at least 7 rays of energy emerged. Sona and her servants' eyes widened as they saw how they pierced such a defense as if it were nothing, hitting the demon, who fell on his back writhing in pain. That explained the blood found at the scene, although it didn't match the amount that was there. A brief moment passed, and then the presumed dragon turned around and began to walk away, but not before giving him one last look over his back. Then they saw how the demon got up with difficulty, while pointing at his uncovered back. A burst of energy erupted from his palm. His opponent stopped walking, then turned around and raised his fist towards his opponent. They watched in disbelief as he was hit by something, lifting him into the air and then falling in a haphazard manner. Without further ado, the subject continued on his way. Kaishu, Tsubaki said seriously. That was strange, was what Momo said. A wind spell perhaps, was Ruroko's contribution. The rest remained silent. It made no sense because no matter what it was, water would represent the form of the attack even if it was wind which was incorporeal. After all, it took shape based on the energy used. With that in mind, Sona closed her eyes for a moment, as she had a feeling of something that could be dangerous if she let it go. Then his eyes opened. Wait, let me try something, he said while concentrating. The scene cut back to the point where the other guy was starting to raise his fist. Sona adjusted the power, as the movement began to slow down. When he raised his fist, the doll stood completely still, or so it seemed to the girls. They would have asked about it, but their king's expression of utmost concentration stopped them from doing so, so they too stared at the scene. Then they saw something move at a blinding speed before hitting the demon and sending it flying a couple of meters in the air. The scene froze as he fell, while he began to back up again. At this point Sona was sweating profusely. Kaicho, they said with concern. However, she did not lose her attention on the scene created by her spell. Then the scene returned to the point where the subject raised his fist completely. Again it seemed like nothing was happening, but then they could see how various lines of water emerged at a ridiculous speed and hit the demon. Without further ado, the scene resumed its normal speed, showing the subject resuming his path out of the clearing. The demon then lay there for a few more minutes, before a circle appeared beneath his form and he disappeared into it. Moments later a larger circle appeared, and then the Citri group appeared. With everything seen, Sona dropped the spell, cutting off the flow of power and causing the stage and water puppets to turn into a puddle on the floor. To think I could hit him at such high speed, said an admiring Tomo. The rest nodded at the comment, except for Sona, who stared blankly in the direction where Spectra had gone. Kaicho, Tsubaki said with concern at her king's behavior. This caught the attention of the others. Light and lightning, the all for honor mentioned said absently. This confused her servants. I had to slow down the scene at least 10,000 times slower to be able to see what we saw, he said in a lapidary tone that sent chills down the spine of those present. That had to be a joke. Then Sona turned to her title of peerage, and that was when they could see it. Sona was shaking with cold sweat and a pale complexion. That was an attack at the speed of light. That's why the demon couldn't even try to defend himself, he declared in a solemn tone. This left the group in total shock, as an atmosphere of uncertainty spread. Now they understood what he meant by light and lightning, as those two elements had been used in an attack that was impossible to avoid. So, what are we going to do, Kaicho? A worried Tsubaki asked. The all for honor mentioned removed her glasses, while searching in the pocket of her skirt, before removing something white from inside. This lapse allowed him to regain some of his composure. Nothing for now, we still don't know if he was just passing through or if he's still nearby, but we'll keep a certain alert, the Citri heiress responded while cleaning her glasses with a handkerchief. His noble title nodded to the orders of his king. My instinct tells me that he's not a threat to us, but I can't allow myself to relax in front of someone like that, Sona thought, looking at the destruction of the place again after putting on her glasses. She narrowed her eyes, weighing the option of informing her sister, something she was reluctant to do. Shaking her head in denial, Sona let out a sigh. Let's retreat for today. Rias should have already taken care of the fallen angels who were doing their thing here in our territory, he said, giving the order. Without further ado, the Citri group left the place with some doubt of insecurity floating in their minds. After all, a fight had been fought here that went unnoticed by everyone, and that was something remarkable. With the Hyodo group, Spectra descended in front of his servants, who were waiting for him at the edge of the forest, with the harbor and docks within sight. Sorry for the delay, but I had some difficulty back there, he apologized while scratching the back of his neck nervously. Don't worry, we knew this might be important to you, so we were hoping you'd take your time, Silver said, approaching him. The girls did the same, though he could see the curiosity shining in their eyes. Diodora Astaroth, the blonde said cryptically. With that simple name they understood. I see, I guess you try not to kill him, Leo quickly theorized as his ears twitched a couple of times as he took on a thoughtful expression. Kawaii. Issei had the urge to pet them, but he controlled himself. Not without first vowing to pet them back home. Yes, too weak that I had to reduce the power of my attacks, although in the end I may have been hasty in using lightning voltage against him, he explained, scratching his cheek. Silver and the girls simply shook their heads at their king's behavior. Whatever, let's get this over with, he said with a sigh as he began to lead the way. The rest simply followed along as they carried the trio of unconscious angels. 1 hour later, Rainier let out a moan as she began to open her eyes. Oh, what happened? He wondered in a low voice while pressing his palm on his forehead. She was having a slight headache at the moment, and her thoughts were not in order. Her body was also numb, and she felt disoriented. When he managed to focus his vision, he noticed that he was in some sort of huge warehouse, if the boxes and containers were any indication. The lights illuminated the large empty space where she was lying. It was then that she noticed 2 figures next to her. Midlet, Calawarner, she whispered when she recognized her companions. Managing to get back up, she walked towards the fallen figures of those mentioned. To Rainier's relief, they were both just unconscious, so she shook them a bit in an attempt to wake them up. NGHH. These were the moans they both emitted as they regained consciousness. The pair managed to sit up, then looked with obvious confusion at Rainier, who let out a sigh she was holding in. Rainier. What happened? Calawarner asked as he tried to remember. I don't know, I just remember a reddish-black flash, the All for Honor mentioned answered with a slight shiver. Where are we? Millet asked this time. Some kind of cellar, I can hear the sea, so it's probably somewhere in the port, he said seriously and with some concern as he looked towards a small window high up on one of the walls. Then she looked at her companions. You guys, I thought Gremory had killed you, he said, preventing fear from filtering into his voice. She remembered when the redhead dropped the feathers in front of her, destroying her hopes of being rescued. That's supposed to be the case. The last thing I remember was the power of destruction easily overcoming our attacks, Calawarner replied, suppressing a shiver. For his part, Midlet stifled a moan of fear as he recalled that they had practically looked death in the eye. Not to mention that not seeing Danashiku, they assumed he hadn't made it. At the blue-haired girl's response, Rainier narrowed her eyes at last, remembering her failed attempt to manipulate the brown-haired boy. He gritted his teeth at the humiliation of lowering himself to such acts, only to have the brat turn his back on him. If it weren't for that brat, he said with venom in his voice. After all, if he hadn't gotten involved, she would be receiving a hero's welcome in Grigori right now for obtaining a rare, sacred gear. Midlet and Calawarner looked at her with some concern. It was then that the trio opened their eyes. They quickly stood up, generating spears of light and standing on guard. They had heard a slight snort, so without wasting time they had taken a defensive position while cursing themselves for not being attentive. Then they could see it. Sitting on a wooden box, with his chin resting on his right knee while his left arm was wrapped around said leg, was a young man. Rainier and Calawarner's eyes widened as they recognized the person in front of them. They could notice his longer hair, his more defined face and his golden eyes looking at them with a curious shine. But still, he was the same boy they tried to kill once. Hyodo Issei. You, Rainier said with evident anger in her eyes and venom in her voice. The brown-haired boy stood up straight, leaning his back against the box behind him as he rested his hand on his knee and gave a slight smile. Long time no see, Rainier, he offered a small greeting. In response, the black-haired girl threw her spear at him. He simply tilted his head to the side to dodge the attack, while the box on his back was pierced, exploding a few meters behind him when the spear hit something more solid than the fragile boxes. Possibly some valuable cargo. Silence. A filthy demon has no right to even speak my name, he exclaimed furiously. At this comment, the boy smiled amusedly and did not appear hurt as the black-haired girl expected. So I don't mean anything to you anymore, Ray-chan. How cruel, she said, holding her chest in a hurt manner. The fallen saw red at the obvious mockery in the boy's voice. Calawarner and Midlet were behind her. While the lowly watched the conversation with surprise, the blue-haired girl analyzed the situation more calmly thanks to her experience. This is bad. Despite being outnumbered, I can't detect any sign of panic or fear, as if we weren't a threat to him, not to mention the dignified and powerful aura that surrounds him. He thought uneasily. It was then that Rainier rushed towards him, spear in hand. Wait, Rainier. Don't be reckless, the blue-haired girl exclaimed. However, she was not hurt. Damn, Midlet, we have to help her, he cursed under his breath and then turned to his partner. You don't have to tell me twice, the lowly replied, holding her spear with both hands. For his part, the brown-haired boy abandoned his improvised seat, beginning to walk calmly towards his attacker. When they were both within range of each other, the fallen one attacked, seeking to stab the boy in his face. However, he stepped to the side and dodged the incoming attack with ease. He then arched his back slightly, seeing a yellow spear pass where his neck was, and then tilted his head, feeling a small current of air on his left ear. An attack from behind. Midlet widened her eyes slightly as she watched her attack being dodged without the boy even looking at her at any point. Taking a small sideways jump, the brown-haired boy gained some distance from his attackers. "That was close," was all he said with a small, serene smile. He had moved away from the piled boxes so as not to cause further destruction of other people's property, and now faced his opponents with a casual stance. The fallen trio turned to him, as Calawarner and Midlet tried to assess the threat the boy could pose after that little exchange, and Rainier tightened her grip on her spear of light. "Rainier, calm down. If you lose your cool, this could take us longer," said the blue-haired woman while looking at the boy cautiously. The All for Honor mention did not look at her, but she still inhaled deeply, trying to regain control. At this, the brown-haired boy raised an eyebrow. "Ho, it seems there is still hope for you," the boy commented. The fallen one gritted her teeth, but remained calm. Calawarner let out a sigh when he saw how his partner did not react to the comment, then looked at the boy with suspicion. She had realized that he was not the same boy she had attacked a few days ago, because the changes were noticeable at first glance. "Anything we should know before we attack?" Calawarner asked in a serious tone. The black-haired girl remained silent for a few seconds, before tensing her muscles. "It's the current, Securite," Rainier said with a slightly tense voice. This took his companions by surprise, who looked at the boy in a new light, and with some growing fear. The light from the lamps above them, which cast a slight shadow on their faces, did not help to reassure them. "You shouldn't worry, he just awakened his sacred gear, and he has no experience using it. If we synchronize, then we can defeat him before he accumulates enough power to face us," he explained while calmness began to filter into his voice and posture. This was what Rias Gremory had told her, and to Rainier's humiliation, it was true. She panicked, and that's why she was defeated. But that would change now. For their part, Midlet and Calawarner widened their eyes upon hearing their leader's attack plan, so they also calmed down immediately. Even now they seemed anxious. "Midlet, Calawarner, let's finish him off," the fallen ordered coldly. "Aha! That's what I'm talking about," the lowly exclaimed with a bloodthirsty smile. "This will be over soon." It was the blue-haired girl's turn in a serious tone. The brunette just smiled and relaxed his shoulders. Then the trio spread their wings and swooped down on their prey. Issei noticed something was different about his attack pattern as Rainier and Midlet surrounded him, allowing Calawarner to enter his guard with his spear aimed at his stomach. His eyes widened slightly, before he stepped back diagonally, dodging a spear of light that threatened to pierce his heart from behind as well as the blue-haired girl's incoming attack. Only to see a pink spear thrust out in front of him. Boom! And that it exploded, creating a small cloud of smoke. Calawarner, who had retreated, managed to glimpse a silhouette in the cloud of smoke, so he summoned a second spear and rushed towards it. From the smoke emerged the brown-haired man with no visible damage, only to see Calawarner attack his lower body as well as his chest with his light weapons. His eyes narrowed as he felt an attack from behind, as well as seeing the spear coming from his right. This tactic left him with only two options: jump up or move to your left to get out of attack range. As he noticed Rainier entering his field of vision and forming a second spear, he chose to move to his left, as he suspected a new explosive spear and the smoke could give him some cover to take a breath. Flush. 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 Boom. Only the sound of spears missing their target could be heard, before the last spear exploded, albeit with greater power than the last. Issei raised an eyebrow at this, but put his suspicions aside as the cloud of smoke covered him. From here he could notice his opponents in front of him, however they seemed not to attempt another attack. Issei expected them to attack him, so he decided to play around with them as a small act of revenge. They would eventually realize the power difference as the fight progressed, so he was in no rush to get serious right now. Although he was a little surprised by the fallen trio's way of attacking. Calawarner demonstrated initiative in hand-to-hand combat. Midlet used sniper skills, targeting vital points with great precision from a distance. Rainier used the environment to attack their blind spot and seek to disorient the opponent. Definitely formidable. He was brought out of his musings when the cloud of smoke cleared, revealing the trio with smug smiles directed at him. "Looks like it worked," Rainer said with a pleased expression. Even if Danashiko is needed, we can still use our combination. It was Mitlet's turn in a funny tone. Better than I expected, Kalawarner nodded to herself. The brown-haired boy looked confused, before noticing that beneath his feet there was a glowing magic circle. Besides, he had trouble moving. Aerial mines and ground paralysis seals, a good combination, I admit, the brown-haired boy commented as he saw some magic circles shine in the air and others on the ground around him. Since the warehouse was as large as a hangar, they had the space to add these measures to combat it. That's right, this proves that we are superior to you demons, Rainer said while smiling wickedly. Without further ado, she began to walk towards the boy with a spear of light in her hand, followed by her companions. Now give me the satisfaction of feeling my spear pierce your heart, he said in a sadistic tone. Pierce, kill, pierce, stab, murder, disembowel, Midlet sang childishly. Kalawarner remained serious, while focusing her killing intent. When they had the boy within range of their spears, Rainer looked at him with superiority, savoring the moment of getting revenge for the humiliation she suffered thanks to him. Any last words? He asked with an almost demented smile. At this, the brown-haired boy smiled but said nothing. Die! Rainer exclaimed, swinging her spear at the boy's chest. The other two fallen pointed to the same place. Then it happened. Clang! 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 Rainer, Kalawarner and Midlet were instantly pushed back, as they slid backwards and put their spears forward defensively. What the hell? They exclaimed in surprise, turning their gaze to the boy. They only saw a flash of red before they were able to kill the brown-haired boy. Then all three of their eyes widened in shock, as their mouths dropped open and words caught in their throats. This was because Issei was holding what they identified as a blood-red spear of light. However, the most shocking thing was that they could feel holy energy in that spear. Impossible, Rainer muttered in disbelief. How? Midlet stammered in disbelief. Kalawarner couldn't even think coherently. But this made it clear to him why the boy had been so calm despite being outnumbered. Then they heard him snort. I didn't think that showing a little of my skill would leave them in such a sorry state, said the brown-haired boy while absent-mindedly turning the spear in his hand. In response to the comment, he felt 3 spikes of power, before he saw 3 spears being thrown in his direction. The brown-haired boy smiled before clenching the spear in his hand, as it shone brightly and a certain pressure could be felt. He then changed his form into a red energy sword, then swung it in a swing and shattered the spears of light easily. The fallen trio took a step back when they saw that, not to mention that they had used a lot of their energy to create those spears. That Issei had destroyed them in this way indicated that it was much more powerful than them. It seems that the time for playing is over. It is time to proceed and apply your punishment, he said as the sword of light faded from his hand. At that moment, Rainer, Kalawarner and Midlet felt an enormous pressure surrounding them, preventing them from moving or even breathing. Their legs were shaking and they were sweating cold. In a flash, the boosted gear had appeared covering his left hand. The boy's gaze was sharp and conveyed extreme coldness. Seeing the Longinus, Rainer tried to move. After all, it had to be 10 seconds for the boy to get an increase, so she had to finish him before he surpassed her power. The other two thought the same thing, but they also knew that their chances of success were almost zero, since in base state the boy only proved to be playing with them. They were doomed to receive any raise. However, none of them could move even a millimeter. Boost, 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 boost. Boost, 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 boost. Well, 10 augmentations out of nowhere made the fallen trio stop fighting and simply resign themselves to their fate. Ah, so this is the end. The blue-haired girl thought with a melancholic smile. Rainer and Midlet closed their eyes, their minds in chaos but without any coherent thoughts at the moment. Are you ready? Issei asked in a neutral tone. They felt a chill run down their spines. Rainer trembled in place. Kalawarner looked down grimly. Midlet had tears in his eyes. They tried to say something, but their mouths would not obey. So that's all, he said before disappearing. In a second, he was behind Rainer, wrapping his arm around her breasts and clasping her right shoulder with his armored hand in an almost intimate embrace. The fallen opened their eyes at the boy's terrifying speed, for they did not see him move. Your punishment will be 100 lashes, he whispered in her ear in a deep voice. Rainer opened her eyes and tried to say something, but everything happened so fast that by the time she could open her mouth she was already face down in the boy's lap. The brown-haired boy was sitting on the floor with his legs crossed, while his attention was on the back of the black-haired girl. Rainier could feel the anticipation in her body as her glutes unconsciously clenched. Then Issei raised his hand and let it fall. Plop. "One," the brunette said after hitting her but with his outstretched hand. "NGH." Rainier inhaled with a surprised moan. She felt her butt burning, after feeling the skin-to-skin contact. "Plop." "Two," said the brown-haired boy, repeating the movement. Rainier was still trying to process what was happening while gritting her teeth. For their part, Calawarner and Midlet looked at everything, unable to believe what their eyes were seeing, and they stepped back and moved their hands to their rear ends protectively when the boy looked at them with a cold gaze. "When I finish with Rainier it will be your turn," he declared, raising his hand again. Glup. They couldn't help but swallow. Plop. "Three," he said as he landed the third spank. "Ian," the fallen complained at the blow. "Be thankful I discarded the boosted gear," he said, raising his hand again. Plop. 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 The sound filled the warehouse as Rainier clenched her fists, a trickle of saliva running from the corner of her lips towards her chin as she gritted her teeth. Her cheeks were flushed and her pupils dilated, and her skin was glistening with sweat. Then the sound of slapping filled the place. 1 hour later. The brown-haired boy got up from the ground, while shaking his clothes. On the ground lay the fallen angels he had just punished. Rainier was lying face down, holding her upper body with her forearms, with slight spasms and breathing heavily with a huge blush on her face and looking at him with tears in her eyes. Calawarner was on all fours as he rubbed his battered bottom and grimaced at the contact. Midlet had his face pressed to the ground, his eyes swirling, and his bottom exposed, steaming from 100 lashes. The brunette massaged his neck while having an exhausted expression. "Okay, get up, it's time to go," the boy ordered. Rainier narrowed her eyes, but chose to obey. Calawarner stood up silently, glaring at him. Midlet reacted and stood up, while having a pitiful expression. "I'll tell you that your punishment is not over yet," he told them in a harsh tone. This made the trio open their eyes. "What the hell? Isn't it enough for you to humiliate us?" an angry Rainier demanded. The brunette sharpened his gaze, causing the fallen to step back and instinctively bring her hands to her but with a fearful expression on her face. "No, he probably wants our bodies too," Calawarner said with displeasure. At this, Midlet looked at him in terror. The brunette detected fear in Rainier and Calawarner, but they hid it better than the blonde lowly. At this the boy let out a sigh. "If I were the old me I would have thought about it, but I still wouldn't do it," said the brown-haired boy with a wry smile. This made the trio raise an eyebrow, but they still looked at him with suspicion. "However, from now on you will be my family, as well as servants in my home until I believe you have had enough punishment," he declared, regaining the seriousness on his face. It should be said that as he finished saying those lines, a magic circle shone beneath the trio, and then a necklace of light appeared around their necks, in colors that matched the color of their spears of light. Pink for Rainier. Yellow for Calawarner. Light pink for Midlet. "What is this?" a stupefied Rainier asked. "That is the symbol of our pact, although in this case, I did not need your approval to seal it," the brown-haired boy responded as the magic circle disappeared. This was an application of the power of domination he received from Drake, although it was the first time he used it. For their part, the trio remained silent, still processing what the boy had said. When their current situation finally sank into their minds, blind rage gripped their hearts, for they could no longer oppose him. Then Issei turned around. "Still, I'm being lenient. After all, they get a power boost from me. Plus there are no repercussions if they tried to kill me," he commented with his back to them. That was all he needed to hear, so summoning a spear of light he lunged at the boy, taking advantage of the fact that his back was turned. The brown-haired boy had to hide his surprise when he felt the incoming attack, especially the fallen one who was doing it with every intention of killing. "Midlet, wait!" Calawarner exclaimed, eyes wide open. Rainier briefly forgot her anger, only to watch in horror as her partner made such an error in judgment. Midlet couldn't take his eyes off the boy's bare back, his vision distorting into a tunnel. When she was a short distance away, she saw the boy slowly turn around, his spear of light coming dangerously close to his unprotected chest. For a moment he felt time freeze, just as his spear of light was a cm away from piercing the boy's heart. His eyes drifted to her face, meeting her impassive, even disinterested gaze. It was then that the realization hit her. He left that opening on purpose. she thought as her blood ran cold. Then his mind cleared, remembering the speed the brunette used earlier when he started punishing Rainier. What a fool I have been, but I suppose death is better than servitude, she thought with resignation. Out of the corner of his eye he made out the forms of Calwarner and Rainier. She could see the desperation on their faces. Then he closed his eyes for a moment, preparing to receive death head-on and without regrets. Opening his eyes, his gaze hardened as time began to tick away again. That whole mental process had happened in a fraction of a second. She expected the boy to dodge the spear, block it, destroy it, even snatch it from her hands and use it to impale her heart in a very ironic way. However, something unexpected happened. Boom! The spear hit the boy's chest and exploded. Millet was caught off guard, then thrown back by the force of the explosion. "NGHH," she complained, caught off guard. Fortunately, she was caught in midair by Rainier. "Little fool, don't do something crazy like that again," the black-haired girl scolded, holding her in her arms. "You were lucky. I didn't think you'd actually catch up." It was Calwarner's turn. She looked at the cloud of smoke caused by the explosion. Calwarner could see the brief surprise on the boy's face before his upper half was engulfed by the explosion after taking the spear to his chest. A good omen, without a doubt. Hee, I really thought it was my end, but I was able to touch it thanks to my power growing from one moment to the next, said an embarrassed blonde while rubbing her arm and looking away. The two elder fallen looked at each other for a moment before letting out a sigh. "It doesn't matter, I doubt you killed him, but you still hit him, so I assume you seriously injured him, and that's a good thing for us," the blue-haired girl said with a small smile. This encouraged the other two, who then focused on the cloud of smoke. They could see something flying out of the top, realizing it was the boy's trench coat, which slowly fell to the ground with slight burns on it. Looking back at the cloud of smoke, they could see a silhouette in it as it slowly dissipated. Then they could see the feet, then the waist, the chest, and finally the face. Rainier, Midlet, and Calwarner felt their hopes crumble at the sight before them. Issei was completely unharmed after that attack. Not a single wound on his body. The only thing he had lost was his trench coat. For a moment they thought that all was lost, and they dropped to the ground while hiding their wings. There was no point in fighting. It was then that they noticed something peculiar about the boy. He lost an arm. Calwarner wondered quietly. Rainier and Midlet nodded as they regained some of their will and stood up again. "If we work together we'll be able to take him down," Rainier said decisively. It seems that Midlet's attack had reached him. However, Calwarner was not so optimistic. She carefully analyzed every moment of her brief confrontation with the brown-haired boy, where the few attacks she made were with her left hand, thus reaching a disturbing conclusion. He was mutilated from the start, she thought as an alarmed expression appeared on her face. The bandages that were visible indicated to her that he had been wounded before he joined them. That meant that the boy in front of them fought at such a disadvantage and still completely overwhelmed them. When he looked up to warn Rainier, he saw that the All for Honor mentioned and Midlet had already summoned their spears of light, and were now propelling themselves into close-range combat. At this the brown-haired boy raised his hand with his index finger extended, while pointing at them. A reddish glow covered it. "Rainier. Midlet. No!" he exclaimed, extending his hand, as if he wanted to grab them from their spot and remove them from danger. "Scarlet Needle," Issei whispered. A reddish ray shot from the boy's finger and passed between Midlet and Rainier at a speed their eyes couldn't follow. Crash! The sound of their light spears shattering echoed through the place. This stopped the career of both fallen. Calwarner, with a stupefied expression, turned his head as he looked where the reddish laser hit. A red-hot dot adorned the concrete wall behind him. She had felt a draft after seeing the slight reddish glow on the brunette's finger. His heart felt heavy and cold sweat covered his skin. Rainier and Midlet were frozen in place, looking at the boy with fear on their faces. "That was some good control, look at that, destroying both spears with one shot," a female voice said in admiration. "It was to be expected, they don't have the speed for Issei to have to worry," another female voice responded. The trio tensed at the unfamiliar voices. "Come on, you don't have to be so harsh, I'm sure you'll be able to get them in shape when we get back. Well, if they survive," said another female voice with a slight sadistic tone. "Yair Yair," said a voice, this time male. Rainier and company looked to their right and saw them. 1 man and 3 women. A white-haired yokai standing with her hands resting on the handle of a sword. His aura screamed noble all around. a blonde woman, wearing rather striking and tight clothing, leaned against the wall while she had her hands in the pockets of her jacket. A woman with platinum blonde hair and long ears denoting that she was an elf, who was standing with her arms crossed, looking at them harshly. The man was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, shaking his head with an amused and somewhat exasperated smile. How? I never felt them. Rainier thought with her eyes wide open. What the hell? Thought an alarmed Calawarner. No. Midlet groaned internally. If the fight with the brown-haired boy was difficult, with the four of them in the equation his chances of escaping were reduced to almost zero. For his part, the brown-haired boy closed his eyes and smiled slightly. Calm down, they won't intervene in this fight, said the brown-haired boy lowering his hand. This gained the trio's attention. How do we know it's not a trick? Calawarner asked in a suspicious tone. Because they have been here since you woke up and they did not intervene in our fight, and they will not move unless I order them to, the boy confirmed. This made them break out in a cold sweat, because if what he said was true then they could have died at any moment. Although his last comment calmed them down a little, it didn't remove Calawarner's suspicions, but seeing that none of them showed hostile intentions, he allowed himself to relax a little. Then the tension between Rainier and her group and Issei became present again. You can act tough, but thanks to the power boost you gave us, Midlet managed to hurt you, Rainier provoked, looking at her missing limb with a smug smile. The all for honor mention smiled with a hint of arrogance, while the blue-haired girl tensed. The brunette blinked, before snorting in amusement. This caused Rainier's smile to fade, replaced by a frown. What's so funny, brat? He asked with annoyance. Nothing, it's just funny that you think it was you who hurt me, he said in an amused tone. Who, so what caused that wound? The black-haired girl asked, narrowing her eyes. I'm sure it was some sad street urchin with no real power, Midlet added mockingly. That comment caused Rainier to let out a snort as she stifled her impending laughter. For his part, Calawarner tensed when he noticed the amused smile on the four strangers, and the brown-haired boy shook his head with a resigned expression. It was actually a QB and he paid the price with his life, the brunette commented casually, his tone darkening at the last part. This stopped Rainier and Midlet's mockery, as Calawarner's alarms went off in his head. Although she noticed at times that they didn't have much of a chance against the brunette, she never felt as overwhelmed as when the boy spoke at this moment. The brunette had shocked them with pure skill and power, but now she could feel the killing intent beginning to emanate from his body. Rainier and Midlet felt it too, because in that instant the two of them took a step back from the feeling of death that surrounded them. You have to be kidding, they exclaimed in their minds as they felt their insides freeze. The brown-haired boy's gaze was icy, while a dark aura began to emanate from his body, making them break out in a cold sweat. Then he relaxed, causing the oppressive atmosphere they felt to evaporate as if nothing had happened. Rainier and Midlet fell onto their butts, breathing heavily. Calawarner was on her knees, leaning on her hands, as she was the only one who did not get her hopes up when the image of the boy's amputated arm was shown. She looked at him with a dead, resigned expression. Calm down, I won't take your lives. If I wanted you dead I wouldn't even have rescued you, he said as he walked towards his fallen trench coat. This caught the attention of the trio, who saw how the boy lifted the garment, which was in good condition with no visible damage other than slight burns, and placed it on his shoulders. Then he turned around and started walking towards them. Rainier, Midlet, and Calawarner tensed as they watched him approach them. When he was in front of them he stopped, looking at them with an indecipherable expression. The trio felt the tension increasing by the second, waiting for the boy to do something. After a few seconds he exhaled, then leaned down and grabbed Rainier's wrist, pulling her up and putting her on her feet. However, her legs were not responding and because of this they were unable to support her. Ah! She exclaimed, surprised by the boy's action, and felt herself collapsing. But the brown-haired boy caught her by wrapping his arm around her waist. Silver, Leo, help Midlet and Calawarner, we've lost a lot of time and I want to sleep, he said in a tired tone. The all for honor mention complied, with Leo supporting Calawarner, while Silver lifted Midlet onto his shoulder. I'm not going to thanks, the blue-haired girl commented in a bitter tone. I expected it, I'm just obeying the orders of my king, the yokai responded. Hey, put me down, the lowly exclaimed from Silver's shoulder. It's easier to carry you like this, the black-haired man defended himself with indifference. The brown-haired boy looked at this, then looked at the black-haired girl, who looked at him with a cold gaze. Don't even think about it, he said through gritted teeth. She then put her arm around the boy's neck to support herself, to which the boy nodded and began to walk slowly. The rest followed suit. They left the cellar, while the fallen trio noticed how a barrier fell. This told them that they were always at the mercy of the enemy, which made them tremble slightly because they never felt it. That explains why none of the Mao's sisters came despite the fight. They thought uneasily. The way back was silent. Rainier gathered some magic and changed her appearance to that of Yuma, so as not to attract attention when they entered the streets of the city. Although he could see how the few people passing by seemed not to notice them. It's Leo and Silver's ability, and it helps that it's very late, the brown-haired boy answered the unasked question. This clarified things for them a bit. How am I alive? You clearly turned your back on me when Gremory tried to kill me, Rainier suddenly asked. This question was in the back of his mind, but due to the prolonged silence and discomfort it returned to the surface of his mind. The boy's eyes fell on her at that moment. That was enough for Rainier to notice the huge changes in his appearance, not to mention his eyes. How much experience? He thought when he saw him. Then the brown-haired boy looked back ahead. The answer is easy, but hard to believe at the same time, the boy replied calmly. Midlet and Calawarner were also paying attention to the conversation, as they too had the same doubt in their minds. When Rias unleashed her attack on you, I moved quickly and destroyed the bond that tied the sacred gear to your soul, then I stopped her attack and got you out of there before she realized it, the boy summarized. This caused the Fallen to look at him in disbelief. Aline and Elsha did the same if I'm not mistaken. After all, Rias' attack is extremely slow, he declared as if it were nothing. This caused the trio to look at him in shock. How is this possible? You haven't even been with the demons for a month. The girl exclaimed, stupefied. That's the hard part to believe. My current self has been in the supernatural world for a little over a year. No wait, now that I think about it, it's actually 2 years after being a year back then, he said without taking his eyes off the front, then murmured the last part with his gaze towards the sky. If he had his other arm, you wouldn't be surprised that he had his hand on his chin. The fallen trio looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Due to an accident traveling to the past, I was lost for a year before arriving at this time. Originally you were supposed to be dead, but the girls convinced me that death was an easy way out for you, he said in a serious tone while looking at her out of the corner of his eye. The trio flinched at the tone, not to mention they were processing what the boy had said. To Rainier and Midlet it was nothing more than nonsense, but Calawarner realized that there was no trace of a lie in his tone, not to mention that the skills he demonstrated were on another level. In addition to what Leo said when he helped her, about the brown-haired boy being his king. I see, that explains everything, he said, closing his eyes. This earned 2 incredulous looks from Rainier and Midlet, though the latter couldn't be seen as her upper body was on Silver's back. Are you going to believe that nonsense? Rainier exclaimed beside herself. The blue-haired girl was silent for a few moments, before looking at the black-haired girl with utmost seriousness. Rainier, just look at him and tell me if you think he's the same boy you killed a few weeks ago, he said without losing his serious tone. The all for honor mentioned remained silent, because she saw that her companion was right. The brown-haired boy could not change in a few hours, which was how long she calculated they were unconscious. As I said, thanks to Silver and Leo's skills we were able to sneak into the church unnoticed by everyone, including the Gremory peerage and my other self, the brown-haired boy said in a relaxed tone. This made the trio open their eyes again. Didn't I say so? Due to a small accident I was dragged back in time. My original time is 1 year from now, the boy clarified in an amused tone. The realization on Rainier and Calawarner's faces was priceless. So that's why she called you her king, you're a high-class devil, was what the blue-haired girl said in a tone full of astonishment. Being the possessor of a Longinus must have been the factor to become so powerful in such a short time, in addition to helping him climb the demonic society as quickly as a year. The boy nodded. I was promoted based on Gera's achievements, not on contract numbers, the boy clarified seriously. War. This sent the trio into deep thought, now wondering how big the gap between their abilities was, much to Rainier's inner rage. Solo, how strong is it? They asked themselves at that moment. If you're wondering how strong I am in my current state, I could go against Kokobile, and win just by using the base ability of my sacred gear. I could even give Azazel some trouble if I try hard, he explained as best he could. Shit. They exclaimed when they saw that they had been easily discovered. I have fought against gods, Mao and evil dragons, With my life at the limit, it was obvious that I had to become stronger in order to survive, he said in a serious and almost lapidary tone. This made the trio feel a chill run down their spines. Having processed all that, the trio of fallen remained silent the rest of the way. 20 minutes later. Once they arrived at their hotel, the group headed to their rooms, where they had to organize themselves to divide up between the two rooms. The girls would take Millet with them, while Caliwarner and Rainier stayed with Silver and Issei due to it being just the two of them in their room. To avoid problems with the beds, they had obtained 3 futons from the reception for the use of the fallen. So they prepared to rest. As soon as the light was turned off, everyone looked for their places in the room, with Silver and Issei on the beds, while Rainier and Caliwarner each took a futon and stayed in the middle of the room. Silver remained alert with a light sleep, while the brunette had fallen asleep easily. For their part, Rainier and Caliwarner stayed awake, thinking about the last few hours and how much it would affect them from now on. The dark-haired girl stood up, seeing in the darkness with ease. Caliwarner noticed her, but made no movement and remained silent. Rainier headed to the brunette's bed, noticing how he was sleeping deeply, as if he didn't have a care in the world, even though the enemy was in the same room. She watched his even breathing, his calm expression, and how vulnerable he looked. If she summoned a spear of light, she doubted he would be able to react in time. However, his concern was the other occupant in the room. That man was a complete mystery to her, as she could not detect any trace of demonic energy in him. In fact, none of Issei group gave off the impression of being a demon. She bit her lip as she looked back at the sleeping boy. Letting out a sigh, he let his shoulders slump. The risk of attempting an attack was not worth it, as it could fail, putting her companions in danger. Normally she wouldn't worry about it, but with everything that had happened she felt softer than usual. So he simply leaned over the boy, brushing a few strands of hair from his forehead with a gentle wave of his hand in a rare gesture of kindness. I should pierce your heart right now, but I won't, so consider this my thanks for saving our lives, he said with a neutral look. Caliwarner listened to what was said from his futon, letting out a suppressed sigh. Wise decision, fallen angel. A voice that conveyed power was heard saying. Rainier started, pulling away from the boy and standing up again. Caliwarner jumped out of his futon as he stood on alert. Had you tried, the very spear you summoned would be piercing your heart before you knew it. The voice spoke again. The two angels searched with their eyes until they fell on the back of the boy's left hand, where there was an emerald green light. That only meant one thing. Welsh Dragon Drake, they whispered with their hearts beating rapidly in their chest. When my companion gave you an estimate of his power, he was not exaggerating. Right now. If he were to use his power at full power, he would be among the top 4 of the top 10 of the strongest beings in the world. He said seriously and with some pride. The fallen pair opened their eyes at the dragon's words, for they knew that Drake would never lie with something like that. Without further ado, the light went out, indicating that the dragon had gone to sleep. The duo fell silent, processing what Drake had said and shuddering at the thought of the brunette's power to surpass several beings who were far above their leaders. In complete silence, Rainier returned to her futon, as did Caliwarner. They laid down and remained silent, digesting the information they had just received. If that was true, then at least they would be protected from Azazel by acting behind his back, but only if Issei bothered to defend them from their punishment at the hands of the Grigori governor. They looked at each other, the concern in their eyes was evident, but they were forced to resign themselves and pray that things would turn out well. So nodding to each other, they settled down on their sides and set about resting as best they could. Girls' room. Millet remained with his eyes open, unable to sleep and watching the girls sleep peacefully. She sat up feeling thirsty, so she looked for a glass of water. Then she noticed how Leo's ears twitched, which made her shudder, knowing that despite sleeping his senses were alert. Shaking off his uneasiness, he searched for the jug of the liquid he needed, which was on the desk. Once he had quenched his thirst, he lay down again. Worry came over her, because she didn't know what would become of them from now on. Everything that happened came to his mind, plaguing his soul with insecurity. He just hoped things wouldn't get worse, as they were currently traitors who disobeyed their governor's orders, but with the Securite protecting them, he doubted they would be hunted down. Of course, unless the boy left them to the wolves. However, he would not have gone to so much trouble to ensure their survival as to let them die like that. He had said it himself, hadn't he? He closed his eyes and went to sleep, hoping that things would be better from now on. She had no choice but to entrust her safety to Issei. Without further ado, fatigue came to her, and she quickly fell asleep. The next day, Rainier slowly opened her eyes. He sat up and stretched his arms, shaking off the stiffness in his muscles after a night's sleep. A little sleepy, she looked around. The place was unknown. He blinked awkwardly a couple of times before it all came back to him. Her eyes opened, and her gaze turned to the bed where a certain boy was still sleeping. Yes, it was all real, a whisper came from his side. She stifled a shriek and then turned around in panic, only to be met with the golden eyes of Calwarner, who was still tucked into her futon. She put a hand to her chest, where she could feel her racing heart. Then she looked at her companion reproachfully for scaring her like that. She just raised her hands in apology. Calmer, Rainier looked down at her lap with a thoughtful look on her face. His mind threatening to get lost in his thoughts about everything that had happened and what he could have done to change things. But he denied it, because there was nothing he could do, and last night he had come to a resolution to accept his current circumstances. "Good morning, I hope you rested well," said a manly voice. They turned around, seeing Silver sitting on his bed, as he began to put on his boots. "Silver-san, am I wrong?" Calwarner asked in a cordial tone. "Silver Fullbuster, it's a pleasure," he nodded before standing up. "A pleasure, I suppose," the fallen replied with a bit of reluctance. Rainier just nodded in greeting. "The girls should be awake by now, they'll call us for breakfast at any moment, you'd better get cleaned up," he said, and then headed to the bathroom. The fallen duo fell silent, trying to understand why the black-haired man wasn't cautious around them. "The answer is easy, he is as strong as Kokobile. With his mastery of ice he could freeze this city in seconds," was what a newly awakened Issei said. The two fallen were startled for a moment, noticing him sitting on his bed. The night before he had taken off his trench coat and boots only, so he was in his pants, the sleeveless black shirt with some leather straps hugging his upper body, his left arm bare showing good musculature. What remained of his right arm was bandaged, and bandages were visible on his neck. "OCD. OCD." There was a knock on the door. "Breakfast is served, don't take too long," Elsha's voice was heard behind the door. "Thanks for letting us know, we'll be there in a moment," the brown-haired boy replied. At that moment Silver emerged from the bathroom, looking more refreshed. Next was Issei. The fallen duo remained silent during the brief exchange, warily eyeing the scar-faced man, who gave them a curt nod before exiting the room. The next moment they both breathed a sigh of relief. After what Issei said, they could notice his icy aura, which gave them chills, and the temperature dropped a couple of degrees when he left the bathroom. They looked at each other for a moment, seeing the concern on each other's faces. If they felt this burden, then how was Millet? They wondered. Issei came out at that moment. "Go get cleaned up, I'll wait for you here," he said as he sat on his bed, leaning his back against the headboard and getting comfortable. They obeyed the order without complaint. 10 minutes later. The 8 of them were in the middle of breakfast at the moment. The girls had asked for more chairs for the extra occupants, so they were now arranged so that 3 sat on each side, while the last 2 occupied the heads of the table. Issei occupied one, while Silver occupied the other. On one side was the fallen trio, while on the other were the girls. Right now Issei had given the orders for the day, which left his servants a little uneasy. "Are you sure about this, Issei?" Leo asked seriously. "You don't have to worry, they are harmless at the moment," he said, shaking his hand to emphasize the comment. The members of their peerage looked at the trio, to which Rainier and Calwarner nodded with serious faces. Mitlet's gaze was downcast, feeling intimidated. Silver and the girls looked at each other for a moment, then sighed. "I guess it's okay, you were only able to fight Adele, who was a QB, so I shouldn't worry about your safety," Leo reluctantly agreed. "Just don't get too confident," Aline said with a serious face. "I'm glad you're worried, but you know nothing bad will happen," he said calmly. "If you say so, then we will dedicate ourselves to searching for the ley line of this city so we can open the portal," Elsha said, looking at him seriously. The brown-haired boy nodded. "My power will return to full capacity tomorrow, so we must make preparations," the boy confirmed. "Then let's not waste any more time, let's hurry up and complete the task," Aline said, standing up, being imitated by the other 3. "Don't pressure yourselves, take it easy," the brown-haired boy advised them. The quartet nodded, then headed for the bedroom door. "I hope they don't do anything funny while we're gone, Ma. I doubt they could be a real danger anyway," Leo said before muttering the last part. Without further ado, the group left. Issei let out a sigh. They were too overprotective. He didn't want to think about what it would be like if they knew about the ritual he had to go through, not to mention the terrible pain he experienced. He had to suppress the shiver that threatened to shake him. You can look for something on TV to distract yourselves. Remember that you are officially dead. If you leave the hotel you could run into the Gremry or Citri groups, and we don't want to attract attention, he ordered in a firm tone, and then got up from the table. Kellwarner began picking up the dirty dishes and arranging them on the cart on which room service had brought the food. "What are you going to do?" Rainer asked, looking at him seriously. "I'm going to take a bath. It might take a while," he replied as he walked away towards the door. Once the boy left, the group of fallen fell into a deep silence. "It wasn't as bad as I first thought," a resolute Kellwarner commented. "Only if you ignore that for a moment they considered us a threat, and then they humiliated us," Rainer responded in a bitter tone. "Unfortunately, they have plenty of reasons," said the blue-haired girl in a harsh tone. "You said it," said the black-haired girl with a self-deprecating smile. Millet could feel the frustration and helplessness filtering through Rainer's voice, but she didn't say anything, understanding that for someone as proud as her leader, servitude was the worst punishment to pay for her sins. He shook his head as he watched his partner head for the bedroom door, a wicked smile on her face that boded ill. "Where are you going, Rainer?" the blonde lowly asked. "I'm going to take a bath. Please don't disturb me," he replied as his smile grew a little wider before leaving the room. The two remaining fallen remained silent for a few minutes, before registering what the dark-haired woman had said. "Wait, why didn't you use the bathroom in this room?" Millet asked his companion. The next second they opened their eyes as they understood what the girl was going to do, and they could only say one thing. "Shit!" they exclaimed before running out of the room trying to stop their partner from doing something crazy. Boys' room bathroom. Issei was sitting on a wooden bench, while washing his hair with his only hand. It was a bit of a difficult task to do with just one hand, but he could manage for a few more days while Azazel helped him solve the problem. It was then that he felt a presence behind him, but he was not startled as he did not sense any bad intentions coming from the intruder. Then a pair of hands came out from under his arms, to surround his abdomen and hug him, while a very familiar feeling of softness reached his back. She tilted her head, her eyes closed by the shampoo foam, towards her intruder, recognizing the energy signature of said person. "What are you doing here, Rainer?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "Fufufu, I just wanted to help wash you," the all for honor mentioned responded in a playful tone. Issei remained in that position, then shrugged. "I guess I can count on your help," he said in a relaxed tone that surprised the fallen for a moment. "You seem very used to a woman sneaking into the bathroom when you're using it," she said as she moved away from him. She reached for a sponge, which she used to begin cleaning his back. The boy smiled nervously. "Yes, I had some experience on the subject from living with Rias," he replied vaguely. Rainer's eyebrow twitched upon hearing the redhead's name. At that moment the bathroom door opened, revealing a pair of agitated girls, who were surprised by the sight. A brunette with a towel around his waist sitting on a bench, with a naked Rainer washing his back. "Could you close the door? I'm feeling a bit cold here," Rainer asked politely. This left the duo speechless, who could only do as requested absent-mindedly. "Also, if you're going to be here, you'd better take off your clothes unless you want them to get wet from the steam," the fallen one said as if it were nothing. The stunned girls could only nod and leave the bathroom, leaving their clothes in baskets and entering with a towel around their bodies. The brunette didn't say anything. After all, he didn't feel any danger, not to mention that his body was covered by a thin layer of tuki that would withstand a spear of light without problems if they decided to attack treacherously. Although I highly doubted an attack. Rainer finished washing her back, so using a bucket she rinsed the foam off her body, as well as washing her hair. So the brown-haired boy was able to open his eyes, but he remained in the same position. It was that Rainer's hands ran over his chest, feeling every toned muscle as well as the scar that spanned his torso. She bit her lip as she felt his defined abs, feeling her body temperature rise. This was his nature as a fallen angel. She had never had any experience in intimacy, mostly because the men she met were inferior, and she was obsessed with Azazel, or ascending in the lines of Grigori. But right now she remembered how the brunette had treated her after overwhelming her, and that was why she was starting to get excited. As her hands started to go south, her wrist was quickly grabbed by the boy. "I suggest you stop," he said in a serious tone. Kellwarner and Midlet snapped out of their daze upon hearing him speak, as well as analyzing Rainer's position. They could see her pressed against the boy's back, guessing that he was hugging her body against his and that his hands were running over her torso. They noticed how his shoulders fell, so they deduced that his hands had reached there. Midlet blushed and Kalwarner massaged the bridge of his nose in exasperation. "Is that a threat?" Rainier asked in a sensual tone. She licked her lips in anticipation, for the brunette wouldn't be able to stop her with only one arm. "It's a warning. If you don't stop, we'll both suffer the punishment," he said with a blue face and trembling slightly. This comment caused the three girls to have a drop on the back of their necks. "I'm not afraid of the Crimson Princess," he said angrily to use his free hand and sneak under her towel holding little Issei. She blushed profusely as she felt his length, his thickness, and the heat he generated in her hand. The brunette stifled a moan, as he felt the stimulation given to him by Rainier's soft hand as it clung to his manhood. When he managed to form a coherent thought, the boy turned his head, meeting the black-haired girl's violet eyes. "Believe me, the one he spoke of is much, much worse," he said in a solemn tone and with a shiver. Just imagining Sona, Roseweiss, Tsukimi or worse, Ophis finding out that something happened between him and Rainier gave him goosebumps. He preferred to avoid any guilty action because he doubted he could lie to them if he became uncomfortable around the fallen when he returned home. For her part, the black-haired girl swallowed dryly when she saw his expression of fear, and then released little Issei. The brown-haired boy sighed, then stood up and got into the bathtub full of hot water. Rainier just exhaled, then began to wash her body. On the other hand, Kalwarner and Midlet did not know what to do at this moment. They could leave and take a bath in the other room, but they weren't sure about leaving their partner exposed to the boy. They came out of their thoughts when the black-haired girl stood up and walked over to the tub where the boy was submerged with his eyes closed. She then turned her back towards Issei, causing him to open his eyes as his relaxation was disturbed. His eyes widened in disbelief and shock as he saw the fallen's shapely ass in front of his face, who grabbed the edges of the tub and leaned over trying to sit up. She was not aware that this movement caused her buttocks to separate, giving the boy an exclusive view of her intimacy and her anus, who in reflection closed his eyes to avoid any problem. Then he felt the weight of the girl on his lap. Then he felt her lean her back against his chest and nestle her head into the crook of his neck. The two remaining fallen, not knowing what else to do, proceeded to wash themselves, keeping an eye out for any sign that the brown-haired boy might try to overstep his partner. The duo inside the bathtub remained silent for a few minutes, then it was the fallen who began to speak. "Can I ask you something?" the girl asked with her eyes closed. "Go ahead." The boy agreed in a soft tone. "What will happen when they find out that we are still alive? If we return with you to your time, we will also be traitors in Grigori's eyes and we will be hunted," she asked in a serious tone. The other two paid attention to what the boy would answer. The brown-haired boy remained silent for a few seconds, increasing the tension in the place. Due to the close position between the two, Issei could feel Rainier's heart racing in anticipation of his response. "Azazel won't say anything. I was one of those affected, so I have the right to claim their lives as compensation," he replied in a firm tone. This answer calmed the fallen trio's uneasiness somewhat, but also reminded them that they were at his mercy, and he could dispose of them. "Don't worry, I decided on the punishment based on your pride. That's why a life of servitude was the most appropriate way to punish you, even though you were one of my least pleasant memories. I can now say that I don't hate you, but I don't plan on being gentle with you either, so you have a lot of work ahead of you before I can grant you your freedom," he declared with a small smile. It was true, after everything that happened he allowed himself to close that chapter of his story and move on. While seeing it all from another perspective as a spectator brought a bad taste to his mouth, seeing Rainier's defeated expression was more than enough to overcome the brief lapse of bitter memories. Because he kept his eyes closed, he couldn't see Rainier look down with a shocked expression. She didn't expect an answer like that. Kalwarner and Midlet's expressions were also ones of shock. Neither of them expected him to just dismiss everything that had happened like that, but he still did so without the slightest hesitation. So they felt a little hope that they might be free at some point. Rainier also felt a burden being lifted off her shoulders, causing her to grimace. This was something that did not suit her, feeling relieved that Kalwarner and Midlet would not suffer for her decisions. She cursed inwardly for softening, and blamed the boy behind her for this small change. She also felt her cheeks burn at the slight hint of care from him in considering her part of his servants, and granting her protection from an entire faction if she took his words seriously. This made him feel a warm-out surge in his chest that he couldn't explain. It didn't help at all to feel the boy's hardness on her back. That made her eye twitch. He had played with it a little, but he didn't expect it to backfire, as his own body had responded to the previous stimulus. So in an act of vengeful audacity, she rose from the boy's lap to reach for his towel and strip it off him before sitting back down. The brown-haired boy opened his eyes at the black-haired girl's action, but a glance from her over her shoulder silenced any complaints he could make. He could now clearly feel her soft ass on his lap, causing his member to harden even further and lodge itself between Rainer's buttocks. Because Calwarner and Midlet were still processing what the boy had said seconds before, they did not notice their partner's action. When they reacted, they looked at the boy, who had his gaze towards the ceiling, looking quite relaxed, with Rainer still on his lap with her eyes closed. Not seeing anything strange, they decided to leave them alone. "Since the place is very small, we will use the bathroom in the other room," Calwarner said, standing up while adjusting his towel. "Don't stay too long or the heat will affect you, although I doubt that anyone who is part dragon will be affected by this temperature," Midlet said, copying the action of her blue-haired companion. Hi, was the fallen's simple response without opening her eyes. Convinced that everything would be okay, the duo left the bathroom. When the door closed, the brown-haired boy let out a sigh that he was holding in. Line break. After their fun time, they stayed in the same position for a few more moments, enjoying the closeness between them. Then Rainer felt him leave her, causing her to pout as she wanted to keep him inside her for a little longer. "Looks like we've made a mess here," the brown-haired boy said in a joking tone. We'll have to wash again." It was the black-haired girl's turn to see herself covered in sweat. She could feel the boy's seed starting to leak out of her, so she brought her hand to hers to stop the leak, wanting to feel the warmth of the brown-haired man filling her for a little longer. Feeling a little more recovered, the brown-haired boy stood up. His little buddy regained its hardness, but with Calwarner and Midlet so close, he didn't want to risk a second round and turned on the water while leaving his mind blank. Rainer felt the warm water fall on her, so with some difficulty she stood up. Her legs were still shaking from the incredible orgasm she had. She then felt the brunette begin to wash her neck with a sponge, which made her purr lightly as she rested on his chest. The brown-haired boy lowered the sponge between her breasts towards her abdomen in a smooth movement. Somehow he liked the gesture. Maybe being under his service wouldn't be so bad. He even got sexually involved and didn't regret it, not to mention the things he said to her during the act. In a reflex action, he put a hand to his neck where he knew the mark of the contract was. She smiled. 20 minutes later. The room currently had 4 occupants. Issei was lying on his bed while resting. Calwarner and Midlet were watching television. Rainer was busy reading a magazine. However, the two fallen noticed something different in the atmosphere around them. They didn't have to think much about what it was, as the boy's words still echoed in their minds, taking away many of their worries about their fate. Feeling a little more confident, the blue-haired girl lowered the volume on the television and decided to start a conversation with her new master. "So, you actually fought and won against the QB?" Calwarner asked with interest. This made the other two turn their gaze towards the boy, waiting for his response and to judge whether he was lying or not. He just turned his head on the pillow to look at the fallen, who asked. Yes, he was quite strong, in addition to carrying a weapon with a strong curse, which prevented wounds from being healed, he answered in a serious tone while remembering Adele. The trio knew it was true based on his expression. "If I may ask, how did you lose your arm?" Rainer asked seriously. Calwarner and Midlet were surprised by the tone in which she spoke to him, as they noticed that she did not show any sign of aversion or contempt for the boy. They could even perceive respect and acceptance, to the point of feeling a slight hint of liking him. "That guy was trying to kill 2 people who were under my protection. That's why my group and I, in addition to his own bodyguards, protected them as best we could," the brown-haired man began to tell. The trio leaned slightly in their seats as they immersed themselves in the tale, imagining the boy and his servants protecting a pair of princesses. Something that was not so far from reality. Then he continued telling the facts. Seeing himself frustrated, he sacrificed his own subordinates for a sealing technique that immobilized everyone. I was able to escape by a very narrow margin, except for my right arm, so I had to sacrifice it in order to prevent him from fulfilling his goal, he finished saying with a slight hint of a smile on his face. Silence reigned for a couple of minutes, as the fallen waited for him to say more, but the boy remained silent. So, Midlet insisted for him to continue. "I cut off my own arms so I could protect them," he finally answered the question. This caused the trio to freeze in place, as they couldn't imagine that he would go so far to protect someone, so they deduced that it was someone close to him, or at least someone important to him. Yet what struck them most was that they detected no regret in his voice as he admitted his sacrifice. "I see," Rainer stuttered, still in shock. "So, that wound on your chest was made by that guy's sword, right?" said a more composed Kalwarner. The boy nodded easily. She remembered seeing his scar before getting into the bathtub. Silence reigned in the room again, until Millet was the next to speak. "You said earlier that you had fought against powerful beings. You mentioned gods, the Mao and evil dragons," said the blonde lowly. At the question, the brown-haired boy nodded. Loki was a difficult opponent. He wasn't that powerful yet, so I was part of the group that faced him, and I was only able to defeat him using a copy of Mjolnir sent by Odin," the boy explained calmly. The fallen trio remained silent, as the mention of the Norse gods sent chills down their spines as they imagined standing before him. After all, he was a renowned god in their mythology. "As for the Mao, I only faced two, Shalba Beelzebub and RageRevan Levon Lucifer," the boy continued to answer. The mention of the Mao descendants surprised them, especially RageRevan's name, as they knew he was one of the few super demons capable of defeating their leaders in a fight. On the part of the evil dragons, Azi Dakaha, Apophis and Grendel were terrible opponents. They were revived by the Sephiroth Grail, which was a big problem. Grendel was killed twice but was revived again both times, said the brown-haired man with utmost seriousness and annoyance in his voice. The trio choked on their own saliva upon hearing the names of those Mao-class dragons being said so lightly. That Issei survived an encounter with them said much about its strength. "At least Crutchsen remains calm in the dragon territory," the brown-haired boy murmured with a slight smile. "Crutchsen?" Rainer asked doubtfully at the name. "Yes, Crom Crutch," Issei confirmed. At the mention of the evil dragon at the level of the heavenly dragons, the trio completely paled. This is why the fallen angels looked at him as if his very existence were some joke of fate. That was definitely a long list of dangerous adversaries in his path, but he had survived to see another day. That explained why he was so strong. Then the three girls felt their energy reserve suddenly increase by at least 20%. What is this?" they exclaimed when they were surrounded by a layer of energy. They stood up with alarm on their faces at the spontaneous reaction they were suffering at this moment. The brown-haired boy was also surprised by this event to the point of getting out of his bed and approaching the girls. It seems that the master-servant contract was successfully completed," Drake said suddenly. "What do you mean, Drake? Hadn't it been completed when the seal appeared?" he asked doubtfully, stopping abruptly. "It was a temporary contract, if you want to put it that way. Your power had to adapt to them in order to make the contract permanent, which just happened right now," the dragon explained calmly. "I see. I guess my power is not easy for other beings to handle," the boy said, understanding Drake's point. "Exactly, you carried the power of Ophis and Great Red, so when you forced the contract it had a waiting period before establishing the full bond," the dragon confirmed, pleased that the brown-haired boy knew the reason for the event. The brown-haired boy could see the contract seals on the fallen's necks, but he realized something. Rainer's was different from the other two. "Hey, why is your seal different, Ray?" Millet asked upon noticing this fact. When their energy stabilized, the three knew that it was nothing bad and that it was just something related to the pact of servitude with their master, because they recognized the power that ran through them for a moment before everything ended. This thought was confirmed when I saw the seals on their necks shining. That's why the difference was instantly noticeable. The seals were shiny chokers the color of their light spears. The design was a simple line with a claw on the side of his neck. But Rainer's was a bit more stylized with two twisted ends in front with a red heart acting as a lock. The All for Honor mentioned got a little nervous about it, because she had an idea of why it looked different from Kalwarner and Millet. "Drake," he exclaimed in his mind with slight panic. "Interesting, that is a seal of vassalage concubinage. She is above a familiar or a servant, but below any of your partners," the dragon explained with amusement. Issei remained silent. He had already suspected the reason for the obvious difference, but Drake's answer left him speechless. "That's why I was starting to sweat, not helped by the accusatory glances from the black-haired girl's companions. Well, her actions affected me more than a simple attack or someone who never attacked me. That's why she is under my direct orders. Instead, you will be in charge of one of my servants who will help you master your power. Hence your seal is different because it connects us more directly." He came up with an answer that could be quite convincing. The boy appeared confident and calm at first glance, but inside he was sweating profusely when suspicions flashed in the eyes of Calwarner and Millet. After a few seconds, they let out a sigh. "I see, I guess I can understand your logic," Calwarner said calmly. Rainier let out the breath she was holding, looking at the brunette with something akin to gratitude and growing respect. The brown-haired boy didn't let it show, but he was also relieved. "Safe," the boy thought. "I just hope you don't take advantage of her. I think the circumstances we've been through have been enough punishment on our way to atoning for our dishonest acts," said the blue-haired girl with seriousness in her tone, but transmitting her concern. Yes, Rainier is not so bad when you get to know her well, plus she still has the bracelet you gave her on her date," Midlet added a little more confidently. Rainier looked at them in surprise, as she didn't think they would defend her in that way, causing a feeling of warmth to begin to form in her chest. However, this died and was replaced by shame and fury when she heard what the blonde loli said. Midlet, you didn't have to say that to her," he exclaimed with a red face while looking at her murderously. Midlet just stuck out his tongue playfully. When the black-haired girl turned to the brunette, she found him covering his face with his hand, while his shoulders were shaking, something that worried her. The other two noticed this and didn't know how to act. Then it happened. "Ha." The boy started laughing. This threw the fallen trio off balance, and they looked at each other in doubt. The brown-haired boy laughed for a couple of minutes, until he managed to calm down. When he looked at them, they could see the amusement in his eyes. "You have nothing to worry about, Mitlet, Calwarner. Although I seek retribution, I would never abuse Rainier or treat her cruelly. As long as she is with me, I will take care of her and protect her," he replied with a slight, kind smile. The blue-haired girl nodded in agreement, while the blonde raised an eyebrow, reviewing the boy's words. For her part, the black-haired girl looked at him with her eyes open and a deep blush, then crossed her arms and turned around with an angry expression. "What the hell? Why did you have to say it like that? Now those two will get ideas that are not true. And what is this feeling in my chest? It's unpleasant and uncomfortable," he exclaimed in his mind while grinding his teeth in irritation. His heart was beating fast and it made him uncomfortable, because he had never felt anything like that before. It didn't help to remember what they did in the bathroom either. She could still feel his hand running over her skin, the care reflected in each caress, and when he said that he accepted her despite everything she did to him. "Damn it," Rainier cursed as she felt her face burn. On the other hand, when Midlet registered the brown-haired boy's words, he blushed slightly, since that was what a boy would say to the girl he loved. Out of curiosity, she looked for her fallen companion, only to see her with her back to them with her arms crossed. However, she could feel her internal conflict, not to mention that the visible part of her neck that her hair did not cover looked red. Midlet blinked a couple of times, before smiling sadistically as he found a large crack in the armor the fallen always wore. "Ho, so you weren't as experienced as you claimed to be, huh? Now I know how to get back at all those taunts about my small chest or being a legal loli," she thought darkly. She remembers that last comment put her in a difficult position with the Nashiku, who did not stop tormenting her with jokes and pranks of that nature. Rainier hugged herself as she felt a chill. What was that? He thought as he looked around in slight panic. Calwarner ignored the loli covered in a dark aura and the black-haired girl hugging herself with a panicked expression in an effort to look at the boy seriously. "I want to ask something," she said in a serious tone. The boy looked at her, regaining his seriousness, and nodded. "Can you go to any time you want?" the blue-haired girl asked. This question brought the other two to their senses, so they looked at him seriously, hiding their surprise, because they had not thought about that subject. Time travel was a dangerous ability, as he could practically interfere with history and change events to suit himself. This had them quite worried. However, this turned to confusion when the boy denied it. "We had a problem on a mission with a certain magical artifact. Because of this I fell into a space-time rift that threw me 700 years into the past. Luckily my power protected me from dying when I entered that tear, but nothing more. Using this power I was able to open a new rift to return. But my control was insufficient, and I had to escape from the rift, arriving a year before my original time," the boy explained with an extremely serious expression. This surprised the fallen trio, as they did not know all the details of how the boy had gone back in time, and they also felt calmer when the brown-haired boy denied having that power. "Recreating the incident isn't that difficult, but I've only been able to travel back in time because the timeline considers me a piece out of place, so it allowed me to move back to my place. Or that's the conclusion I've come to, which is why I highly doubt I'll be able to do it again," the brown-haired boy finished saying. Silence enveloped them for a few minutes, as the trio processed the newly acquired information. For his part, the brown-haired boy let out a sigh of relief when he saw how the fallen were lost in their thoughts. He didn't know how, but he had pulled a reasonable explanation out of his sleeve to satisfy Calawarner's curiosity, not to mention that he wasn't quite sure if he could move through time again either, not that he was ever going to try. One experience was more than enough. Excellent explanation, partner. By the way, thanks to your quality time with the fallen angel, you have recovered the rest of your power. It seems that at that moment you made a small exchange of energy that benefited both of you. In his case, his power increased a little more than the others. In your case, you can now open the breach and keep everyone protected for the rest of the trip. The dragon reported to his host. Is that true, Drake? He asked, surprised by the news. He had even overlooked Drake's comment about his quality time. Yeah, the red dragon confirmed. The brown-haired boy closed his eyes and smiled enthusiastically. He had been away from home for a year and he longed to meet up with Kiba, Gasper, Surzex and the leaders closest to him, but more importantly, with the girls. He missed his girlfriends and his servants. Rainier and the others came out of their thoughts when they noticed the warm smile on the boy's face, who remained with his eyes closed. Is something wrong? Calawarner asked. The brown-haired boy came out of his stupor and looked at the fallen, who were looking at him questioningly. Calawarner's way of asking questions was also not lost on him. Call me Issei. Leave the Sama for when we get home. As for your question, we're leaving tonight. We just need to inform Silver and the girls. The brown-haired boy responded as he returned to his bed and sat down. She put one of her legs over the other, while resting her elbow on it and her cheek on her hand. They noticed a gleam in his eyes, one they recognized without difficulty. Longing. He was definitely missing home. Shrugging, Calawarner and Nilette returned to the couch and turned their attention back to the television. Rainier returned to her seat, but when she met the boy's gaze she smiled lightly at him and then returned to her reading. The boy fell back with his hand on his stomach and his gaze on the ceiling. His smile still present. I would see them again soon. Dusk. Silver and the girls' group had just returned with the clock striking 10 p.m. The brown-haired boy had informed them that they could leave that very night, causing his servants to smile for their king. Everyone was prepared to go to the point where they had found a ley line. It had taken them a while because they were busy sightseeing in the parts of the city they hadn't visited yet. They went to the library to find out what had happened during the 700 years they had skipped. Wars, scientific advances, cures for once deadly diseases, and new technology were all pretty amazing information. On their way they came across a young demon with pale blonde hair and gray eyes, who was handing out flyers with a summoning circle engraved on it. The emblem of the Citri clan. It was not that difficult to deduce, knowing that two heiresses were the ones watching over the territory. As night fell they decided to return, the girls quickening their pace when concern for their king became apparent. Silver only had a drop on the back of his neck at the reaction, because due to the fact that they were distracted they had forgotten that they left the brown-haired boy with 3 fallen angels who could threaten his life. For his part, he was not worried, because he knew that none of them would be a problem for the boy, not to mention that he heard what happened between Drake and Rainier the night before. He was thankful that no one noticed his slight start at hearing the dragon's voice on the Longinus. When they arrived they found the group having dinner quietly. The black-haired man noticed that Rainier's slight hostility towards the brunette had completely disappeared, but he didn't say anything since it was none of his business. After the report from both sides, they planned to leave immediately. Right now he had his leather armor on, as he waited next to his king. Next to them was the fallen trio, while the girls returned the keys at the reception and they waited outside. Rainier was wearing tight black pants and a white top-style blouse, as well as a black jacket at the brown-haired boy's request, while her companions wore their usual clothes. Once the girls joined them they left the place, while thanks to Silver's power an illusion was raised that affected the humans so that they would not notice them. Interesting skill, Calawarner commented with interest. Thanks, it took me a while to master it but it's a very useful skill if I must say, the black-haired man replied with a cordial smile. Once together the group began to walk, guided by Silver. It took them no more than 30 minutes to arrive at the location, which was a construction site on the eastern edge of the city. The place looked a little spooky at night, but the group remained calm and focused. Then I guess I'll do it now, the brunette said as a sheathed sword appeared on his back. The fallen trio looked at the sword in awe and a bit of reverence, as they could feel the holy aura that the weapon emanated in waves. Then the brown-haired boy brought his hand to the handle of the sword, but before grasping it to take it out of its sheath, his movement stopped as he looked towards the building under construction and hardened his gaze. "What's wrong, Issei?" Aline asked, raising an eyebrow at the annoyance in his, king's, posture. At that moment one of Leo's ears twitched as she raised her guard. Elsha, too, narrowed her eyes as the smell of copper reached her nose. Silver straightened up slightly, his muscles tensing slightly as he sensed the incoming threat. Rainer, Midlet and Calawarner sensed the change in the atmosphere, so they quickly went on alert. Well, I didn't expect him to sense us so easily," a dark, eerie voice came to mind. At the same time everyone could feel a barrier rise around them. Then the brown-haired boy's eyes moved lazily until they focused on the one who spoke. What was found was a humanoid creature resembling a minotaur, but which had crow's feet and a crocodile tail, as well as two backward curving horns, while its right arm looked larger and more muscular than its left arm. This one was standing at the entrance to the construction site, preventing its prey from escaping. Despite his appearance, one could feel a certain pressure that a normal stray demon couldn't emit. It easily surpassed a mid-class devil, almost equal to a high-class devil. His gaze then shifted to a garbage dump, from which emerged something resembling a centipede, with the upper body of a woman with 4 compound eyes and insect-like mandibles. Its body was covered by bronze-colored bony plates, with the belly part in black. "Food," he said with some clicking of his jaws. Then he looked to the other side, finding what appeared to be a werewolf, but its fur was so dark that it blurred its silhouette a little, as if the shadows were absorbed by its thick fur. "Grr," he growled menacingly. The moon was covered by clouds, making the night even darker. As the moon rose again, an immense pressure was felt as something landed hard in front of the group. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose due to the impact. The brunette looked away for a moment to look over his shoulder. At the highest part of the structure that would be the building, he managed to see a silhouette with a tattered tunic covering its body, although he could realize that it was quite imposing in size. He could tell that this guy was superior to a high-class demon, so he deduced that he was the leader of the small group. However, he didn't feel threatened by it, so he ignored it for the moment. Turning his gaze forward, he could see how a silhouette was beginning to become visible among the cloud of dust. When the cloud of dust cleared, a sort of orc could be seen with red and black metallic armor covering its body, as well as carrying a pair of swords on its back and a rather torn black cape. "Ah, and we were planning to leave today. I didn't think we could find some delicacies for the road, especially the women," said the creature, licking its lips. Rainer, Calawarner, and Midlet trembled in their spots, as they could sense that these demons were in another league. They had never felt presences with such bloodlust. Rainer clung to Issei's arm, who felt her tremble in fear as well as seeing her pale expression when he glanced at her. Calawarner and Midlet approached the boy more subtly, but the brunette didn't miss it. "I see. I didn't expect to find any stray demons in this place, much less that they had a power almost on par with a high class," Issei commented in a casual and relaxed tone. "Looks like there's some good prey tonight," the Minotaur said anxiously, ignoring the boy's comment. His saliva fell to the ground in anticipation. Then the brown-haired boy closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with a hardened look to the point of looking intimidating, and his aura had turned 180 degrees. "Silver, Leo, Elsha, Aline, finish this quickly, use lethal force if necessary," the brunette declared in an icy voice. "Hi, Issei-sama," they answered seriously before disappearing. Boom! 4 explosions resounded simultaneously at the site, while 4 dust clouds accompanied by their shock waves formed at separate points. Rainer, Calawarner, and Midlet all opened their eyes in shock at the quartet's terrifying speed. Now they realized that they were among monsters and they didn't know it. But what really shocked them was that they obeyed the brown-haired boy's order without hesitating for a single second, which made them wonder how he managed to gain their loyalty. It was at that moment that 4 battle auras were felt on the site, freezing the fallen angels by the enormous pressure that flooded the place. At that moment Issei summoned another sword, which he handed to a stunned Rainer. "Keep this with you and don't separate. I promise that no matter what happens, nothing will hurt you," he said in the softest tone he could find. Rainer looked at the gun in her hands, then looked the boy in the eyes. It was then that her body stopped shaking, so that she felt like the boy's presence covered her like a warm blanket in the middle of winter, making her feel safe and protected. Even though she cursed her weakness, she couldn't help but hug the sword to her chest as she blushed at the boy's action. For their part, Calawarner and Midlet were also covered by her aura, which brought them out of their state of shock, managing to calm down but without letting their guard down. The brown-haired boy just nodded and then turned his back and walked away from them while remaining alert. Then Rainier and the girls paid attention to the battles. Silver. This one challenged the guy who looked like a minotaur. His opponent got up after being hit and slammed into a solid concrete wall, shattering it from the force of the impact. If I had been a normal bishop, I would have already been defeated after that blow, but my former master used his mutated piece on me, so my physical and magical defense got a huge boost to the point of being at the level of a queen, he boasted while cracking his neck. Silver just smiled slightly as he waved him over to fight. At this the beast laughed darkly. Sorry, but my strength is my vast magic power ice death, he exclaimed as a magic circle appeared beneath Silver. A dark blue flash covered the place, and then the black-haired man was seen frozen inside an ice prison. Heh. That was fast. Well, that ice kills on contact when it absorbs the victim's body temperature seconds after enclosing them anyway. I have to keep those guys from having fun without me, he said as he turned around. However, he had barely managed to take a step when he heard it. A laugh. The demon turned around with a disbelieving expression, only to see how the ice that surrounded the black-haired man turned into frost, which was absorbed with the man's mouth to his stupefaction. TCH, what a disgusting ice. Well, at least I got some energy from it, he said while turning his shoulder nonchalantly. The Minotaur took a step back, then gritted his teeth. What the hell are you? That was one of my best spells and you weren't even affected, the stray demon asked, hiding the fear in his voice. Silver just smiled as a cold aura surrounded him. I am an ice demon slayer, he declared, raising his arm with his palm facing his opponent. Silver's response shook the demon's will, and in a panic he summoned all his magical power. Die! Purgatory flame! He exclaimed, causing a sea of dark orange fire with hints of black and green to emerge from his mouth. A stream of icy air emerged from Silver's hand, stopping the Minotaur's attack. What? How is it that your attack is stronger than my purgatory flames? He exclaimed in fear and stupefaction. My magic was created to hunt and kill demons. That's why your demonic power doesn't affect me, Silver replied with a wry smile. This answer struck terror into the demon's heart, and upon paying attention he could see how his demonic power was being frozen to the point of shining as it flew in the wind. I've wasted enough time. It's time to finish this. Receive this. Zetai Ray do. Absolute zero, Silver exclaimed as his power flared up, generating a freezing wave. Everything around him froze, including some beams stacked beside him. The Minotaur didn't have time to scream. Inside a glacial formation the demon could be seen, which had an expression of absolute terror. Without further ado, Silver began his journey back to Issei. Leo. The white-haired yokai looked with an impassive gaze at the crater where her opponent lay collapsed. He had grabbed the werewolf by the neck and then slammed him against the ground, and now he was looking at the results of his maneuver. The demon stood up, growling dangerously. Leo narrowed his eyes as he saw no visible damage. A second later, the werewolf was in front of Leo with his claw pointing at his neck. However, Leo had a pained expression at that moment. Leo looked serious, as she pulled her right fist away from her opponent's stomach. Guh. He growled with a trickle of blood falling from his snout. He stumbled, but managed to stay on his feet, then jumped back, creating some distance between himself and Leo. They were at the back of the place. The stray demon held his injury as he took a small step back. The yokai sharpened her gaze when she noticed this subtle movement, guessing her opponent's intentions. Behind him was a wire fence instead of a wall, which showed the beginnings of the forest that surrounded the small town. The demon slid one of his paws back and that was all Leo needed. He quickly summoned Granvard, as 4 pillars of flames rose from the ground and enclosed the werewolf in a cage formation. Enro. Flame prison, don't even think I'll let you escape. Magen Sepudin. Demon God's wind slash, he exclaimed as his power covered the battle axe. The werewolf was taken by surprise, so he couldn't escape. He saw how Leo swung his weapon, generating a cutting wave against him, which he could do nothing to defend himself. The stray demon was split in half along with most of the surrounding trees within a 300-meter radius. Seeing his opponent's corpse, Leo put the axe on his shoulder to turn around and return with the brown-haired boy. Aline. The elf moved her spear with fluid one-handed movements, deflecting her opponent's attacks. The demonic centipede attacked with its sharp, harpoon-like legs, but none of its attacks worked. He had been pushed by the elf with her spear, throwing him against a large pile of rubble and rusty metal structures. It hadn't caused any damage, but it had shaken her because she hadn't seen the elf move until she was pushed back. His jaws snapped in irritation as Aline just stood there spinning his spear with his wrist to deflect most of his attacks. It was then that he managed to get past her defense, only for his paw to be stopped between the elf's elbow and knee, who looked at him with a serious expression. The centipede snapped its jaw again, causing the elf to duck, dodging the centipede's tail as it attempted to impale her in the back. It emerged from the ground a couple of meters from the elf. The centipede felt a palm strike on its belly, forcibly knocking the air out of it. "Cool," he complained as he fell back in place, the lower half of his body still underground. "If the environment was in your favor, you might be able to do more than this. But we'll never know after you receive this," he said as he finally took an attack stance. Aline bent her knees, lowering her body slightly, while placing her left palm forward and holding her spear with her right hand behind her. Then it began to generate violent air currents that gave the centipede a bad feeling, so it quickly pulled its lower half out of the ground. However, he did not do so in time. Aline's eyes widened a little more than normal in anticipation before he began to spin his spear with both hands at a hellish speed. Only flashes of the twin blades of the double-pointed spear could be seen, as cuts appeared around it on the concrete surface, as well as on its opponent, who was unable to retreat in time or get out of its attack range. "Gah!" he complained, falling on his back with several deep cuts on his body. His powerful armor had been easily pierced by his opponent. Aline then stopped his attack, to look at his fallen opponent with some indifference before approaching at a slow pace. The centipede attempted to crawl away from its attacker, only to be grabbed by the neck and lifted off the ground. His eyes met the elf's blue eyes, which conveyed annoyance and disapproval as he held her throat with one hand. "Don't kill me, please," she begged weakly. Aline instantly hardened his gaze and tightened his grip on his spear. "How many lives did you mercilessly take? And now you beg for your life? Pathetic," he said without a shred of mercy. She could feel the centipede gathering its energy for an escape attempt, so she decided to finish it off and not waste any more time. He then tightened his grip on his opponent's throat, causing the wandering demon to instantly be surrounded by a tornado, which blew furiously for a few seconds before subsiding. The elf then threw the body away as if it were something of no importance. In midair, it spewed blood like a geyser, revealing several deep-cut wounds before hitting the ground. Even though her arm was in the path of the powerful winds, her flawless skin was not damaged. An ancient wind manipulation technique that the elf created in her youth. Without further ado, he took the path back to where his king was. Elsha. The blonde had her arms crossed as she waited for her opponent to get up. He was on his arms and knees after being sent flying, then receiving a powerful impact to his stomach and sending him to the ground. The crater where she was proof that the girl had not held back at all. I didn't expect that attack with murderous intent from a simple slave," said the orc as he stood up. The armor he was wearing was cracked on the chest. He looked at his opponent for a moment, finding no visible reaction to his comment. "Anyway, get ready because this time you won't be so lucky," he said while a sphere of fire formed in the palm of his hand. A high temperature could be felt to the point that some lonely plants near Elsha were burning. The orc felt a bit of respect towards his opponent, as he showed no fear despite facing one of his best spells. "Meh, I just hope there's enough left of you after you receive this, flame hell," he exclaimed as he fired his attack at the blonde. Elsha was covered by a tide of fire, erasing her figure from the orc's eyes. The attack swept away everything in its path, leaving a charred trail that stretched for several meters to some waste containers that melted together with their contents. Despite this, the demonic orc could be seen sweating with an expression of utter shock and consternation. This was because the blonde remained standing in the same place without even a hair out of place. How is this possible? My hellish flames must have reduced you to ashes," he exclaimed with fear in his voice, taking a step back. It was his best spell, not to mention that he had used a great amount of power to ensure he defeated his opponent. However, she did not have a single stain on her clothes after receiving his attack directly. "Hellish flames. To me it was just a summer breeze," she replied with a half-smile full of presumption, while placing a hand on her hip. This comment made the orc grit his teeth, as he prepared another magical attack from his arsenal. The blonde felt it, so she erased her smile and then let out an exasperated sigh. Then she separated her feet a little and lowered her hip, extending her right palm upwards, where a small sun the size of a golf ball was formed. The orc began to sweat, while he felt his armor begin to melt in certain parts due to the heat wave that the small sun gave off. What? He stammered, intimidated by the power that small sphere of fire emitted. My king ordered us to finish quickly, so I won't keep you waiting now. Take this and disappear, cruel sun, he said, pushing his palm towards his enemy. The small sun flew from his hand into the stray demon's chest. The orc was paralyzed with fear, so he couldn't move and the small sphere hit his chest. Boom! A fiery cloud enveloped the upper part of the demon, which expanded upwards, engulfing part of the building under construction. Elsha just watched impassively as the cloud of fire began to disappear. When it dissipated, only the lower half of the demon remained, which fell to its knees and then collapsed to the ground. The blonde remained silent for a couple of seconds, then looked at the destruction caused by her attack with a drop on the back of her neck. A small 3-story building now only had 1 floor. Since their meeting was over, the blonde proceeded to walk away from there and walk towards where the brunette was with a suspicious whistle. Issei. Issei and the Fallen watched the encounters with deferential expressions. Issei did so with a neutral expression, while Rainier, Calawarner, and Midlet had their eyes wide open after witnessing a portion of the quartet's power. Instead, the boy looked at everything with a lazy look on his face. Then a voice made the Fallen trio jump. I didn't think they would be defeated that way. Now I have no followers left, and that bothers me. Therefore I will take the loss of my subordinates and kill those girls that you seem to protect, the voice said as the killer instinct began to manifest in the place. The trio trembled as they were affected by such a murderous aura. Then a figure appeared in front of Rainier while throwing a punch towards her face. Everything happened in slow motion, being able to see everyone's reaction in that brief period. The terrified expressions of Midlet and Calawarner, as Silver and the girls approached them at a slow pace, as well as the back of the brown-haired boy, who only slightly turned his neck to look sideways at what was happening behind him. Despite everything, he did not feel that he was in danger. At that moment Erifil's guard extended, while a powerful wind barrier formed between Rainier and the unknown figure's fist. Bam! Flush! His blow was blocked by the wall of wind. At the same time his cape was torn apart by the gusts of wind. Guh! He complained as he was pushed back. Rainier had turned her face away, shielding herself from the wind currents as she held Erifil. When the wind died down, she looked up, only to open her eyes in surprise. The figure in front of her was a giant with dragon features. It had scales on its arms, neck and sides, as well as a pair of horns on its head, not to mention the enormous wings on its back. He was wearing only torn pants. In the parts where its scales left the skin exposed, bulging red veins could be seen. The aura he exuded was unholy and caused Midlet and Calawarner to turn pale at the sensation. Did you think I would leave them without any protection? I knew that when your collaborators fell you would seek to cause significant damage, and that is why the most obvious option was the weakest of the group, Issei declared, turning around. The demon did the same, leaving them face to face. I didn't think you would use your companions as bait, the demon said mockingly. The blue-haired girl and the lowly approached Rainier to make sure she wasn't hurt, while looking at the demon with some uneasiness. I wouldn't have done it if I couldn't ensure her well-being, but enough of that. I have things to do and you're getting in my way, the brunette replied while hardening his gaze. Heh, the demon laughed before disappearing. Boom. The brunette had raised a hand, taking the blow as the ground beneath him cracked due to the power behind the blow. Wow, I didn't think you were the physical type, but now that you're in my range you won't be able to escape the next blow, and believe me, you will feel this one, he declared, raising his other fist. Boost. It was heard at the scene. The demon then unleashed his other punch, so the brunette applied a bit of force to push back the fist in his hand and have room to block the other punch with his only arm. Boom. A powerful shockwave was generated when the brunette stopped the blow with his hand again. The ground cracked and a crater began to form. Boost. It was heard again. Rainier, Midlet and Calawarner watched what was happening in stupefaction and disbelief, because they knew that the first blow could have killed them without any problem. The first to come out of shock was Rainier, as a slight feeling of worry made its way into her chest. But she knew it was unnecessary. Issei was clearly on another level and could take on enemies of this level without any problem. The test was to see how the demon surrounded himself with an aura of power before unleashing a powerful blow, only for it to be blocked again by the brown-haired man with his only arm without showing any signs of effort on his face. Boom! The cracks in the ground expanded to several meters into the ground, as both opponents stared into each other's eyes. Issei with an impassive look. The demon with clenched teeth and a murderous look. I can guess that you used to be a rook, not to mention that you possess a twice critical. However, despite your enormous physical strength, you have nothing, he commented, closing his eyes in a solemn gesture. This made the demon feel frustrated, which retreated, nullifying its power and returning to its base state. Reset. It was heard on sight. Silver, Leo, Aline and Elsha had already arrived with the fallen and were now calmly watching the match. Then they noticed how an enormous aura began to emerge from the demon's body, while he raised his left arm where a green light shone. I see, you increase your power to the maximum and then double it with your sacred gear, the brown-haired boy said calmly. Boost. The demon's aura suddenly increased, doubling its power. A bloodthirsty smile could be seen on his face. Boost. Right now he far surpassed the power of a high-class devil, and that was already something for a vagabond. Get ready, because after this there will be nothing left of you, he said, and then took a step forward before disappearing again. Rainier and her group widened their eyes at the wandering demon's terrifying speed, searching for it with their eyes and fearing that it was for them. Silver and the girls watched the demon's movements without problems, noticing how he surrounded their king, looking for his blind spot. At that moment he appeared right behind Issei while launching the fatal blow. However, Issei had already anticipated this and was now turning around while raising his palm very calmly. Boom! A powerful explosion was generated when the fist collided with the palm. The ground shook, the walls of the building under construction cracked, powerful wind currents were generated, which shook the surrounding trees, causing their leaves to fly in the wind. A cloud of dust had risen, revealing only a dark silhouette. The fallen trio gulped. Silver and the girls remained with calm expressions. When the dust cloud cleared, it could be seen that the previous scenes had not changed at all. Issei had not moved even a cm. His feet were buried in the ground, but despite all the power, that blow couldn't move him. The humanoid dragon looked surprised and somewhat fearful that his best attack had not worked on the subject in front of him. That was a good move, but given how limited you are, I could foresee the outcome of your best blow. The previous attacks told me everything about you, he declared with a half-smile. Then his expression hardened as his gaze sharpened. For now, let me show you something interesting, he said in a cold tone. Then everyone could notice how a blue glow appeared on the back of his hand. Divide. The demon opened his eyes in absolute terror as his power was split in half, so he quickly jumped back, putting distance between himself and his opponent. That won't help you, he declared, lowering his hand slowly. Divide. Divide. It echoed twice more, as the demon fell to one knee. How? That power is from the Hakuryuko. How can you have it? He managed to ask when it finally registered in his mind that his power was being reduced to half of its original power. In response, the brown-haired boy put his hand to his neck and massaged it a little. Let's say I had an encounter with him and managed to steal some of his power, he answered simply while shrugging his shoulders. The demon gritted his teeth, as he felt cornered right now since the boy was his natural antithesis by denying him his augmentations and even reducing his original power, not to mention that using that ability did not require waiting 10 seconds apparently. This guy was strong, too strong. In addition to this, there was the group behind the boy. He witnessed his subordinates being annihilated in a crushing manner, and could now intervene at any time. Taking a deep breath, he forced his mind to calm down. If he wanted to get out of here alive, he would have to play his cards right. He still had one card up his sleeve, but he didn't want to waste it despite his situation. He instantly denied keeping this card, and not using it could give him an advantage in the future, but using it right now would increase his chances of living. Without further ado, a small circle shone in his palm, revealing a kind of syringe with a green liquid inside. The brown-haired boy opened his eyes upon recognizing the object. Chaos Drive. I didn't imagine that you had ties to the Cows Brigade, although I shouldn't be surprised. Most likely Saul would accept you as guinea pigs to test his projects, he said in a thoughtful tone. It must be said that the syringe in the devil's hands almost fell when he was startled upon hearing the name of the person who had given him this gift. Although RageRevan also has a lot to do with it, that old man is crazy, he muttered again. Now the demon was livid, for this guy knew more than he expected by appointing 2 faction leaders within his organization. How do you know that? He asked with a tremor in his voice. In response, the boy looked at him confused, then gave a small smile. Oh, looking around here, listening around there, nothing surprising, he answered calmly while smiling serenely. That didn't tell him much, but he decided to finish off this guide because he was very dangerous if he knew this information. Without wasting any time, he injected the contents of the syringe into his neck. Instantly an aura of power enveloped him as light red armor covered his body in certain areas. His body grew to 3 meters, not to mention that his scales sharpened and thickened in the parts where his armor did not cover, giving him an armored appearance. I don't know how you know that information, but I can't let you leave alive or they might come for me, so prepare to die, the wandering demon said, expelling a large amount of aura. The brown-haired boy just let out a sigh, then moved his hand to the hilt of his sword. If that is your choice, I have nothing to say to you, except that you had the bad luck of having me as an opponent, the brown-haired boy declared, unsheathing his sword and then pointing at him with the blade. That was enough to make the demon recoil, who winced in pain. Cook. What's wrong? Why is the aura of that sword causing me so much pain? He asked while clenching his teeth. Rainier, Calwarner, Midlet, Silver, Leo, Aline and Elsha watched in surprise as steam came out of the demon's skin, as if it were burning just by being in front of the brown-haired boy. It was to be expected, since this sword contains holy and dragon slayer power. The brown-haired boy responded calmly as he leaned forward a little. The demon sensed what was going to happen, so overcoming the pain with sheer force of will, he lunged at his opponent. Damn you! He exclaimed, losing his mind. Then Issei disappeared, reappearing meters behind the wandering demon, who was frozen in place. How foolish to think that you underestimated the power of Ascalon, one of the 4 Psyken, he said in a calm tone while sheathing the sword again. With that said, a geyser of blood erupted from the demon's body, which was split in 2 diagonally by a cut that ran from his shoulder to his hip. Silver and the girls watched everything with some admiration as they expected him to finish off his opponent without any problems. On the other hand, Rainier and company had their eyes wide open at the brown-haired boy's display of power and the fact that he was in possession of one of the Psyken. It must be said that the black-haired girl rubbed her thighs while looking at the imposing form of the brown-haired boy with a blush and breathing irregularly, hoping to repeat what she did in the bath soon. She was brought out of her state when the boy in question approached them. This has delayed us, we must leave as soon as possible. I don't want to deal with Sona and Rias or everything could become problematic, he said in a serious tone. The rest nodded. The brown-haired boy drew Ascalon's sword again, and then a reddish aura surrounded him. The fallen trio shuddered, for they felt that this aura was very different from anything they had ever felt before. With a slash in the air, reality tore, creating a portal in front of them. I will now proceed to secure them, he said as he extended his hand towards them. A golden magic circle was generated from his palm, from which 7 chains emerged that surrounded their waists. Wow, that's new, he muttered as he saw the multiple chains. Rainier, Midlet and Calwarner had been startled by being caught off guard, but seeing how Silver and the girls didn't react, they allowed themselves to calm down a bit. Hey Issei, I have a question, Aline said suddenly. What's wrong, Aline? The boy asked with a raised eyebrow. Once inside, will we have to look for the current like the first time? The elf asked, arms crossed with a doubtful expression. At this the brown-haired boy smiled. Don't worry, I've already taken measures so as not to waste time, he replied while a chain came out from the back of the magic circle and wrapped around his waist. Once secured, he looked at his group, who nodded at their king's silent command, with Rainier and her group following suit. The group then entered the portal, which closed when the last member entered it. At that moment the barrier surrounding the place disappeared. 5 minutes later, 2 magic circles appeared on the spot. From these emerged the Citri and Gremory peerage. Everyone was on alert, scanning what appeared to be a small battlefield. Looks like we're late, said a redhead crossing her arms. It seems so, answered a black-haired girl with short hair and glasses. They had felt an increase in energy in this place, so they both decided to come together at Sona's request, since she was paranoid after the disaster a few days ago. Bucho, there are 5 stray demons killed, Kiba reported with a serious expression. They were all highly dangerous according to the reports, but it seems they weren't a problem for whoever was here, Tsubaki said, analyzing the frozen demon. She stretched out her hand, but her wrist was grabbed by her king. Tsubaki blinked and then looked into Sona's eyes, then opened her eyes slightly as she realized what she was doing. I'm sorry, Kaicho. I don't know what happened to me, said the queen of the Citri group with an embarrassed tone. his king denied. I don't blame you. Since I know Onisama's abilities, I can know that this ice is dangerous for us demons, Sona said as she adjusted her glasses. Crack. The sound of something breaking was heard. Then the ice that held the demon shattered, which soon turned to frost in the wind. There was no trace left of the devil. Even frozen solid steel beams melted into oblivion. Whoever did this had tremendous control over the ice. Then his gaze went to where Tomo was examining the body of the centipede-like demon, so he approached it. He was killed by several cuts that passed through his armor, the horse said in a serious tone. After all, she couldn't pierce his exoskeleton with her sword, so whoever did this was on another level of skill. There are traces of wind magic here, Rhea said, analyzing the wounds closely. On the other hand, Kiba had his eyes set on the demon with draconic features, or rather on the faint traces of holy energy emanating from the slash that claimed his life. What do you think happened to Hyodo? Rias asked, looking seriously at the corpse. Some exorcist, maybe an angel who was passing by, he answered in a serious and tense tone. I don't think so. If that had been the case, there would have been more traces of holy power in the place. But there isn't, the Gremry heiress commented, crossing her arms. She looked to where her queen was looking at the underside of a demon. Looking up, he could see the burned building, revealing how the street demon died. The brown-haired boy of the group was nervous about the 5 bodies, as this was evidence that something powerful had passed through here and could still be nearby. Then he felt his rook arrive at his side along with his recent bishop. A cut, he must have used a powerful weapon, the lowly said in a neutral tone. Many trees were cut down along with the demon Bucho, Asia said nervously. The redhead nodded. At that moment Sona approached. Whoever it was, he wasn't alone, Eris Citri declared as she cleaned her glasses with a handkerchief. They separated the group and faced them in one-on-one combat, so there were at least 5 people in this place, Rias said, agreeing with him. All with a power level of at least ultimate class, if the one-sidedness of the battlefield is anything to go by, Sona commented, putting her glasses back on. The redhead nodded. It was easy to see that there was little destruction, so it was not a prolonged fight, at most a couple of attacks by both sides, but one side was totally overwhelmed by the other. We'll have to erase any trace of what happened here. Tomorrow I'll inform the Mao about what happened tonight, Rias said with a small grimace. Sona also shuddered, but she knew that this situation was beyond her control and she didn't want to risk it out of simple pride. That's all, see you, Rias, said the black-haired girl while her peerage stood by her side. See you, Sona, Rias replied, watching as the all for honor mention disappeared from the place. Then her own peerage approached her. It's a shame, I would have liked to see how their lives were extinguished or how they begged for their lives, Yufufu, Akeno said with a hand on her cheek with a noticeable blush. Anyway, it's better to go, the cleaning team will come first thing in the morning to get rid of the bodies, said the red-haired woman, ignoring the state of her queen, while invoking a teleportation circle. After a flash there was nothing left. Dimensional gap. The brown-haired group had appeared in the dimensional gap after passing through the portal, leaving the fallen trio speechless. So how do we know we're where we're supposed to be? Leo asked curiously. In response, the brown-haired boy pointed his index finger above them. As a result, everyone looked up, including the fallen, to be met with a sight they had not expected. Above them floated a small red dragon, which exuded an aura well known to Issei servants. What is that? Asked a surprised Silver. His energy signature feels like yours, Aline indicated this time. It's an ability of my sacred gear. I called it wyverns. They can use the abilities of the boosted gear and are very useful in battle, the boy replied with a satisfied smile. I see, so you left it in this place before leaving as some sort of anchor, right? Elsa said, overcoming her lapse of surprise. At this Issei nodded. That way we wouldn't lose time. That's why we fell into the space-time stream when we entered, the boy confirmed. At that moment they realized that they were moving through space. Rainer, Midlet, and Calawarner grabbed onto the chain out of reflex, feeling their speed increase. Issei's aura increased into a dense red layer that protected them. It won't take long for us to get there, so don't be surprised if we appear 10,000 meters above the ground. That's what happened to me the first time, the boy reported with a tense smile. Everyone had a drop on their neck at the comment. It was then that a blinding glow appeared before them. Here it is. Everybody get ready, he ordered with seriousness and authority. In response, everyone tensed, not knowing where and under what circumstances they would emerge from the breach. The brightness increased to the point that it momentarily blinded them. When they regained their vision, they found themselves in front of a huge castle. The brunette widened his eyes at the sight, especially when he felt the aura of the people inside the castle, who were moving quickly in his direction. Shit, the boy cursed with some panic. Where are we, Issei? Leo asked as he stood on guard upon sensing the alteration in his king's state. She understood, as most of those auras were at her level. The rest followed, although some more tense than others, especially the fallen trio because the auras they felt were much more powerful than them. In the worst possible scenario, the boy answered with a tense voice. Then the residents came out to meet him. Wow, this is unexpected, said the one who seemed to be the leader of the group. Silver, Leo, Aline, Elsha, Rainier, Midlet, and Calawarner all dropped their jaws at the person who spoke. I know. The brown-haired boy replied with a tense smile. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.